officers. The soldiers, as first put it, hold the ring while new internal power amalgams are arranged. The soldiers can do no permanent good. They can only postpone solutions. 56 As the national liberation state removes itself from popular mobilization, begins to cultivate the domestic elites in the name of national development, and perhaps opens itself to intervention by imperialism, it loses the elan of the national liberation struggle. In the worst case, the military intervenes to preserve the status quo or recover the past. In the best case, the military rejects the civilian administration to disrupt the cozy alliance of the revolutionary leaders, the domestic bourgeoisie, and imperialism. Nevertheless, the military in power, as first shows, regardless of its motivations, freezes the political process and cuts down the ability of social movements to move the historical process in a progressive direction. Nothing good comes from a military dictatorship. While on the run from a Chilean government that he had condemned for its betrayal of its people in the 1940s, Neruda composed his Cantos General. In its midst, he offered a lyrical passage titled Los Dictadores, the Dictators. An odor lingers among the sugarcane. A mixture of blood and body, a penetrating, nauseous petal. Between the coconut palms the graves are filled. Of demolished bones, of smothered grasps. The delicate dictator talks. With wine glasses, collars, and gold braid. The tiny palace shines like a wristwatch. And smart-gloved laughter occasionally drifts across the corridors to join the dead voices and freshly buried mouths. The sob is hidden like a plant whose seed falls ceaselessly to the ground and makes its great blind leaves grow without light. Hatred has been formed scale by scale, coup by coup, in the terrible water of the swamp. With a snout full of clay and silence. 57. Bali. Neruda's rage at the betrayal of popular aspirations came with a deep sense of hope that the people, organized by communists and others, would prevail. When communism arrived in the darker nations in the 1920s, it drew adherents who had been embittered by the failures of constitutional nationalism and revolutionary terrorism as well as empire. Intellectuals and peasants from their different places, but with equal intensity, took refuge in the new ideology, grafted it onto their various homespun versions of freedom and equality, and sewed red flags for their demonstrations. Repression followed as soon as they let out their flags. Empire knew immediately that communism spelled its doom. It did not stop to negotiate with the communists, it wanted only to annihilate them. Neruda sings of the formation of the Communist Party of Chile in the 1920s, of the foundation of the party by people like Luis Emilio Recabarren to the massacres of its members by the oligarchy. And then, in Recabarren, Neruda explodes. How much has happened since then? How much blood upon blood? How many struggles upon the earth? Hours of splendid conquest. Triumphs won drop by drop. Bitter streets, defeated. Zones dark as tunnels. Razor-edged betrayals that seemed to sever life. Repressions armed with hatred. Militarily crowned. The earth seemed to give way. But the struggle goes on. 1. As Neruda hid from the authorities in the borderlands of Chile, across the Pacific Ocean, the communists in Indonesia faced their first major bloodbath, in Madiun in eastern Java. Unhappy with the nationalist negotiations with the Dutch, the Indonesian Communist Party, PKI, urged a popular uprising against both the Dutch and the newly emergent bourgeoisie in Indonesia. Defeated in street battles in Surakarta, the PKI and the Trotskyists regrouped in Madiun, where they faced the full force of the military. The army killed many of the PKI's leaders, jailed about 36,000 people, and crushed the party into relative insignificance. The adventure of 1948 ended swiftly. President Sukarno's rise to power came with the blood of the communists on his hands. His fall, in 1965, would be accompanied by the murder of 1 or perhaps 2 million communists and sympathizers. Sukarno was not an adherent of communism, and was discomforted by the creation of the PKI in 1920. Nevertheless, In 1926, he wrote an important book that gestured toward cooperation between Islam, Marxism, and nationalism. To Sukarno, the three main resources for the Indonesian freedom movement. 2. In 1960, President Sukarno created an ideological framework for his nationalist party and the new national institutions. Nasakom drew its inspiration from nationalism, nas, religion, agama, the Sanskrit word for religion, which Sukarno deployed as a way to draw Hinduism, a major minority faith, into the web of Indonesia, and communism, com. The agenda for national construction, Sukarno recognized, needed the PKI, which not only had a program worthy of Sukarno's project but also had an experienced and disciplined cadre. As Sukarno moved toward the left, the PKI became a critical base for him. In 1951, the PKI had sufficiently recovered from the adventure of 1948 to choose a group of young leaders to revitalize the party. Among the quartet of leaders stood Dipanasantara Adit, who argued that the party could not have any influence if it did not grow. As a result, the PKI decided that its standards for membership should not be too celestial because from a large quantity it is far more possible to achieve higher quality. 3. The PKI grew rapidly. By 1965, 3.5 million people were members of the party. To move into all aspects of Indonesian life, the PKI revived its mass organizations. By 1965, the youth group, Pemuda Rakyat, boasted a membership of 3 million, while the women's organization, Jerwani, had 1.5 million. Adding these members to those from the Trade Union Federation, Central Organisasi Buruh, the Cultural League, Lembaga Kebudayaan Rakyat, the Peasants' Front, Barisan Tani Indonesia, and the Scholars Association, Himpunan Sarjana Indonesia, the party commanded the loyalty of more than 20 million Indonesians, in a country of 110 million. PKI had a substantial presence in the archipelago, with its greatest growth rate being on the island of Bali. 4. Despite this massive growth, the PKI under Adit did not make any move to take state power. The labor unions seized control of Dutch-owned firms in late 1957, but that was as far as they would go. In 1957–58, in Sumatra and Sulawesi, the military and the right wing joined together to create liberated areas and arrest PKI cadres. Instead of using this as an opportunity to crack down on the old social classes and the military, the PKI leadership put its faith in Sukarno. Adit followed a well-hewed analysis among Marxists across the Third World, that a relatively non-industrial society cannot have a proletarian revolution, and so the Communist Party must work alongside progressive sections of the bourgeoisie to create democratic capitalism. When the conditions of industry are more developed, the Communists can come to state power. This was the dominant position articulated by the Soviet Union and the Chinese, who gave support to communist parties as long as they maintained an alliance with the progressive section of the national bourgeoisie. On the basis of this premise, Adit articulated a four-part strategy: to enlarge the party and its mass organizations, constrain or win over the progressive sections of the national elite, use Sukarno's move to the left, and neutralize the armed forces. 5. The PKI was able to both grow and make a connection with Sukarno, but it was not able to insinuate itself into the imagination of the national elite or make a crack in the armed forces. The PKI developed cells of party members inside the armed forces. By 1955, about 30% of those in uniform leaned toward the PKI, mainly those from the ranks, not from the officer corps. In response to the Sumatra and Sulawesi rebellions, which were supported by the CIA, Sukarno declared martial law, from March 1957 to May 1963. By this means, he attempted to secure the officer corps to his side. He succeeded in bolstering the role of the Army, which received $20 million from the U.S. government for an upgraded military assistance program. 6. The Army regained its stature despite the PKI's efforts to send it back to the barracks. 7. Irresolute, Sukarno brought Indonesia into the 1960s with a strong army and a strong communist party, with his own guided democracy experiment eager for the disciplined loyalty of the former and the economic program of the latter. 8. Its PKI realized that the growth of military power needed to be countered on the streets and in the kampungs, villages. In early May 1965, the Politburo of the PKI called for the creation of People's Revolutionary Mass Actions from below to bolster the revolutionary mass actions by the bodies of the state from above. 8. It wanted to create a fifth force of armed workers and peasants. The party set up a training camp in Lubang Buaja for the PKI's youth wing. The armed defense of the Nasacom had to be conducted by the PKI, or else the state would fall to the military and the old social classes. In 1965, the year of living dangerously, the army pretended that this fifth force had begun a rebellion. It overthrew Sukarno and installed General Suharto. So far, little distinguishes the Indonesian case from that of most coups d'état in the bruised nations. But the direction of Indonesian history takes a nasty turn. In September 1959, Sukarno presciently told the PKI at its 6th Congress, "You are my blood relatives, you are my brothers, and if you die, it is I who shall be the loser." 8. To invoke death was to have seen into the future, for Suharto's army unleashed all the anti-communist social forces, and itself, onto the PKI, its mass members, and its supporters, or else anyone who stood to the left. Between 1965 and 1966, anywhere from 100,000 to 2 million people fell to their deaths before Suharto's new order. 98. It tried to flee to Yogyakarta, but he was caught and killed. The new regime dismissed the massacre as the anger of a population suppressed by communism and Sukarno. Suharto dismissed all culpability and scoffed at any suggestion that his military had anything to do with the genocide. The island of Bali lost about 8% of its population, or 100,000 people, in the assault on the PKI in 1965-66. 10. Bali is now thought of simply as a planetary tourist paradise, ruffled only by the bomb blasts of October 2002. 111 can stroll about the island today with little sense that in December 1965, after they had sent many PKI to the grave in Java, the Resimen Para Komando Angkatan Darat, Army Parakomando Regiment, arrived on Bali to begin the slaughter. Near the Bali Beach Hotel, the commandos started to kill, as others shipped entire villages to anti-communist strongholds where murder had been streamlined. 12. The disappeared villages transformed the countryside, which later appeared pock-marked with the blackened shells of former settlements. 13. In the village of Kesiman, the army and its allies killed 500 people and jailed another 300 out of a total population of 4,000. Asked about the event years later, the survivors remembered the height of the terror as a time when the streets were littered with body parts, innards, and blood, and the rivers were overrun with the stench of death. 14. The actual massacre came at the hands of the army and the activists of the right wing, mainly theocratic, political parties. They had lists of names of activists and organizers of the PKI and its affiliated organizations. They used these lists to gather the victims for execution. Although the US and Australian governments neither instigated nor conducted the massacre, they encouraged the purge, fattened the lists of communists for the army, funded the Paracommandos, and supported the media effort to blame the entire genocide on the communists. 15. Reports of the atrocities began to pile up in the document room of the US Embassy in Jakarta, with one summary going by telegram to the State Department at Foggy Bottom with this description of events in Aceh: Muslim fervor. In Aceh apparently put all but few PKI out of action. Ajenas have decapitated PKI and placed their heads on stakes along the road. Bodies of PKI victims reportedly thrown into rivers or seas as Ajenas refused to contaminate Aceh soil. A few weeks later, the embassy reported, the army with the help of IPK, the League of Upholders of Indonesian Independence, a group integrally linked to the army youth organizations and other anti-communist elements, has continued systematic drive to destroy PKI in northern Sumatra with wholesale killings reported. News came from Bali that with 80,000 dead, there was no end in sight. To minimize the role of the U.S.-backed army and New Order regime, the embassy noted, many of the killings that are taking place under a political cover are actually motivated by personal and clan vendettas. 16. The U.S. State Department acknowledged in the 1990s that its agents had given lists of PKI members to the New Order regime, and that it had done little to stop the violence. 17. The historian Jeffrey Robinson's assessment is that even if it is not possible to establish definitively the extent of U.S. complicity, it can be demonstrated that U.S. policy contributed substantially to the seizure of power by the military under Suharto and to the massacre that ensued. 18. Robinson left out the Australian and British governments, both of which played significant roles in the liquidation of the PKI. 19. The genocide produced little outrage from around the world. When it became clear what the army had begun to do in Java and Sumatra, the United Nations felt it more important to urge, in the abstract, all governments to make special efforts during the United Nations Development Decade to promote respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms. 20. Admittedly, Sukarno had removed Indonesia from the United Nations some months before the coup, but when Suharto applied for re-entry in 1966, the General Assembly welcomed the dictator without any public condemnation. Pockets of the dedicated left within Europe and the United States organized vigils and issued statements, but the mainstream media turned a blind eye. With 100,000 people held as political prisoners in the New Order, exiled leftist Karmal Budiarjo arrived in London and set up THIRD-WORLDISM, an organization to help free these prisoners. THIRD-WORLDISM worked with Bertrand Russell and his foundation to publicize the scale of the atrocity, but few listened. 21. The governments of the First World had already pledged themselves to criticize the USSR and communism to the exclusion of all else. They would certainly not come to the defense of the communists against a factor of stability who would soon become their great ally. Nobody collated the Black Book of anti-communism. Moscow and Beijing remained mute. Since the 1920s, the USSR had an ambiguous relationship with communist parties in the darker nations. On the one hand, the USSR had been the one state that gave enormous ideological, diplomatic, and material support to many independence struggles. The early Comintern meetings, the publication of all the imperialist treaties on colonial domination by the new government, the Baku Congress of 1920, the 1928 Brussels meeting of the League Against Imperialism, and many other events and episodes signal the immense contribution the USSR had played to assist the growth of social and political struggle in the nascent Third World. The Comintern, from the early 1920s to 1935, urged communists in the darker nations to keep some distance between their activity and that of the nationalist groups in their regions. In China, though, the Comintern pushed the communists into an alliance with the nationalist Kuomintang that ended in the disastrous Kuomintang 1928 massacre of the communists in Shanghai. The space allowed by the Comintern resulted in the creation of hundreds of communist parties on the three continents, from Nicaragua to South Africa to Indonesia. In South America, the communist parties that grew the fastest, in Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay, enveloped the socialist parties and became heir to their organizational apparatus. Elsewhere, the communists had to start from scratch, often on terrain that had no industrial working class and only a limited history of socialist struggle, such as in Vietnam. At the 1935 Seventh Comintern Congress, the Soviet Communists reacted to the development of fascism within Europe by telling communist parties to work in a popular front with all patriotic social forces. The Comintern asked communist parties to work in coalition with all other anti-fascist forces, in order to enlarge its ambit by working in tandem with other classes, including sections of the bourgeoisie. While the strategy of the Comintern developed out of the German Communist Party's failure to stop the Nazi rise to power in 1933, that experience now came to dominate the work of communists in far different settings. Furthermore, as the USSR shifted its own international alliances, first with a pact with the Nazis in 1939, then in one with the Allies against the Nazis in 1941, the communist parties in the periphery had to scurry to find reasons for their own turbulent swings. While the idea of a popular front, and a united front, played an important role in ameliorating the adventurism of the communists of the 1920s, it did not necessarily lead the communists in the darker nations to take the opportunity to expand their constituency. The parties made opportunistic alliances with the nationalist forces, often with the encouragement of Moscow, and they used this place as a way to wield rather than to build power. The USSR urged local communist parties to go into hibernation or else make alliances with ghastly political forces in the name of unity, often because these forces wanted to make an expedient link with the USSR against the depredations of imperialism. By the advent of the Cold War in the late 1940s, the class collaborationist line had substantially weakened the communist parties in the Third World, and they became easy prey for attack by the CIA and the nationalist regimes. 22. Within Moscow and Beijing, there was no theoretical unanimity on the question of alliances and revolution. Debates raged along many lines. One position argued that each society must first develop its domestic industry, and only then, when its means of production are well established, can its proletariat overcome the morally supine bourgeoisie. Such a view acknowledged that history must move in stages, and only after a given society had moved from the feudal stage to the capitalist one could a transition to socialism be possible. Another, counter-opinion suggested that given the way the darker nations had been held in a situation of permanent dependence, it would be impossible for them to develop into capitalist societies. To hope that the national bourgeoisie would be capable of creating a capitalist society with the stake set against these new nations would be quixotic. Therefore the communists had to seize power, delink the new state from international capital, and rush the country through the stages. In China, Liu Shaochi articulated the stagist view, while Lin Biao took the uninterrupted revolution approach. Similar divides manifested themselves in Moscow and elsewhere. Regardless of the debates, by the 1960s both Moscow and Beijing produced concepts that validated the communist alliance with bourgeois democratic forces. In 1960, the USSR unveiled its concept, the National Democratic State, which referred to those non-communist national liberation states that emerged within the Third World. These states governed according to their own variant of socialism: Arab socialism, African socialism, Nasacom. 23 Beijing proposed the theory of new democracy, a coalition of four classes: the proletariat, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, and the domestic capitalists, would join together against imperialism to develop the country towards socialism. The Communist Party would lead these classes, which would develop capitalism to expedite growth rates and the transition to socialism. 24 Both Moscow and Beijing, therefore, guided the communists in the darker nations to make allowances for the national bourgeoisie. They had to work in national democratic fronts and create the groundwork for a future socialist transition. 25. The concepts of the national democratic state and new democracy allowed Moscow and Beijing to accept non-communist regimes and national liberation movements as sufficient for the non-industrial world. The conflict between Moscow and Beijing also added to their lack of scrupulousness when seeking alliances. The development of communism became almost secondary to the promotion of national democratic fronts. Given this line of analysis, the USSR and the People's Republic of China gave perhaps more support to the national democratic leaders who preached socialism and had control of a state than to emergent communist parties that had organized across the exploited classes and others into a movement to change the basis of social production. Nasser's Egypt, Qasim's Iraq, Boumedienne's Algeria, Indira Gandhi's India, Ne Win's Burma, Sékou Touré's Guinea, Ayub Khan's Pakistan, and Modibo Keïta's Mali became part of the USSR's and the People's Republic of China's most favored states, even though most of these leaders suppressed their local communist parties. By the early 1960s, the three largest communist parties, outside a communist state, in Asia, Africa, and the Arab lands were the PKI of Indonesia, Sudan's Al-Hizb al-Shuyui al-Sudani, SCP, and the Iraqi Communist Party, ICP, respectively. These parties commanded the respect of a large section of their societies and controlled important people's organizations, including trade unions, women's leagues, and youth associations. Within a decade, these three parties would be devastated when the national bourgeoisie, with the assistance of the United States as well as a blind eye from Moscow and Beijing, would call the military out of the barracks to exterminate them. If the USSR and the People's Republic of China had taken a strong stand in any one of these instances, they might have given courage to communists elsewhere to continue with their work. Instead, the silence scared communists into alliances with political forces that wanted to use and then destroy them. The communists were useful. Sukarno needed the PKI for its program and Qadr. When Brigadier Qasim overthrew the Iraqi monarchy, 1958, and Colonel Jafar al-Nimiri rejected a corrupt military junta in Sudan, 1969, both leaned on the strong communist parties to extend their power. A military coup has little institutional basis for legitimacy. People might respect the individual leaders or their cliques for their honesty, and wish them well, but these leaders or cliques have only the institutions of the armed forces to help give the coup legitimacy. In addition, most military factions come to power without a detailed program because army personnel have little experience in politics. In the case of Iraq and Sudan, the leaders made alliances with the communists both for their capacity to reach into the social worlds of the Iraqis and the Sudanese, but also to borrow from their established programs for social change. Qasim did not personally share the communists' views, but he knew that his coup would languish without them. By 1958, all political parties had absorbed the social program of the ICP, a testament to its relevance and probity. Even the Ba'ath, no friend to communism, adopted elements of the ICP's program. When the ICP took advantage of the opening to revive its banned organizations such as the Peace Partisans, the League for the Defense of Women's Rights, Al-Rabita, and the League of Iraqi Youth, the ICP grew to more than 25,000 Qadr members with an additional mass membership of 1 million, about a fifth of the total population of Iraq. 26. The growth of the ICP and its social power terrified the dictatorship of Qasim. Shortly after Qasim came to power, the founder of the Ba'ath, Michel Aflaq, visited Baghdad from Damascus to promote his party over the ICP. "We represent the Arab spirit against materialist communism," he told the Iraqis. "Communism is Western, and alien to everything Arab." 27 The Ba'ath had only 300 members in Iraq, and would grow to only 3,000 in the early 1960s. In May 1959, Hussein Ar-Radi, the ICP's first secretary, entered a Politburo meeting and argued that the time had come for the party to make a move for power. He was outvoted. The Soviets had sent an envoy with a message not to provoke Qasim. 28 The Ba'ath took the initiative, the United States backed it. The ICP defended the nationalist military regime when the Ba'ath attempted a coup in October 1959. It quickly took charge of the Ministry of Defense and the communications network. 500,000 communists and their allies filled the streets. This terrified the colonels, who began to decimate the ICP, their only organized defenders. Qasim ignored the Ba'ath, even after they attempted to assassinate him in late 1959. Led by the young Saddam Hussein. The Ba'ath's way had been prepared, and it eventually captured the state in 1963.29. The window to the future closed. In 1968, Hussein came to power. The USSR became a major ally of Hussein, who cultivated a split in the battered ICP. As Hussein made an alliance with the USSR, a pro-Soviet faction of the ICP joined hands with him. The anti-Ba'ath group, the ICP, central leadership, led by Aziz al-Hajj, felt the wrath of the Ba'ath's militia, the Jihaz Hanin. The USSR, meanwhile, provided Iraq with one of the 5 nuclear reactors that it built in the bruised nations, welcomed more students from Iraq than any other third world state, and provided considerable military and industrial assistance in exchange for oil. The ICP that remained within the government enabled Iraq's 1972 friendship treaty with the USSR, but as Hussein increased his hold on the country he began a campaign against the ICP itself. In 1978, Hussein had the loyal party members arrested, executed many Qadr, and used the ICP's suppression to send a strong message to his own Ba'ath that all loyalty had to be to his regime, and not to an ideology or another party. Hussein's campaign against the ICP led to his enhanced stock among Washington policymakers, whose own alliance with him began in 1983. The remainder of the ICP's Qadr either fled overseas or else remained within Iraq to continue the struggle, notably in the Kurdish regions, long a bastion of the left. The communists that remained in Iraq clandestinely fought on against the Ba'ath and smuggled out documents on the atrocities against Iraqis by the Hussein regime. 30. In Sudan, Nimiri came to power on a Nasrite agenda, and he, like Qasim, could not rule without the SCP. After the coup he banned all political parties, but allowed the SCP to continue its activities. Founded in 1944, the SCP was the only political party with national standing because, unlike the sectarian and racialist parties, it recruited equally in the north and south, among Christians as well as Muslims. Nimiri needed the SCP. In the typical formula, Nimiri first went after his right flank. In 1970, he began an assault on the reactionary Ummah party led by Sadiq al-Mahdi. When that party had been substantially pacified, Nimiri turned his attention to the SCP. The brutal repression of the SCP drove the communists to attempt a coup of their own along with sympathetic army officers. The Nimiri regime arrested the party leadership, executed most of them, including Abdel al-Khaliq Mahjoub, Joseph Garang, and Ahmed el-Sheikh, and urged their followers to destroy anyone who claims there is a Sudanese Communist Party. Destroy this alleged party. 31 When news of the events in Sudan reached the Soviet leadership, it tried to negotiate with the Nimiri government, as well as with the Egyptians and the Libyans, for asylum to the SCP's leaders. Once rebuffed, it did not pursue the matter. It is not that Moscow felt nothing for its comrades in the tropics, but that the fortunes of the communist parties in the Third World came second to the strategy mapped out by the USSR and the People's Republic of China. When the Nimiri regime executed the SCP leaders despite the entreaty from the USSR, Moscow rewarded the dictator with economic and political treaties as well as a special honored place as a delegate to the Communist Party of the USSR's 24th Congress in late 1971. In Syria, 1972, and Iraq, 1973, the USSR brokered a deal to create national fronts so that the communist parties in both countries would enter the government in a minority, indeed second-rank position and with few rights to conduct political organization. The crackdown led many communists to the gun. In Iraq, 12 militants including Khalid Ahmed Zaki of the Popular Front for Armed Struggle attempted a quixotic insurgency in the southern marshlands in 1968, only to be gunned down by the Iraqi army. They acted a decade too late, by which time A.R. Radi's assessment had become anachronistic. The revolutionary moment had passed. 32 Zaki's move to the gun came as part of the general turn of many communist parties toward Maoism. An elementary precept of Maoism was ignored by many of these movements: they did not consider whether they had built up sufficient mass support or if there was a sufficiently mobilized mass movement to join their small armed venture. In Congo's Kwilu region, Pierre Muley, a minister in Lumumba's deposed government, took up arms against Mobutu's regime, but while his insurgency lasted a few years, it too failed to make any headway. 33 In India, in 1967, a breakaway group from the Communist Party of India, Marxist, which had itself broken with the pro-Soviet Communist Party of India in 1964, began armed struggle in several parts of India, once more to suffer immense defeats. In Indonesia, the PKI conducted a self-criticism of the 8th line for its collaboration with Sukarno and began a Maoist-style guerrilla campaign on Java and the outer islands, like Kalimantan. The PKI managed to hold on to some pockets of support, and its guerrilla strategy bore some minor fruits, but in the main it was effectively wiped out as a serious contender for state power. 34 In South America, Maoism came as Castroism, when leftists went into armed struggle against the state from Argentina to Venezuela. As the French political activist Regis Debray put it in 1965, only armed struggle by well-trained militants can destroy the bourgeois state apparatus, a precondition for a successful revolution that will not be destroyed by a military coup. 35 Not one South American country had a reprieve from Castroism, and even as these suffered disastrous failures and a generation of leftists perished before the police guns, the strategy remained alive. The military usurped control of the historical dynamic, destroyed a generation of militants, and took advantage of the situation to foment a decade of military rule. Powerlessness, already a social fact in large parts of the bruised nations, grows out of the barrel of a gun. 36. As Sukarno fell, no significant word of protest came from New Delhi, Belgrade, Rangoon, Cairo, or Accra. Tepid disavowals of the violence came from their foreign ministries, but little else. Indonesia's Sukarno had played a crucial role in the creation of the political platform of the Third World, and Bandung had been its omphalos. Yet there was silence. The personal or political demise of the five major leaders of the progressive tendency in Bandung reveals much about the collapse of solidarity. Nehru died in 1964, both UNU and Nkrumah had been recently deposed by military coups, Nasser's role had been weakened by the collapse of his United Arab Republic, and Tito had begun a genial rapprochement with the USSR. Nehru, UNU, and Nasser had vexed relations with their domestic communist parties. In 1959, Nehru used his maximum constitutional powers to eject a communist state government in Kerala. UNU had kept an arm's length from the Communist Party of Burma during his short-lived reign, and the Egyptian Communist Party had dissolved itself in 1965, and asked its members to cooperate with Nasser's regime. 37 The regimes of the Third World had little regard for their local communist parties, and as long as this disdain made no impact on their relations with Moscow or Beijing, they had no obligation to speak for such atrocities as committed by the Indonesian army, the Moroccan government, against the National Union of Popular Forces, and the assassination of its leader, Ben Baraka, on the streets of Paris in 1965, and the Congolese army, against the Mouvement National Congolais, and the assassination of its leader, Lumumba, in 1961, with Belgian collusion. Both Sudan and Iraq remained a welcome part of the Third World and NAM. Sudan and Iraq, as well as Indonesia, formally continued to support the foreign policy objectives of the Third World. Indeed, Indonesia even formally adhered to the Bandung Principles, and this maintained the country in good stead at the political gatherings of the Third World. 38 During the genocide, the startlingly named Front Pancasila cheered on the army and helped conduct the mass murder. 39 Suharto's Pancasila only formally resembled the Panchshila of Bandung, for the army general's 5 points included such conservative staples as belief in the one supreme God, the unity of Indonesia, and democracy, led by the wisdom of deliberation among representatives. The original Panchshila did not refer to God, nor to the wisdom of the representatives, which could be another way of saying that the people should defer to their betters. 40 When Suharto's new order spoke of unity, it might already have had in mind the invasion of East Timor, in 1975, an annexation based on the army's notion of unity, not that of either the Indonesian people or the East Timorese. At the 1977 NAM meeting in New Delhi, Sudan's representative held the delegates in thrall with a presentation on the need to restructure the United Nations so that it would be more democratic and thereby support the new international economic order. Iraq's delegate presented the second of two working papers after the Sudanese, this one on the need to have a more efficient NAM structure, with better coordination through a secretariat. 41 Neither Iraq, Sudan, nor Indonesia were laughed out of the room. Their pogroms against the communists in each case became the sacrosanct internal affairs of each country. The major Third World powers accepted Indonesia, Sudan, Iraq, and others simply because they signed on to the basic principles of non-alignment, and because they shared a similar international economic analysis. The destruction of the left had an enormous impact on the Third World. The most conservative, even reactionary social classes attained dominance over the political platform created in Bandung. As an adjunct to the military regimes, the political forces that emerged rejected the ecumenical anti-colonial nationalism of the left and the liberals for a cruel cultural nationalism that emphasized racialism, religion, and hierarchy. The latter took shelter in a manufactured vision of tradition they claimed to be the true spokespersons of the authentic culture of their regions, as opposed to the modern or Western influence of the progressive left. The myth of Bali as paradise and Arabs as puritanical, or Hindus as hierarchical and Africans as tribal, all these visions of tradition emerged with a vengeance from the old social classes as a way to battle the left, and once the latter had been shunned, claim that they were the authentic representatives of their civilization. The Bali myth, the historian Robinson argues, for instance, has helped to falsify history in a way that has served the people in power while silencing those who have suffered injustice. 42. Some U.S. government officials in the field bemoaned their cozy relationship with oligarchies and militaries against the communists. For example, the deputy chief of the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala in the 1950s, Bill Krieg, noted that the reactionary forces were bums of the first order who wanted money, were palace hangers-on, while the communists could work, had a sense of direction, ideas, knew where they wanted to go. They were honest, very committed. This was the tragedy: the only people who were committed to hard work were those who were, by definition, our worst enemies. 43. The CIA and the old social classes crushed the left in many parts of the darker nations, enlivened the old social classes, and much later found that they had created a monster they could not control. Tawang. At dawn on October 20, 1962, the hills of the Thagla Ridge exploded in a series of blasts. The Chinese People's Liberation Army, PLA, began a long-awaited war with India that continued for a month, with the PLA sweeping deep into Indian territory across its long border with China. Brigadier John S. Dalvey of the Indian Armed Forces was with his forward battalion near the ridge, where he had been posted several months before in anticipation of an Indian march against the Chinese forces. As the first salvos crashed overhead, Dalvey later wrote, "There were a few minutes of petrifying shock. The contrast with the tranquility that had obtained hitherto made it doubly impressive. The proximity of the two forces made it seem like an act of treachery. Within 2 days, the Chinese assault not only pushed the Indian forces back but also cut off their retreat across the high-altitude passes that would have taken them back to reinforced Indian positions. The Chinese captured Dalvey and entered Brigade 7's main town, Tawang, where they met no opposition. Even as the war continued for a month, the PLA broke the back of the Indian defences in days. 2. In 1954, the two countries had signed the 5 Principles of Peaceful Coexistence, the Panchshila, which called for mutual understanding and cooperation on all issues. At Bandung, Nehru and Zhou Enlai stood shoulder to shoulder to proclaim a new Asia. Nehru's closing speech proclaimed this new spirit of Asia today. This is the Asia that is dynamic. Asia is full of life. Asia might make mistakes, and has made mistakes in the past, but it does not matter so long as life is there in it. We can make advances if life is there, but if there is no life, all our right words, our right actions will not hold good, and whatever we have achieved will be lost." 3. Nehru's metaphysical poetry sat uneasily next to Zhou's practical forthrightness. When challenged about Chinese expansionism, Zhou noted, "We are ready to restrain our government and people from crossing even one step across our border. If such things should happen, we would like to admit our mistake." 4. The People's Republic of China had common borders with many countries, but there were 4 that had border disputes with China: Burma, India, Pakistan, and the USSR. In 1920, the Karakan Manifesto from the USSR repudiated the treaties between the Tsarist regime and the Manchu Empire, with the statement that the Soviet Republic renounces all the annexations of Chinese territory, all the concessions in China, and returns to China free of charge and forever all that was ravenously taken from her by the Tsar's government and by the Russian bourgeoisie. 5. In the late 1950s, the USSR would rescind this statement and insist on territory that it had abrogated. The breakdown came only from a question of territory. The border dispute provided an occasion to continue the Sino-Soviet doctrinal debate in a military fashion. Nevertheless, for at least 2 decades, when instability raged in China, the Soviet statement provided the window to an alternative mode of international relations where the advantages of the imperial past would not determine the state of relations between contiguous states in the present. The Soviet initiative in 1920 represents an unusual move in interstate relations, but it is not the only model for post-colonial boundary resolutions. China had an unclear border with Burma, where more than 70,000 miles in the WA region remained in dispute right up to 1956. The conflict got so bad in 1955 that the Burmese army fought a major encounter with the PLA in the WA state, where the Burmese had been conducting operations against the Kuomintang army at the same time. The mess on the Sino-Burmese border could easily have led to war, as it did in the Sino-Indian sector. Yet the Burmese Prime Minister and a leading light at Bandung, U Nu, went to Beijing, forced the Chinese to the table, and negotiated their approach to the dispute and the actual border. Both the Burmese and the Chinese rejected the British borders at the same time as they assumed those older lines as guides for their new settlement. China absorbed some villages in the Kachin state, whereas Burma would have control over the Namwan assigned Tract. 6 While the agreement began a process that ended in 1960 with a formal declaration of the border, within Burma the Kachin peoples rose in rebellion the following year because they had not been consulted in the arrangement, nor did they wish to be a part of China. 7 For all the talk of self-determination, neither U Nu nor Zhou had considered the views of those they had shuffled to one side or the other of the new international border. There was conflict, but it was not between states. 8. The values on formal display in the Sino-Burmese negotiations had been enshrined at Bandung and Belgrade. The eighth principle in the Bandung Communiqué pledged the countries to settle disputes by peaceful means within the framework of the United Nations. 9 While this principle was sacrosanct in rhetoric and sometimes in practice, it could not be sustained in many instances. India and Pakistan fought a border war over Kashmir before the British troops had even left the subcontinent, while the Israeli state and its Arab neighbours went to war as the former came into existence. The People's Republic of China threatened Formosa with an invasion, while Algeria and Morocco, 1960, as well as Mauritania and Mali, 1963, went to war over their various disputed boundaries. Wars over borders provided a major excuse for the growth of the military in each of these national liberation states, and even those that did not succumb to a military dictatorship created an immensely powerful military apparatus that suffocated the social justice side of national budgets. Border disputes that stem in many cases from both an inappropriate theory of the border and lines drawn for colonial reasons provided the post-colonial military with the pretext for its own ascendancy. The PLA was battle-hardened in war against the Japanese occupation, its civil war against the Kuomintang that ran from the 1930s right to the 1950s, and its assault on outlying regions like Tibet that continued to the late 1950s. As the PLA dug into its forward positions on the line that divided India and China, it had better equipment and far better battle readiness than the Indian Army. 10 Following one of the precepts of Bandung, the Indian government tried to reduce the importance and size of, as well as the financial commitment to, the Indian Army. In 1958, when the Indian Army earned an increase in the budget to modernize its equipment and raise the salaries of soldiers, Congress leader Acharya Kripalani told the Parliament, "We had believed that in a non-violent India the last thing the government would contemplate would be an increase in the military budget, but I am sorry to say, and I think that it would disturb the soul of the father of the nation Gandhi, that in recent years there has been an increase." 11 Nehru's Congress Party did not expend foreign exchange on the import of foreign arms. The armed forces had to do with the British remainders and whatever could be produced domestically. From 1951 to 1962, the Indian Treasury spent less on arms than either the British government before it or the Indian governments that would follow the Sino-Indian War. Despite the war with Pakistan in 1947-48, the Indian government reduced its military expenses to 2% of its total budget, and despite this relatively low amount, the armed forces reported savings from what it had been designated. 12 After the war, the Indian government would not stint on its military to become the world's largest importer of weapons by the 1990s. Why did the PLA invade India in 1962? One answer is that India had threatened to invade China, and the Chinese did so preemptively. They had an intractable border dispute, and both sides began to encroach on each other's claimed territory. 13 Neither the Chinese nor the Indians decided to withdraw beyond sight of each other, call for arbitration, or create a demilitarized zone that might be several miles in depth as a way to cool tensions. Both governments padded their forces, brought them onto each other's heads, and set up a situation for war. Another way to look at the Sino-Indian border war is to see it as a commonplace occurrence in the new post-colonial states that had, as far as the borders went, begun to adopt a more European notion of nationalism than their own previous anti-colonial form. The very idea of nationalism that had sustained the anti-colonial movements would be challenged in the process of state formation. To remain on the level of the details of the Sino-Indian conflict from 1950–62 would inform us as to the reasons why the war took place, but it would not itself tell us about a broader problem for post-colonial states, the adoption of a mystical version of nationalism that had been alien to the anti-colonial movements. The Chinese built a road in the Aksai-Chin sector claimed by India, and they justified this not only as always having been part of Tibet, and therefore China, but as a crucial artery to join the Chinese provinces of Tibet and Xinjiang. Aksai-Chin is a barren region, where no one can survive year-round. By 1962, the Indian and Chinese armies stood at the many checkpoints that dotted the unmarked border. Border clashes from the mid-1950s resulted in the loss of some lives, but even those who did not perish spent months on end in the harsh high-altitude outposts where few would otherwise tread. When the snow got too heavy, the army abandoned the post, and each spring rushed back up to make sure that they were the ones to reclaim the spot and not the other side. This insane game went on for 8 years. Meanwhile, the Indian army moved to forward posts in the Tawang region, in northeastern India, into areas that were previously claimed by the Tibetans. Various ethnic communities for whom the border is an inconvenience people the Tawang region. Nations don't have natural borders, nor do most of them have well-defined historical borders. The tendency to see mountains or rivers as natural boundaries from the standpoint of security or ease of delineation is not universally accepted, nor does it everywhere have ancient roots. 14 Before mountains could be scaled or rivers could be forded, these geographic phenomena did provide a barrier for movement, but once humans learned to overcome these obstacles, they ceased to be effective barriers. Many pre-modern states did not put too much stake on the accurate delineation of the boundary, and the people who lived in its vicinity moved around for trade and pilgrimage with only minimal concern for the niceties of monarchical logic. Indeed, the Himalayas that run along the borders between today's states of Burma, Nepal, India, China, Pakistan, and Afghanistan are home to people at high altitudes whose lives rely on transit across the mountain passes to the plains for trade or religious pilgrimages. The boundary is not in the interest of these people, because in many cases it not only inconveniences trade or belief but also bifurcates a linguistic group or an ethnic community. People who see themselves as part of a community are rent by a logic that is antithetical to their own history. In 1913, the British Indian government sent 2 surveyors to northeast India. Frederick Markham Bailey and Henry T. Morshead travelled along a well-trod trade route that would soon be known as the Bailey Trail. 15 Bailey and Morshead found that traders and their yaks moved goods from the highlands of Tibet to the plains of Burma and India, without any care for passports or identification, without a sense that they lived in what had already become a disputed border region. When Christoph von Führer-Heimendorf visited the Bailey Trail in 1944 as the special officer of the Indian External Affairs Department, he reported that the people in the region, the Monpa, had an oblique relationship with either Tibet, China, or India. 16 International borders meant little to them because their ancestors had hewed trails that created their own geography, their own mundane and spiritual maps. At the crossroads of this interconnected border region stood Tawang, a town dominated by a monastery, Gompa, called Golden Namgyal Lhatse, built between 1643 and 1647. The circumstances of the monastery illuminate the lack of importance borders had for the lives of the people. Lodre Gyaltso, known also as Merak Lama, allowed his horse to take him where it willed. The horse stopped, and Merak Lama named the place Tawang, chosen by a horse. 17 The story mimics the Brahmanical Ashwamedha Yagya, the horse sacrifice of ancient Vedic India, where a monarch would allow a horse to run its paces, and all the ground the horse covered would be the monarch's terrain. The impulse of the horse determined the rough border of the Vedic kings, while the resting place of the horse along the fuzzy boundary between regions provided Merak Lama with the site for his monastery. Bailey and Morshead were the advance team of a colonial state that had a classic approach to borders. Colonial powers based their borders on what they were able to conquer, and guarded these boundaries in terms of security rather than any other principle. The cartography of the Himalayas by the British had little to do with the needs and desires of the people who lived in the hills, it had everything to do with the creation of buffer states to protect their Indian Empire from the threats by the Tsarist Russians and the Manchu Chinese. In 1893, the British created the Durand Line, which ran right through the homelands of the Pashto speakers so as to maintain Afghanistan as a border territory between Russia and India, just as in 1914. The British fashioned the McMahon Line to divide their Indian domains from those of the Chinese. 18 Security as the British understood it was the paramount reason for the way they understood the borders, and frequently they signed agreements with parties, such as King Abdul Rahman Khan in Afghanistan or Ivan Chen of the Order of the Chia Ho and the Dalai Lama for the Tibet-India border, whose own legitimacy would be questioned later. In the Durand and McMahon cases, the British simply drew up a line that met their security needs and got the line ratified by parties that had little option but to sign on. 19. In the colony, the border provided security. In Europe, the border offered a divide between one nation and another. Indistinct zones between countries were redefined in the 19th century as nations came into their own. 20 Border technology, such as the quadrant and the theodolite as well as border cartography, supplied the means for the emergent European nations to produce finely wrought territorial markers and maps for their national imaginary. These new technologies met a social demand, to remove the nebulousness of the border and unify a nation. Border making was not neutral because it bore within it the values of European ethno-nationalism. From the mid-18th century onward, European nation-states emerged out of the monarchies and baronies of earlier epochs. The idea that motivated many of these nation-states was that they must contain within them people of the same ethnicity or race, that the French and the Germans are divided not simply by language and custom but by the strains in their blood. While nationalism is indeed a modern phenomenon, nationalists enlivened their national demands with ancient stories of their nation, and therefore they saw their quest not as the production of a nation into a state but as the reclaiming of a nation under a state. The nation was always there, waiting for the nationalist to bring it into its own. 21 The creation of tradition and the accoutrement of nations strengthened the claim that a people, such as the English or the French, had a natural desire and need to be self-governed, where the self had racial connotations and did not simply designate a political unity. 22 Anti-colonial movements were conscious of these dual, security and racial, roots for border construction. Many of them had a great unease about the linkage between national dignity and territorial integrity. Multinational states had little need for chauvinist sensibilities about where the state started or stopped. Within the country, the division of the landmass was often conducted on lines that did not privilege the fault lines of race or religion. In India, for instance, the internal states were divided along the lines of language, which can be learned and therefore is not ontologically derived. 23 A strict border would inconvenience those who lived in the zone that straddled it, and in most cases, the harsh climate or terrain in the border region made its fortification unnecessary and impossible. When Soong Ching-ling, Madame Sun Yat-sen, traveled to India in 1956 as China's vice president, she assured the national audience on All India Radio that friends may live far apart from each other, but friendship knows no barriers. 24 In late 1958, Nehru wrote to Zhou to set aside the very minor border problem and concentrate on larger matters. Zhou wrote back that the minor border matter should not affect the development of Sino-Indian friendly relations. This small question can be settled. 25 Borders were a pragmatic issue, not a principled one. Such high-minded ideas on internationalism and mutual respect for sovereignty, the basis of Panchshila, could not withstand older ideological and cultural pressures. In China, the power of what some communists called Han chauvinism or Great Hainism was strong. Liu Shaoqi's political report at the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, September 1956, cautioned cadres not to fall prey to the idea that the Han people are the best, and that others are inferior, that only the Han can take charge of the minority communities, called nationalities, and do their work for them. 26 In July 1957, Zhou went before the National People's Congress to caution the delegates against big nation chauvinism. China is a big socialist country, he said, so we must realize that the nationalist countries, whose social systems are different from ours, may have misgivings and fears toward China. Such statements offered an alternative to the virus of chauvinism and territorial fetishism that had become apparent in Tibet and in Formosa. 27. If currents of ethno-nationalism emerged within and around the broader internationalism of Chinese communism, similar leakages broke the barriers of Nehruvian secular internationalism. As the border dispute became more and more intractable, marginal political parties of the intransigent right set the terms for the debate. The leader of the Swatantra Party told the Indian Parliament that the Chinese were soiling our motherland with their cancerous fingers. 28. When Zhou visited Delhi in 1960, Nehru stood beside him and said, "Not an inch of Indian soil would be yielded to China." Whereas Nehru was clear that the dispute was about 2 miles of territory, his firmness came from the need to defend national prestige and dignity. 29. The reduction of dignity to territory had two important effects. First, it enabled previously subterranean chauvinism to parade in public. In India, the marginal right took center stage as the defender of not only the border but also the ancient culture of India, which would be portrayed by these forces as Hindu tendencies against ethnic or religious minorities that would otherwise have no room in the broad expanse of secular national liberation squeezed into the public sphere, just as the state's own cultural institutions began to imagine the history of the state in ethno-cultural terms rather than anti-imperialist ones. From the rich resource of the past, state leaders drew elements to create the symbols and myths of the new nations. Currency bore these emblems, as did national songs and history books. Anti-imperialism remained part of the agenda, but it now began to share the dais with an ideology that largely contradicted it, that the nation had always been there, that the freedom movements only returned it to its rightful place, and not that the nation had been produced by the national liberation movements. War encouraged chauvinism. Second, the defense of the border and the talk of a military solution to a historical and political problem would have an adverse budgetary impact on state construction. An enhanced military establishment ate into the budgets and derailed the state's social development agenda. Monies spent on the military do not create a multiplier effect on the rest of the economy in terms of social development. 30 Indeed, military expenditure in the Third World distorts the national economic pledge to reverse the imperial drain and create a national economy whose incentive is social equity. Instead, the military expenditure drains capital toward the production of the means of destruction, begins to waste precious foreign exchange on the import of military technology, and destroys regional cooperation. One of the main levers to upturn the project of the Third World is militarization. 31. After the 1962 war, the Indian government raised the percentage of the budget devoted to arms from an average of 2%, between 1951 and 1961, to an average of 4% of India's gross product, a full quarter of the central government outlay. The military's draw on the finances of the state raised the stature of the defense minister in the cabinet and state policy. Social development had to get in line behind security, which had been reduced to military defense, in the affairs of state. World Bank President Robert McNamara's study of military expenditure in the darker nations found that states had quintupled that one line item between 1960 and 1988. Military expenditure increased at twice the rate of per capita income. 32 As precious capital went into the military, the rate of savings in these societies declined, just as these societies began to see a drastic reduction in social spending, education, health, and child welfare, as opposed to military expenditure. 33 In addition to its diversion of investment capital, the military drew on scarce human and material resources. People bore arms, they did scientific research for military purposes, and raw materials like chromium, cobalt, manganese, steel, uranium, and other such materials moved from civilian to military use. 34 By 1982, the United Nations offered the stark choice that either the world can pursue the arms race, or else it can move consciously and with deliberate speed toward a more stable and balanced social and economic development. But, the United Nations cautioned, it cannot do both. 35. As the Third World state diverted its foreign exchange toward the import of arms, it developed close relations with NATO and the Warsaw Pact. The main arms manufacturers and exporters came from either the Atlantic or the Soviet blocs, and the states of the Third World created special relationships to gain access to these producers. Often military arrangements were worked out to allow for the transfer of technology to the darker nations. For repairs and training, advisors from the Atlantic and Soviet blocs made frequent trips to the Third World, even to states that formally pledged their non-alignment. In 1973, the Soviet Union went to the UN General Assembly with a resolution to reduce global military expenditures by 10% and put that money into a fund for social development in the Third World. With all indications that the Atlantic powers would veto the measure, the General Assembly rewrote the resolution to ask the Secretary General to study the matter. 36 The world's governments failed to cooperate effectively, and the measure died where it began. Every attempt to stem the arms trade or cut back on the vast increase in the global military budget was met with disdain or incomprehension. Security and defense had come to be reality, whereas social development became idealistic. 37 The 1962 Sino-Indian War tragically disrupted the dynamic of known alignment, and therefore of the political platform of the Third World. Thereafter, India, which took a leadership role in the group at the United Nations on issues of disarmament and peace, was severely compromised by its own arms buildup. China's foreign policy wound its way from Bandung to a rapprochement with the United States and its impossible alliances with dictatorial regimes. As China began its new relationship with the United States, the Chinese government praised the Greek military junta, 1972, took the side of Pakistan against the liberation of Bangladesh, 1971, welcomed Namairi to Beijing after the dictatorship's massacre of its communists, 1971, sent emergency aid to the Sri Lankan government to defeat the left-wing Lanka Samaha Party's insurrection, and quickly recognized Pinochet's coup in Chile. It expelled the Chilean ambassador to China when he refused to support Pinochet. 38 The Sino-Indian War compromised the credibility of India and China. 39 In 1966, the Indian writer Rahi Masoom Raza published his cheeky novel, Ayodhya, Half a Village. Set in Gangali, a small town in Bihar on the banks of the Ganges, far from the border region, Raza's story takes the reader to the period when the partition of the subcontinent meant the mass migration of Hindus to India and Muslims to Pakistan. 13 million people crossed the border and 1 million people died in the inevitable fracas when the two lines of enforced migrants met each other, or else when political forces of the right began a vigilante massacre of each other. Deep inside what became India, the Muslim residents of Gangali reject any idea that they must uproot themselves and go to Pakistan. "I am not going anywhere," said my dad, "let those who feel ashamed of their buffaloes go. I am here, with my soil and fields." 40 Some of Gangali's residents thought that Pakistan would be the new name of a part of their village, the Muslim majority areas would be renamed, and if they didn't already live there, they would have to move to this Pakistan. Tanu, my dad's brother, fights with a political worker who comes to convince Muslims to move to Pakistan. He tells the politician that they will have to harvest the crop of fear because they have introduced firm differences where they were not so stark. "Allah is everywhere," he says courageously, "so how different is Gangali from Mecca?" The politician is outraged by this comparison, which brings from Tanu this rejoinder, "Gangali is my town. Mecca is not my town. It is my home, just as Alamian's is the Kaaba. Things built on a foundation of fear and hatred cannot be auspicious." 41 Raza wrote this novel in the aftermath of the Sino-Indian Border War and while the Indo-Pakistan War of 1965 shook the subcontinent. The crop of fear had been harvested not just on the border and in the deaths that such wars occasion but also in the distortions bred into the social fabric of the nation and the economic agenda of the state. Caracas. On July 14, 1936, the magazine Ahora ran an editorial on its front page titled Sembrar el Petróleo, to sow or to plant oil. The year before, the longtime dictator of Venezuela, Juan Vicente Gómez, had died. The future seemed open for the country. Arturo Uslar Pietri, well known on the Caracas scene for his remarkable historical novel, Las Lanzas Coloradas, 1931, authored this far-sighted piece. Now all of Venezuela is oil. Not oil sown and transformed into harvests and factories, as it could and should have been, but oil flooding over and carrying away houses, plants, and cattle in its path. One oil, the most lucrative raw material found in the darker nations, carried great promise. As black gold, it had the ability to finance the social democratic dreams of populations that had slumbered too long in the shadow of empire. Yet the massive oil profits earned did not trickle down to the masses, the beneficiaries were the oil companies and the oligarchy. As if testing Uslar Pietri's thesis, in December 1936, the oil workers at the Maracaibo fields went on strike for better daily wages, better housing, and salary parity between Venezuelans and foreigners. The regime joined with the oil companies to refuse the demands, sent in the police, and decreed a mediocre rise in the daily wage as a stop point to the oil industry created an industrial proletariat, but their numbers remained low in this capital-intensive industry. When the oil workers made demands on their flushed proprietors, they earned no redress. The foreign, mainly U.S., management recycled prejudices that did not answer the aspirations of the workers. The Vice President of Venezuelan Gulf, W.T. Wallace, felt that there was no need to take care of these workers because the native mind cannot conform to the accepted method of living, and if the workers do try to make their surroundings inhabitable, this comes not on a real desire to conform to American practices, but from a desire to try to get something for nothing. 3. In the 1950s, oil production doubled, and between 1948 and 1957 the oil industry produced revenues of $7 billion for the government. This amount was greater than the whole previous total of public revenues since the colonization of the country by Spain. For this money, plus an enormous amount of foreign investment capital, flooded the country. It went toward a major construction boom in the city of Caracas. Freeways circled the valley, enclosing European-style apartment buildings and enormous shopping arcades, including the world's most profitable branch of Sears and Roebuck. The dictator Marcos Pérez Jiménez, 1952-58, turned the oil revenues toward the reconstruction of urban Venezuela. The wealthy created a paradise in Caracas Valley, while an enormous migration began to settle on the hillsides. These were not oil workers, who tended to live in company housing next to the oil fields toward the west of the country. The migrants came in response to the great social upheaval in Venezuela, caused in large part by the rapid economic growth spurred on by the oil profits. The gross national product increased by a dramatic 95%, and this buoyed the construction trade and the service industries for the rich. From 1950 to 1965, the years of oil expansion, the proportion of rural to urban dwellers grew from 48 to 66%. Pérez Jiménez's armies bulldozed the rough and ready urban villages and built vast public housing estates, superb blocks. When this dictator was overthrown in 1958, his successors threw open the barrios to assuage the aspirations of the landless peasants who flooded the cities. As one scholar put it, so concentrated was the trend that today more barrios trace their origin back to those first 24 months following the revolution than to any other period. 5. The barrios remained a hotbed of political resentment and cultural ferment. From there would come the energy for revolution and disorder, for labor and reconstruction. Oil promised salvation. The few countries that had enough oil for both domestic consumption and export earned significant amounts of foreign exchange. Oil had much more muscle than cocoa and coffee, than bauxite and iron ore. The lifeblood of post-war industrial capitalism, oil earned well for those who controlled it. The issue, from the first, was not so much the oil itself but control. Who controlled the oil? When inventors discovered what to do with the black gold in the 1850s, the main colonial states, including the United States and Tsarist Russia, quickly made it their mission to take control of this major energy resource. In 1850, fossil fuels supplied only 6% of the world's energy needs, while humans and animals provided the rest. A century later, human and animal power had declined to 6%, while fossil fuel use accounted for the remainder. By 1950, the main energy corporations organized themselves into 7 conglomerates known as the Seven Sisters: Exxon, or Esso, Shell, BP, Gulf, Texaco, Mobil, and SoCal, or Chevron. 6 Even though oil is a lucrative product, in its crude state it is nothing more than a raw material. To remove oil from the ground requires an immense capital outlay, both for exploration and extraction. This initial capital outlay is the carrot and stick used by the Seven Sisters. They came to the oil lands in the early years and staked out concessions for themselves. Their fates were interlinked. In one zone, Exxon would be the main partner, and in another BP they operated as a cartel and dominated the supply of crude oil. Not only did the firms control the supply of oil, but they also held the reins to the transportation, refinement, and sale of oil in its various forms. These 7 firms, in 1950, controlled 85% of the crude oil production in the world outside Canada, China, the USSR, and the United States, and these firms acted together as a cartel of private companies to ensure that they not only got the best prices for crude oil but also controlled the entire oil market. The regimes that ruled over the oil lands could have used the rent paid by the oil companies to increase the social wage to expand public education, health, transport, and other such important avenues for the overall advancement of the people. Instead, the oil rent went toward the expansion of luxury consumption for the bureaucratic managerial or monarchical elite, the oligarchy in Venezuela or the Ibn Saud clan in Saudi Arabia, and to oil the military machine. The Oil War of Bolivia-Paraguay, 1932–35, was a preview of the 1967–70 Nigerian Civil War. 7 In 1966, oil workers in Lagunas, Venezuela, reflected that oil has come and gone for us here. It would have been better for us if these machines had never come. 8 The profits for oil did not go towards social development, a failure that eroded the confidence of the local bourgeoisie in its own capacity. Usler Pietri's 1936 editorial reflected this anxiety and anger, this sense that despite the oil and its revenues, the Venezuelan government had been unable to open its hand to the afflicted. In 1957 alone the Seven Sisters made $828 million in Venezuela, whose regime allowed them to remit all their profits without restrictions. As one U.S. banker noted, "You have the freedom here to do what you want to do with your money, and to me, that is worth all the political freedom in the world." 9 The United States supported the junta that came to power in the 1940s, whose goal was to maintain good relations with the oil cartel rather than pursue social development policies. In 1950, the U.S. State Department remarked that all United States policies toward Venezuela are affected in greater or lesser degree by the objective of assuring an adequate supply of petroleum for the U.S., especially in time of war. 10 The oil wealth was not, therefore, reinvested for the overall development of the country. The junta reversed the land reforms of a decade previously, sold the land to private speculators, and moved Venezuela to become a net importer of food grains. 11 In the early 1950s, Creole Petroleum, a subsidiary of Exxon, did a poll that confirmed its worst fears. A majority of Venezuelans supported the nationalization of the oil industry. 12 Even the junta had to worry about the decline in oil prices, because this was the main source of its revenues. It sent a delegation to Saudi Arabia and Iran to see if the main oil lands could come to some agreement on prices, but they did not make a dent. The Saudis had a political beef with Venezuela, the latter had supported Israel's creation. In 1958, the new relatively progressive government led by Acción Democrática, AD, expressed an interest in recouping a larger share of the oil profits, thus far absorbed by the Seven Sisters. Venezuela had been able to increase its share of the world oil market for serendipitous reasons. Mexico used to be a major provider of the world's oil, 25%. After the Mexican Revolution, 1911, the new regime attempted to get a better handle on its oil profits. The two major companies, U.S.-based Standard Oil and British-based Mexican Eagle, were chary about the nationalist noises from Mexico City. In 1934, after 2 decades of tussle, the general who had once guarded the oil region, Lázaro Cárdenas, became the president. A British official recognized his politics and yet admired his probity. His leftist inclinations make him the bugbear of capitalism, but all things considered it is to be regretted that there are not more men of his caliber in Mexican life. 13. The depression, the overproduction of oil, and the stranglehold of the Seven Sisters led to a drop in the earnings for countries like Mexico. In 1937, its oil workers threatened to strike against their working and living conditions as well as the decline in their wages. Cárdenas appointed a commission to study the situation, and the commission reported that the wages and conditions of work needed to be improved. Mexican managers and technicians had to replace foreign ones, and the oil companies had taken Mexico for a ride. In 1938, Cárdenas nationalized the oil industry. In retaliation, the Seven Sisters boycotted the purchase of Mexican oil, and the new National Oil Company, Pemex, floundered. U.S. Ambassador Josephus Daniels predicted that Mexicans would drown in their own oil. 14. The Seven Sisters moved their focus from Mexico to Venezuela. Being a cartel, the Seven Sisters colluded in their political attack on Mexico, sent a message to the oil lands that they opposed the nationalization of the oil fields, and moved to another site where they were given beneficial treatment. Because of this shift to Venezuela, its oil production increased dramatically from 1943 onward, so that by 1957 the South American country produced 1 billion barrels of oil. The AD regime reassessed Venezuela's position. The government could tax the oil profits. Before they moved in this direction, the Seven Sisters slashed the price of oil. The Seven Sisters faced competition from the USSR's sale of surplus oil on the open market as well as the entry of new oil companies outside the cartel, from Italy and Japan. The Seven Sisters also had to deal with the U.S. quotas on oil imports to stimulate domestic production. Even as the Seven Sisters began to lose their hold on the oil market, the decline still left them with over 72% of it by 1960.15. To show their muscle, the Seven Sisters slashed the oil price twice between February 1959 and August 1960. They could spread their per barrel losses by capturing more of the volume of sales, whereas the taxes paid to the oil lands based on the per barrel posted price decreased immediately. The pain borne by the regimes of the oil lands pushed many of them toward a reconsideration of the shape of the international economy. In the late 1940s, Raúl Prebys complained about the low prices earned by the raw material producers because private cartels controlled international prices. 16 Whether the crop is cocoa, sugar, rubber, or oil, the structure of the commodity cartel did not differ much. The Economic Commission on Latin America and the Afro-Asian Organization for Economic Cooperation both held deliberations on the creation of public commodity cartels as a power base against the private corporate cartels. They wanted the public cartels to achieve a stabilization of prices to benefit the raw materials producers. The declining price of raw materials over time meant that the Third World would never be able to earn enough from the sale of raw materials to effect both meaningful social development and industrial growth. Many of the formerly colonial states had a problem: they had either been carved out as one commodity producers or else they had developed into one-crop countries. With no economic diversification, these states additionally had less power than the private corporate cartel. They had only one crop, and unless other countries that produced the same crop banded together, they had to accept whatever terms the private corporate cartel offered. There could be no bargaining, and the prices remained abysmally low. Because of the low level of capital available in the darker nations, the regimes tried to strengthen the one economic process that had already been perfected, the colonial crop. The regimes in the Third World relied on the singular colonial crop. They also had little capital to refine and process the crop to create some value before export. In other words, the raw material frequently left the old colonial rail lines and ports in its rawest form possible for transport, and brought a mediocre return to the former colony. The reliance on the singular crop or extractable raw material, or two crops and mined goods, meant that the national liberation state could not be too confrontational toward the only one who would buy the commodity and take it to the lucrative First World markets. As Egypt's Nasser put it, Arabs know that their oil has to go to the customer before it has any value. 17 Finally, the low level of capital in the arsenal of the darker nations meant that they gave reasonable terms to the transnational conglomerates that worked in the private cartel, and had the funds to explore and excavate, cultivate, and transport. The concessions given to these conglomerates meant that the regime frequently lost control over production, and would only be able to restrict the giants through licenses, increased taxation, and other minor irritations. The broad sovereignty over resources and labor had been long mortgaged for the capital infusion that was so necessary in the ruined landscape of the former colonies. By 1980, of the 115 developing countries, according to UNCTAD, at least half remained dependent on one commodity for over 50% of their export revenues. Most of these countries had come to rely on petroleum exports. 18. The most common commodity on the following list is petroleum, although in the 1950s many of these nations had not yet produced petroleum at the rates they would in the 1980s. It made sense, then, that when the Seven Sisters played with the prices in the late 1950s, the regimes in the oil lands had to react. If they did not make any movement to challenge the Seven Sisters, their livelihood would vanish. Source: UNCTAD, Handbook of International Trade and Development Statistics, Geneva, United Nations, 1984, Table 4.3d. In April 1959, Nasser's Egypt and the Arab League hosted the First Arab Petroleum Congress, a gathering attended by representatives from the Arab nations, except Iraq, whose leader Qasim had a disagreement with Nasser, along with Venezuela and Iran. The Congress gathered just as the Seven Sisters reduced the posted price for Middle East oil. Venezuela's representative, Juan Pablo Pérez Alfonso, was an experienced AD politician. Pérez Alfonso made his political mark in 1943 during a debate in Venezuela over the oil concessions enjoyed by the Seven Sisters. Whereas the government won the right to tax oil profits, it did put off the rule of the Seven Sisters for another 40 years. Pérez Alfonso and his AD colleagues considered the hydrocarbons law a sellout. In 1958, Pérez Alfonso joined the AD government as the Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons. He led the charge against the Seven Sisters, earned the government 60% of the oil revenues, and established the notion that Venezuela had sovereignty over its subsoil so that the entire oil industry was a public utility. 19 On his departure for Cairo from Caracas, Pérez Alfonso noted, "We producers must try to find means to collaborate to avoid arbitrary fixing of prices." 20 Pérez Alfonso, who refused to travel by car or use lights at night, had a mystical notion of Venezuela's petroleum reserves. Petroleum, which had an intrinsic value, had been given to the people for posterity, and it was the duty of the guardians of the state to ensure its longevity. 21 His personal attitudes and practices with regard to petroleum did not come only from ecological motive but mainly from a nationalistic one. The reserves had to be saved for the future, not for themselves. Because of this idiosyncratic argument and because he was a close follower of Prebys's theory of public commodity cartels, Pérez Alfonso tried to maximize on the momentary advantage given to Venezuela by the Seven Sisters. At Cairo, the powers did not make any great headway toward price control because all they settled on was a word-of-mouth agreement to defend the price of oil. 22 Frank Hendrick, legal counselor to the Saudi government, presented a paper at the Congress in which he argued that an oil-producing nation, by the law of civilized nations, may clearly in a proper case, modify or eliminate provisions of an existing petroleum concession which have become substantially contrary to the best interests of its citizens. 23 This inflammatory statement stunned the delegates, mainly because it came with the blessings of the Saudi petroleum minister Abdullah al-Tarakai. A devotee of Nasser, Tarakai was a commoner who had studied engineering in the United States before he returned to Saudi Arabia. Given a break by radical elements in the Saudi royal family, who were known as the Free Princes, Tarakai articulated a progressive agenda for Saudi oil profits. He annoyed the Arab-American oil company, Aramco, with his criticism of its economic and political hold on Saudi Arabia, and pressured the monarchy with his statements on the need for more democracy on the peninsula. "We will soon have a constitution," he said in April 1958, "this country will shortly become a constitutional monarchy." Not for nothing was he known as the Red Sheikh. 24. The Red Sheikh met secretly with Pérez Alfonso to draft an agreement on the side of the conference that would be later known as the Maadi Pact. 25 Although the pact did not have any binding resolutions, it did set up the Oil Consultative Commission, which pledged to meet annually and push a 5-point plan to stabilize prices, integrate the operations of the industries so that the oil companies did not run rings around the oil lands, begin the refinement of oil products in the darker nations themselves, establish national oil companies that would operate side by side with existing private companies, and coordinate the conservation, production, and exploitation of petroleum. 26 The two men made no formal agreement, but they created the basis for what became the oil producers' cartel. Exxon egged on the nationalists with another price reduction, this time, by 7% of the posted price. When the oil producers met in Baghdad in September 1960, a month after the decrease, they came with a purpose, to form a public cartel of oil producers. After a week of deliberation, the group created OPEC. The 5 charter members nominally controlled or at least produced 82% of the world's crude oil exports: Venezuela, 30%, Kuwait, 18%, Saudi Arabia, 14%, Iraq, 10%, and Iran, 10%. Perez Alfonso's opening statement reminded the delegates that oil is an inexhaustible, non-renewable resource, that world reserves of crude oil would not continue to expand forever, and so our peoples cannot let flow, at an accelerated rate, their only possibility to pass without delay from poverty to well-being, from ignorance to culture, from instability and fear to security and confidence. 27 Export of the only lucrative raw material in these lands had to provide the basis for development. And if the leadership of these nations squandered that opportunity, it would be lost forever. From Perez Alfonso, the delegates got an awesome charge. The Nasrite delegates in the room would have already read something eerily similar in the Egyptian president's The Philosophy of the Revolution, 1954, where he had placed oil as one of the 3 pillars of Arab socialism. Its wealth would help the Arab nation come into its own. Oil, Nasser wrote, was the vital nerve of civilization, without which all its means cannot possibly exist. 28 If the oil producers could put their hands on the spigot, Exxon would not be able to drive the prices down and waste the down payment for the liberation of the darker nations. The lofty rhetoric around the Baghdad meeting produced a meager agenda for the public commodity cartel. The first resolution of the organization excoriated the Seven Sisters for their domination of the industry, and charged OPEC members to demand that oil companies maintain their prices steady, and free from all unnecessary fluctuation. 29 If OPEC did nothing else, it was at least able to prevent a reduction in the price of oil. The oil exporters rationalized their taxation laws and cleared up all kinds of inconsistencies over whether royalties, rent, should be included with profits for taxation, or whether rent should be an outright payment. The Seven Sisters refused to allow the rent to be an additional burden, because they wanted the rent to be taken as a cost and not a credit, that it be an advance to be deducted from the overall tax. OPEC conceded to the Seven Sisters on this crucial point, although this would be an issue raised repeatedly at OPEC forums, often by the more radical elements within OPEC. Whatever the immediate limitations of OPEC, henceforth the Seven Sisters and the oil-importing countries had to acknowledge its place in discussions over price, and therefore over production totals. Perez Alfonso left Baghdad in an upbeat mood, declaring, "The spirit which has animated our discussions is more important than the results achieved." 30 The major financial papers of the world ignored the foundation of OPEC, treating it as another one of those interminable Third World conferences that would have no value in the long run. The bravura of OPEC, the idea that the darker nations could produce a cartel for their precious commodities to ensure a decent price, impacted the Third World. Various Third World political forums now tried to move a similar agenda as OPEC, to create various public cartels for the otherwise cheap raw materials bought in a market created by the private transnational cartels mostly located in the First World, or else by prices set by the members of the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance. At the NAM meeting in Belgrade, 1961, the issue came up for discussion, and in the halls of UNCTAD, from 1964, economists and politicians drafted and redrafted statements and agreements on integrated commodity programs. The question was, how to create a cartel for a commodity not as obviously precious as petroleum. Priebus at UNCTAD had his heart set on cocoa, while other parties created such platforms as the Intergovernmental Council of Copper Exporting Countries and the International Bauxite Association. None of these had the impact of OPEC, and they all faltered on the mechanism to ensure stable prices and supply. When it came to the creation of a buffer stock of the commodity in question, UNCTAD lacked the funds to buy sufficient quantities to regulate the price and ensure stability. 31 A major disappointment in this was the failure of the OPEC nations to use their massive oil profits for the creation of such a fund to help stabilize other commodities. 32 Not only did the OPEC powers refuse to contribute to a global fund to stabilize raw material prices, but they also had a poor record in their aid contributions to their neighbors and the Third World in general, only 6% of their flush profits. 33 Despite its political origins, OPEC became an economic cartel as it fought to defend oil prices and do little else. Certainly OPEC played an enormous part in the rise of the per barrel price of oil from $3 in 1973 to $36 in 1981, but by the 1999 Vienna meeting the major decisions were taken long before the powers met for a perfunctory 3 hours to ratify these prior resolutions. OPEC is now a hollow institution, in name a lion. Despite OPEC's feint against the international world order, the petroleum exporting countries remained relatively powerless, mainly because they did not dethrone the Seven Sisters. In fact, the collaboration between the Seven Sisters and OPEC squelched the growth of independent oil firms on the world market, such as the Italian State Oil Company, headed by the combative Enrico Mattei, and the Russian State Oil Ministry, Minneftaprom, as well as the U.S.-based family firms such as Getty and Hunt. These firms might have helped break down the Seven Sisters' suffocation of the market. The public oil cartel worked with the private cartel to close the market. The Seven Sisters benefited from OPEC, just as they did everything in their power to undermine it. For example, they began to explore other sources of oil in places like North Africa and off the shoreline of the Atlantic to enhance supply and reduce OPEC's bargaining power. When the opportunity presented itself, the Seven Sisters bargained with individual countries and gave them deals to bypass the OPEC price ceilings. U.S. President Eisenhower clearly understood this. The Middle East countries in the new organization were concerned anyone could break up the organization by offering 5 cents more per barrel for the oil of one of the countries. 34 This happened numerous times in the early history of OPEC. 35 One approach that nations of the Third World took toward concessionary cartels like the Seven Sisters was to nationalize the ownership of the oil fields, the plantations, or even the refineries, all the physical plant of the industry that had been rented from the state or else that worked within the authority of the state. To nationalize these assets disrupted the power of the Seven Sisters and other private cartels, but it did not overturn their overwhelming planetary power. Indeed, the immense political pressure on the oil lands to nationalize the assets had made such a move inevitable, so that in at least 2 cases, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, the Seven Sisters voluntarily withdrew themselves from ownership of the fields. Nationalization of the oil fields moved the local power from the cartel to the domestic bourgeoisie that controlled or had substantial power over the managerial state. For instance, when Venezuela took action against the Seven Sisters in the 1960s, one commentator described the transfer of power in this way: a planning apparatus and state-owned heavy industry complexes, a steel mill and aluminium industry in the Guayana province, petrochemical complexes in the northwest, were established. These further expanded and strengthened the position of the bureaucracy as an independent social force. But this did not give them control of the economic development process as a whole. 36 The Venezuelan state and the domestic bourgeoisie took charge of the extraction of the oil, but they did not control the process. They still had to cooperate with the Seven Sisters, which continued to exert enormous pressure on the oil industry. In sum, the nationalization of economic assets from transnational firms replicated the problems of political independence from colonialism. It was an advance, but it created an illusion of freedom. The Seven Sisters transferred the burdens of extraction onto the state, while it continued to enjoy the fruits of the industry. Furthermore, the state's newfound power over the fields and its ability to negotiate with the Seven Sisters over the prices and taxes moved it to bargain on 2 sides of the commodity cycle, with the oil workers for lower wages, and the Seven Sisters for higher prices. To raise the export receipt and increase the coffers of the state did not itself presage a strategy for the generation of equity. If the public cartels and the strategy of asset nationalization did not always benefit the tropical working class, it should be said that the strategy also did not benefit those countries that did not have access to the higher-priced primary products. When OPEC maintained its price for oil, the darker nations without oil had a much higher import bill for the one energy source that had become indispensable for contemporary capitalism. While the radical members of OPEC, such as Libya in the early 1970s, did call for differential prices for the various nations of the world, OPEC's strictly economic vision precluded any such political arrangement. The only time OPEC openly indulged in a political battle was over the defense of Palestine, but even here Arab unity could not be counted on. 37 In general, commodity cartels did not always help the Third World and hurt the advanced industrial states. The latter often dominate the production of certain primary goods, such as agricultural commodities grown on factory farms by megacorporations, whereas the former often produce manufactured goods. High oil prices hurt the Third World states that have no domestic oil reserves, just as any cartel would only help those that have the commodity protected by it and not the others. Whereas the cartel approach certainly emboldened states, it did not have a general political strategy to build power in the totality of the Third World. OPEC's boldest display of unity was during the embargo of 1973. A defeat to the Arab armies by Israel in 1967 strengthened a withered sword of Arab unity, while the Iranian Shah had a domestic compulsion to increase and modernize his military and police forces with oil revenues. The Venezuelan government, now under the conservatives, had long wanted an increase in revenues to maintain its tenuous hold on an increasingly impoverished society. The example for the oil hike came in 1970 from Libya. The new Revolutionary Command Council under Gaddafi raised the price of Libyan oil, whose advantages were its abundance, proximity to Europe, superior quality, and control by the Libyan state. Gaddafi declared, "The people who have lived 5,000 years without petroleum can live without it for many more decades in order to achieve their legitimate rights." 38 Neither the Atlantic powers nor the Seven Sisters could confront Gaddafi's defiance, and they caved with a voluntary price increase. When OPEC raised the price of oil in October 1973, purportedly as a political weapon over the Yom Kippur War, it did not do so as a challenge to imperialism. Indeed, despite the confrontationist rhetoric of Gaddafi and others, OPEC's Saudi anchor derived advantages for the U.S. government in an intra-imperialist show of force. In 1971, when President Nixon delinked the dollar from the gold standard, the administration puzzled over strategies to exert power over the global economy. One of these was a rise in the oil price, which would, the Nixon administration surmised, do at least two things for the United States: put an immense squeeze on the two main economic competitors, Western Europe and Japan, and earn profits for the oil lands, which would, in all probability, be recycled into U.S. financial institutions because the Gulf states, at least, did not have adequate productive capacity to absorb the petro profits. The elimination of capital controls in the U.S. economy by 1974 further facilitated the recycling of these petro profits, then held almost exclusively in dollars, and therefore the global enhancement of the status of the dollar as the instrument of hard currency. 39 Since the oil states held their main currency reserves in dollars, it behooved them to help stabilize the U.S. economy, and work against the depreciation of the dollar, which contributed to the deindustrialization of the United States. 40 The 1973 price rise certainly improved the position of the oil lands momentarily, but in the long run it benefited the U.S. government and the major transnational firms that did business in dollars. Despite the best intentions of the public cartel, then, it did not necessarily inconvenience or challenge the structure of imperialism. In 1974, in the afterglow of the OPEC oil embargo, the UN General Assembly adopted a curious document, the New International Economic Order, NIEO. The NIEO document had been in the works within the Third World, notably UNCTAD, for at least a decade, and at its 1973 Algiers summit NAM espoused it. 41 Drawing from the best of dependency theory, NAM argued that despite the UN Decade on Development, the current international order not only failed to develop the darker nations but contributed to their underdevelopment. 42 The NIEO came from the presence of OPEC and the stranglehold experienced by UNCTAD. Fortuitously, Algeria's President Boumediene, who headed NAM in 1973, was also the head of an OPEC member nation. He brought the experience of the one to bear on the creation of an economic policy for the other. The NIEO had a number of concrete points for discussion, but the Third World could not get any movement from the advanced industrial states. In 1974, the UN General Assembly approved the Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of States, which drew from the NIEO on such points as the nationalization of foreign assets, Article 2, the creation of raw material cartels, Articles 3 and 5, the creation of multilateral commodity agreements, Article 6, and the creation of a system to promote just and equitable terms of trade, Article 28. The bulk of the articles emphasized that there should be no penalty for the type of economic system chosen by a state, that each state is juridically equal, and that no state should use economic power against the interests of another people. The best of the motivation for OPEC lies in this living charter. 43 The advanced industrial states fundamentally rejected the approach of the NIEO and fought it with all means necessary, including contempt. At the 1976 Nairobi Conference of UNCTAD, Secretary of State Kissinger was blunt: the United States better than almost any nation could survive a period of economic warfare. We can resist confrontation and rhetorical attacks if other nations choose that path. And we can ignore unrealistic demands and peremptory demands. 44. As Kissinger offered these words, this gauntlet from the advanced industrial states and the United States in particular, an old man who had helped form OPEC wrote a sad letter to his family. After he regretted that death was on him at his Caracas home, Perez Alfonso penned this elegy for OPEC and the idea of commodity cartels in general. For him, oil was the devil's excrement. I am an ecologist first of all. I have always been an ecologist first of all. Now I am not interested in oil anymore. I live for my flowers. OPEC, as an ecological group, has really disappeared. Still, I feel OPEC is a good instrument of the Third World. It just has not been used properly. 45 He died 2 years later. Arusha. In 1967, the Tanzanian President Julius Nyerere dropped a bombshell in a nondescript town that functioned as the gateway to Eastern Africa's most spectacular natural phenomenon. Founded in 1900 as a garrison town, Arusha is nestled at the base of Mount Meru and within sight of Mount Kilimanjaro and the Serengeti Plain. Here, at the Executive Committee of his Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, Nyerere unveiled what would become known as the Arusha Declaration. The opening line of the declaration, "The policy of TANU is to build a socialist state," discomforted the British and Tanzanian owners and managers of most of the country's resources, including the mines and the land. The announcement of socialism came alongside the recognition that its construction would not be easy in a formerly colonized state. Not only had the German and British colonial regimes stripped bare the economy of Eastern Africa, but they also left behind a state apparatus designed to exploit and not to liberate. The institutions of the state and the civil bureaucracy grew from a culture of imperial hierarchy, a value quite removed from the egalitarianism of national liberation, as illustrated by TANU's Arusha Declaration and its 1971 Uongoza or Leadership Code. Hemmed in by pressures from the advanced industrial states, the aristocratic rural classes, and the emergent mercantile classes, the new state had little time. Things had to change in a hurry. But socialism requires imagination and time. It cannot be made in a hurry. To create socialism in a hurry without mass support, and institutions that can channel this support, led many Third World states to disaster. The Arusha Declaration validated the twin principles of liberty and equality, individual rights, and collective well-being. 1 The state had to eliminate poverty, ignorance, and disease. That was unimpeachable. But how should the state go about the process of elimination? What is the organizational form for the transformation of society? Should it be a centralized state alone, or does it need to cultivate democratic, perhaps local, institutions that could harness the energy, ingenuity, and enthusiasm of a population only recently freed? Tanzania's population was mainly resident in rural areas and dependent on agriculture. Any institutional change needed to address agriculture and its role in the society as well as the world. After many fits and starts, the Nyerere regime adopted the idea of the socialist village, Ujamaa Vijay, as the main organizational form for rural change. But the regime recognized that agrarian reform was insufficient. The National Liberation Regime had to solve some of the main demands of the population before its political capital ran out. In Tanzania, output in the subsistence sector was only 2%, while population growth was 3%. Even though Tanzania had a high rate of increase in food production, TANU inherited a crisis situation. Agriculture, in an industrial world, could not alone deal with the people's aspirations and needs. The international terms of trade had a bias against agricultural commodities. Since rural Tanzania, like the rural areas of the world, required industrial products, its dwellers had a disadvantage. Tanzania needed to grow an industrial sector to produce capital goods, machinery, for example, and to refine and process agricultural, and mined, raw materials. The agricultural reforms therefore needed to come in the context of a wide economic reform. This was a tall order for any society, and more so for one battered by colonial rule. Such changes required both political will and investment capital. Most national liberation regimes recognized the perils of foreign aid and commercial loans from banks in the advanced industrial states. These monies had the tendency to trap the post-colonial economy into a dependent relationship with the institutions of the First World. Soviet aid was limited as compared to what was available from Europe and the United States. To burden the people with big loans, noted the Arusha Declaration, the repayment of which will be beyond their means, is not to help them but to make them suffer. It is even worse when the loans they are asked to repay have not benefited the majority of the people but have only benefited a small minority. 2. Instead of foreign aid or commercial loans, the national liberation states developed a three-pronged approach to development: the nationalization of the commanding heights of the economy, finance, infrastructure, energy, crucial raw material extraction, and capital goods production, the development of the agricultural sector, and the encouragement of industrialization. The plan expected the capital for industrialization to come from the nationalization of finance and an increase in the agricultural surplus. Nationalization put financial decisions in the hands of the state rather than transnational corporations, and it arrested the hemorrhage of capital. Whatever funds could be assembled helped toward the main challenge before Tanzania, to kickstart the rural economy and create equality in rural areas. Given the limited time frame to engineer agricultural reform and industrial growth, the National Liberation State acted fast. In the Arusha Declaration, Nyerere bemoaned the logic that one had to first build capitalism and then socialism, because the act of doing the former would produce social wealth, but it would also squelch the political dynamic of national liberation that afforded an opportunity for such social transformation. The mistake we are making, he wrote, is to think that development begins with industries. It is a mistake because we do not have the means to establish many modern industries in our country. 3. First agricultural change, and then industrial growth. The Third World Agenda, for states such as India and Egypt, was not socialist as much as welfarist. The state centralized and nationalized the commanding heights of the economy to ensure that its dominant classes gained some purchase on a complex international economy, which was at any rate weighted against them. These states were concerned for their citizens' welfare, as we shall see below, but they did not pledge themselves to the creation of an egalitarian society. Tanzania under Nyerere's TANU attempted something more than the welfarism of India and Egypt. The Arusha Declaration drew from the socialist experiments. There was an insistence that the state must create equity among the population, and that this equity needed to be crafted at the level of production and not simply consumption. The main problem with the Arusha TANU project, however, came not in its goals but in its implementation. Like most Third World nationalisms, Arusha failed to differentiate the population. Since the bulk of Tanzania's population lived in rural areas, the declaration called for the state to pay heed to the peasant. The policies it created targeted the landless peasantry, and among them the special role of women in agricultural production and reproduction. Point 4. What the Arusha strategy failed to delineate was how the mechanism for the delivery of its policies would utilize landless peasants, especially women. Instead, the state talked of the people, and yet it stood apart from them. TANU did not isolate special class allies among the peasantry and build institutions for them that would be the vehicle for social change. Rural trade unions for landless peasants were not formed in the service of either the 1967 Ujamaa or the 1973-75 villagization programs. The state concentrated on the peasants and ignored the crucial role of organized labor in the modern sector, the dock workers, postal workers, diamond miners, railway workers, sisal plantation workers, and others who led a series of strikes between 1958 and 1961 to win independence from Britain. Point 5. The TANU regime came to power, abolished the trade unions, and collected the union's personnel into one government-authorized union, the National Union of Tanganyika Workers, 1964. The natural allies of a socialist experiment were marginalized. There was no well-developed strategy for how the state planned to build power for its ideas. Point 6. Instead, the state stood above the people, directing them, preaching socialism from above. 7. In 1961, Tanzania barely exported any industrial goods. Agriculture dominated the domestic economy, and agrarian commodities were the main export items. As world agricultural prices remained low and often fluctuate quite wildly, Tanzania's economy malingered. To move to grow industries without capital, and with little accumulated capital from the centuries, would be a fool's errand. Not only did the socialist government of Nyerere recognize this, but so too did the World Bank in an influential report. Point 8. The World Bank, along with Nyerere's government, found that Tanzania's social ecology did not have villages as much as dispersed homesteads. Point 9. A challenge to any administration would be to amalgamate the efforts of these individual units into something more economically productive. The German colonizers had formed villages to facilitate missionary work, but their failure had drawn the British to valorize the independence of the African yeoman. Point 10. The relatively low density of population allowed the countryside to remain outside the orbit of world trade. Now, with the plans for the new nations and the expectations of progress, the Nyerere government acted. In the early 1960s, the National Liberation State did not bother smallholders who grew crops for the subsistence economy. Their only intervention in this sector was to provide the smallholders with minor improvements in their farming techniques. Point 11. The dispersed peasantry that suffered in years of poor rainfall could be served with better irrigation systems. The state also provided smallholders with mechanized implements and seeds for cash crops to replace subsistence farming. The introduction of cash crops did not go down well with the farmers. The export, cash, crops required expensive fertilizers and seeds, all of which cost money up front. In case the export market failed them, the farmers were stuck without access to food. Cotton, coffee, and tobacco had volatile international prices, and the farmers resisted their cultivation in all kinds of ways. When the government's improvement scheme faltered, it tried a more radical approach called transformation. The regime encouraged peasants to move to experimental farms called village settlements where they worked cooperatively to increase, theoretically, the value of their efforts. On these farms, mechanical implements and fertilizers replaced manual labor, mainly the hand hoe. The people, in Nyerere's terms, had to learn to live in proper villages. 12 of the millions who lived in rural Tanzania, only 3,500 families moved to set up these village settlements, which had cost the government upward of £2 million. The famous French agronomist and sometime UN Food and Agriculture Organization advisor René Dumont wrote a report in 1969 that came close to the government's own view of the creation of villages. The scheme had produced appalling results, but it did appear desirable, on condition that it did not cost too much. 13. The Arusha Declaration took stock of the several failures in the agricultural policy and offered an aggressive defense of the regime's strategy to grow the fields rather than build the factories. In the wake of the declaration, the regime announced not a withdrawal from village settlement but an expansion, now to be called the Ujima program, with the total transformation of rural areas into socialist villages. A few months after the Arusha Declaration, Nyerer's regime decided that it had simply worked to promote small-scale capitalist agriculture rather than socialism. 14. The improvement of farm life without any attempt to transform the feudal relations between the farmers and their markets was insufficient. The communal ideas that Nyerer felt were inherent in peasant life and that predated capitalism were getting swept away with capitalist agriculture. Ujima was to craft a modern shell for this communal husk. 15. Nyerer's regime called all peasants to move to Ujima villages within the decade. The state resettled 3 million people, about 20% of Tanzania's population. The resettled farmers lived together in a village and worked cooperatively on the outlying fields. They pooled their resources to buy any inputs, and they pooled their produce for the market. The Ujima policy had two major flaws. First, while the collectivization radically transformed the social relations of the farmers with their market, Nyerer did not construct Ujima as a means to refashion the gendered aspects of social power. For Nyerer, the community of the farmers would be the traditional family group, with all the implications of gendered power that this implied. 16. Second, the policy left the regime no time to persuade a peasantry that had to be coerced into villages under the government's control. The government set in motion various operations to galvanize peasants to move to the villages: 1971 Operation Dodoma, 1972 Operation Kogoma, and 1973 Operation Pwani. R.R. Matango described the chaos in his home district of Inchung, Mara. Many peasants in Inchung were taken by surprise to see armed militiamen, climbing on top of their houses, taking away the thatch. In some cases the iron sheets were torn off, doors and windows removed or smashed into pieces, houses pulled down in many cases. The state militia destroyed the old villages and moved the villagers to new sites. People rushed in panic to build temporary accommodations in unplanned village sites. The entire division was in motion. Moving in panic to the unplanned villages. Thus creating new villages in areas which are not even surveyed, on water, on school or dispensary, virtually no facility to maintain the population there or any plans to bring any, but only to serve the purpose of moving into the development villages. This haphazard, skimble-scamble movement has created problems which need urgent government attention and resources. 17. Without surveys, homes were built on fertile cotton soil or around areas where the land was without adequate irrigation. Socialism in a hurry in the Third World, in this manner, became undemocratic and authoritarian. Tanzanian Ujima is quite of a piece with a vast number of examples of Third World development or Third World socialism in a hurry. Most of the Third World states hurriedly built industrial factories and dams, cleared forests, and moved populations. This labor came for many reasons, of which the most important was to rapidly increase the productive capacity of the new nation, to make a great leap forward into a moment of prosperity before the political capital of the liberation movements had been spent. Developed productive forces would generate the economic well-being that could only be created out of sacrifices demanded by political movements which had won political freedom from colonial rule or the rule of oligarchs. The intentions of the leadership, by all accounts, were not malevolent. Yet its modernist dream to administer nature and society, and build vast industrial monuments without either a democratic governance structure or a mobilized population led to the worst excesses of commandism and bureaucratism. 18. In India, in the period from the late 1940s to the late 1980s, the state displaced some 25 million people, while in the same period, the Chinese shifted 40 million people. These are the dramatic figures, because these states have substantial populations, but in small countries the percentage of the population that the state shifted by its bureaucratic commandism is staggering. In Tanzania, a fifth of the population was resettled. Point 19. The disregard for people's desires and the cannibalization of the ecological life world both turned masses of people away from the Third World Project as well as destroyed the habitat for the creation of justice. The state acted above the people, without care to build allies among the peasantry and allow them to force change through their organizations. The Ujamaa program began with the assumption that the national liberation regime should create a democratic economy that worked in the interests of the vast mass of the people. Since most of the people in the formerly colonized world in general and in Tanzania in particular lived rural lives, Nyerere's 1961 slogan resonated with them: while other countries aim to reach the moon, we must aim for the time being, at any rate, to reach the village 20. Whatever Nyerere's intentions and those of the many third world governments that had similar agricultural schemes, from Algeria to Burma, and on, the move to consolidate agriculture had the net effect of trying to control the peasantry, to agglomerate peasant production under the domination of the National Liberation State. Point 21. Once collected, peasant production in the Third World would now be made subservient to the dynamics of world trade and imperialism, rather than the subsistence needs of the localities that could have governed their development. Point 22. To render the relatively autonomous petty commodity sector subservient to the state, the regime abolished the marketing cooperative movement in 1975. Formed to gain better prices for agricultural produce, notably cotton, the movement brought some benefits to the peasantry. But the state decided to buy directly from the growers, often at prices set by the central government. Additionally, in 1972, the regime adopted the counsel of the U.S. consulting agency, McKinsey & Co., which advised it to replace the local government agencies with development teams that reported directly to central government ministries. These teams, wrote a scholar at the University of Dar es Salaam, effectively replaced the local government system with an elaborate system of vertical information and planning flows centralized to the higher echelons of the government and party. 23. The worst aspect of the Tanzanian and many third world agricultural schemes is that because they worked in a hurry, and because they often had the view that the peasantry should simply follow rather than be guided by them, policies that might have been valuable corroded by the use of force. The Third World leadership in power seemed to follow Fyodor Dostoevsky to the letter: well, then, eliminate the people, curtail them, force them to be silent. Because the European Enlightenment is more important than people. If the modern state used violence as principally an imminent condition to discourage popular uprisings and keep the people in line, in the context of Third World modernism and bureaucratism, violence became a means to realize the agenda of the state. In a review of Ujamaa that understood the value of its ideals, the agricultural economist Philip Rakes wrote, "The implementation of the policy evoked some of the more frightening recesses of the bureaucratic mind." 24. Nyerere, in October 1967, understood that the Ujamaa project as his regime constructed it would be implemented by force, and so he tried to see if his moral authority could turn the tide for persuasion. "We are not simply trying to organize increased production, we are trying to introduce a whole new way of life for the majority of our people. This can only be done once the people understand its purposes and voluntarily decide to participate." 25. In these words, Nyerere suggested that the regime should allow the people to hear from the government and then voluntarily follow its opinions. But the words of one person are hardly able to ameliorate or even transform the policies of a regime, even in one that gave so much power to an individual. Nyerere's policy had greater traction than his best intentions. 26. If the multitude that worked the land did not have a stake in it, then they would neither be motivated to increase its capacity nor would they benefit from it. Only compulsion motivated them to work hard. People, because that is our wont, dissented in brave and innovative ways even when the state could neither provide avenues for nor tolerate dissent. The peasants of the Morogoro and Arusha regions ate the maize seeds rather than plant them, sold their subsidized fertilizers in the underground market, pretended not to understand instructions, tried to involve witchcraft against the local party officials, and organized demonstrations against villagization. 27. Elsewhere, people flocked to dam submergence sites and corralled them, or else struck against faster work rules in dangerous factories or mines. The level of dissent was matched by the rising tide of anti-labor legislation and the violent reaction of the state. Police firings, mass arrests, assassinations of labor and people's leaders, all this became commonplace in the public sphere of the Third World. Despite these major flaws, the Arusha experiment at the very least attempted to dethrone the powerful role played by the established social classes. Most of the darker nations tailored the Third World agenda to protect and even nourish the dominant classes. These regimes did not abjure land reforms or industrialization but carried them out in the service of the dominant classes. There was a great concern for the life and liberty of the working people, but mainly in the manner of noblesse oblige. In 1961, after 2 5-year plans, India's Nehru rued the failure of his regime to tend to the sufferings of the population. Rather than create even the semblance of equality, social development had grown the divide between the affluent and the afflicted. Large numbers of people have not shared in the increase in the nation's wealth and live without the primary necessities of life. On the other side you see a smaller group of really affluent people. They have established an affluent society for themselves, anyhow, although India as a whole may be far from it. I think the new wealth is flowing in a particular direction and not spreading out properly. 28 Instead of doing much to turn the divide around, the state simply tried to siphon more welfare toward the poor. Short of socialism, the national liberation state in places like India wanted to produce higher growth rates. As output increased, regardless of the means to do so, the state would have a larger aggregate pool of capital and resources to distribute to the population. Market socialism or the mixed economy was a socialism of consumption, not production. In the attempt to industrialize and create agricultural change, there was only a muted effort to change the relations and methods of production. The process of industrial as well as agricultural production remained similar to that found in any advanced capitalist country. Workers had no say in the process of production, which was run by a detached management class. Deliberation was kept to a minimum. Socialism made its appearance in the marketplace and on the threshing floor to more equitably divide the spoils rather than to more equitably produce them in the first place. Even those third world states most prone toward the creation of a domestic bourgeoisie and the protections of the dominant, rural and urban, classes clamored for land reform in the 1950s. At the UN General Assembly, their bloc put forward a resolution for land reform several times. 1950, 1952, 1954, 1957, and 1960. The resolutions, while somewhat different, all pushed the view that land reform was one of the main prerequisites for the general improvement of agricultural productivity. 29 Until the early 1960s, the general consensus was that if the Third World did not improve its agricultural output, it would not be able to break out of its low level of economic productivity. Industrial growth required some measure of agrarian dynamism, because taxes on and export earnings from the latter would help pay for the creation of a domestic industry. While the post-colonial regimes wanted to see agricultural growth increase, not all of them were eager to see the rural landed lose their means and political clout. In 1932, the El Salvadorian rural elites engineered the massacre of 20,000 peasants who occupied private land and opposed export-led agriculture. 30 Latin American history is filled with many such rebellions and mass reprisals. In 1944, when the leading Indian capitalists enjoined the state to protect their businesses with tariffs, they asked the Congress not to indulge itself with the reconstruction of agrarian relations in the new India. Any change might raise the expectations of the peasantry. 31 When India won its freedom, the Congress relied on rural power brokers to deliver the vote. It did not want to alienate the landowners who financed these agents of the party. 32 To avoid substantive land reform and yet adopt its slogan, the regime rested easy in the work of saints like Vinoba Bhava, who created an illusion among the peasants that some landlords were indeed generous and magnanimous. 33 In the Philippines, the Land Reform Act of 1955 froze land relations Indiana plantation-like conditions, with only a few modest allowances given to the landless workers. 34 These states valorized the undifferentiated peasant or farmer, the Indian Kisan and the Egyptian fellahin, or even the Latin American campesino. The farmers, even if they were the rural dominant class, were treated as the backbone of the nation, the salt of the earth. In some instances, Land reforms came about when the regimes felt that anything short would result in a red revolution. Samuel Huntington's formula worked in states such as South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, where land reform was conducted at the barrel of Japanese and later U.S. guns. The willingness of landowners to lose their property through land reforms short of revolution varies directly with the extent to which the only alternative appears to be to lose it through revolution. 35. The consensus over land reform changed in the 1960s as a new kind of agrarian solution entered the Third World. In 1945, the Rockefeller Foundation had piloted a program in Mexico to increase the agricultural yield using high-yield seeds and new agricultural methods, such as petrochemical fertilizers, pesticides, and mechanized farm implements. Mexico's wheat crop grew geometrically, and by 1964 this net grain importer began to export wheat. 36 The World Bank joined hands and broadcast this green revolution around the world. On almost half the land area of the Third World, agricultural growth rates skyrocketed. In India, for instance, the technological solutions increased aggregate food availability. But there were problems. The growth had enormous regional imbalances, and the environmental impact of the highly noxious fertilizers created long-term problems. Further, the technological additives to the process raised the costs for the farmers. The Green Revolution also favored larger farms, and so it decreased both the call for land reform and its importance. At the 1967 Punta del Este Conference of Latin American States, the delegates called for a reassessment of unjust structures of land tenure and use, but this was window dressing. The U.S. born and Latin American UN Food and Agriculture Organization agronomist Solon Barraclough, who wrote the final declaration at Punta del Este, was clear about the hollowness of these calls for land reform. These post-1961 land reforms were for the most part, however, merely cosmetic. Often they were programs primarily designed to colonize state lands, often at unacceptable human and ecological costs, and to bail out large estate owners in economic difficulties by buying their lands for resettlement. 37 By 1972, when these same Third World powers gathered in Stockholm to found the UN Environmental Programme, their main grouse was not the need for land reform but the prices of the technological inputs for green revolution-style agriculture. Transnational chemical firms charged high prices for the fertilizers, while agribusinesses enjoyed the rents on the high-yield seeds. 38 The Green Revolution had replaced the Red one. The lack of will toward the reconstruction of rural social relations in most of the darker nations did not mean that the state abandoned the landless and the small farmers to their own misery. It had a plan for them, but not one that dealt with their principal disadvantage, their lack of power in their localities and lack of control over the main instruments of production, land, water, and credit. Most Third World regimes provided rural credit to small farmers, although this capital was often insufficient for their needs. In line with the Green Revolution dynamic, the All India Rural Credit Committee of 1969 argued that commercial banks should provide rural credit, when these banks favored trade and industry. 39 In lieu of land reform, the Third World turned toward the question of food security. The idea of food security can be traced back to the creation of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization in 1945. Then, food security was only one part of a package that included comprehensive land reform and the creation of commodity cartels. 40 By the late 1960s and early 1970s, the work of the organization was reduced to the provision of food security. This goal was enshrined in the 1974 Universal Declaration on the Eradication of Hunger and Malnutrition. Every man, woman, and child has an inalienable right to be free from hunger and malnutrition. Socialist reorganization, socialized production, was squandered for welfarist handouts, socialized distribution and consumption. To manage the problem between farm prices and shop prices, the state in most cases created an institution to buy food grain, at fair prices to the farmer, and then sell these grains in fair price shops across the country, all done through government programs like India's public distribution system or Indonesia's Badan Urusan Logistik Nasional. Most of the regimes in the Third World created these programs to keep prices stable in urban areas, cut down on private trade, which it deemed to be exploitative, and ensure that farmers could make a living growing essential food products, through what in India was called the Minimum Support Price Scheme. These schemes of socialized distribution and consumption enabled small farmers to enter into cooperatives to pool their produce and attain fair prices. Milk, food grain, and coffee and cocoa, bean cooperatives thrived in the Third World into the late 1980s. In the 1980s, the World Bank rued the failure of land reform. World hunger remained, and yet rural welfare was to end. In the language of neoliberalism, the World Bank concluded that global hunger could only be alleviated by redistributing purchasing power and resources toward those who are undernourished. 41 In other words, by comprehensive land reform and the reconstruction of rural social relations. Tanzania tried to move a socialist agenda, but like much of the Third World, it did so without a genuine attempt to organize the population into the ideas. It tried to act from above. When villagization failed, the state resorted to an embarrassing policy. A country with the highest rate of food grain production in Africa in the early 1960s now imported $180 million of food grains in late 1974. This exhausted Tanzania's foreign exchange reserves and set it up to beg for foreign aid. 42 Then the state welcomed U.S.-based agribusinesses to build large, 50,000-acre, capital-intensive farms. The Green Revolution bailed out Ujamaa. 43 Nyerere was left with his frustrations. In October 1975, Nyerere traveled to Mwanza where he berated the local Department of Agriculture for its poor advice to the peasants and demanded that those peasants who had been pushed into an ecological quagmire be resettled according to their wishes. 44 When Nyerere voluntarily left office in 1985, he retired to an experimental farm. He wanted to practice in his own small way the agricultural transformation that had eluded the Third World. The pitfalls of the Third World bore heavily on it. Created by a wave of struggle, the new nations neither reorganized social relations effectively nor disrupted the colonial-type state structure bequeathed to it. By making alliances with the old social classes and adopting the colonial bureaucratic structure, the new nations essentially vitiated the Third World agenda. Military rule or military force became the order of the day, as the Third World regimes drove their demobilized populations to do what they had envisioned. The people who had driven the anti-colonial struggles and had welcomed the Third World could only be seen by the new nations as compliant followers, or else as inert, or as foes. But despite all this, the political capital of the Third World remained and the project might have outlived its own pitfalls but for the frontal assault it faced in the 1970s. A debt crisis and a policy of planetary reorganization fostered by the First World assassinated the Third World. Part 3. Assassinations. New Delhi. By 1983, New Delhi was a city transformed. In the 1910s, the British crafted it as the modern twin of what became Old Delhi. Designed by Edwin Lutyens, the city was built to be the capital of the British Indian Empire. Monumental buildings, wide avenues, and grassy expanses defined the city, although sharp racial tensions rent the old part from the new. When the British departed in 1947, the city suffered the trauma of partition. As India and Pakistan emerged, battles between Hindus and Muslims escalated. Muslim refugees crowded into a 16th-century fort, while Hindu and Sikh migrants from Pakistan settled Delhi's western expanse. Like many post-colonial cities, Delhi and New Delhi bore all the rotten marks of empire, and a desire among its inheritors to get along with the job of accumulation. Being the capital of a state with a great tendency to be centralized, New Delhi housed a massive bureaucracy as well as those who had come in to build a metropolis that never stops growing. In 1941, a little more than 90,000 people lived in the city. The partition influx increased the total to 1.7 million by 1951. By 1983, more than 6.5 million people lived there. Monuments are commonplace in Delhi. From the Qutub Minar near the airport to the Red Fort at the other end of the city, Delhi's sights constantly rattle visitors. In the early 1980s, the city added more grandeur. In 1982, New Delhi hosted the Asian Games. New stadiums and residential buildings as well as conference centers grew across the city. An additional advantage was the entry of color television to the country. Stadiums grew in a city that had only recently ejected its poor to its outskirts. If Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's election slogan had once been Garibi Hatao, remove poverty, most people had come to understand it as Garib Dili Se Hatao, remove the poor from Delhi. The conference venues regularly hosted all manner of international commercial and political gatherings. In 1983, these buildings welcomed the 7th NAM Summit Conference. New Delhi, 1983, Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi receives Cuban President Fidel Castro at New Delhi Airport for the Non-Aligned Movement Conference. Copyright Bettman/Corbis. NAM came to New Delhi at a crucial time for Indira Gandhi. The daughter of Nehru, Gandhi spent her entire life in Indian politics. When Nehru died in 1964, Indira Gandhi took on a major role in the Congress Party. In 1966, she won elections and was Prime Minister until 1977. She returned to power in 1980 with a weakened mandate because of the excesses of the martial law, emergency, regime she ran from 1975 to 1977. When NAM came to Delhi, the city was under siege. A fractious election in 1983 resulted in the defeat of Gandhi's party in the southern states of India. A film star, N.T. Rama Rao, broke the Congress party's hold in Andhra Pradesh, while an important foe during the emergency, the Janata Party, won in neighbouring Karnataka. In Assam, the opposition, except the Communists, called for a boycott of the elections. The Congress Party won a Pyrrhic victory. Only 2% of the population voted, as violence between Assamese, Bengalis and Bobos rent the state. In Nellie, Assam, 5,000 refugees were killed. Tariq Ali called this the My Lai massacre multiplied by 10.1. Gandhi travelled to Assam, offered a conciliatory statement, "I cannot find words to describe the horrors," stood by the newly elected Congress Party state government, and returned to Delhi to host NAM. New Delhi allows us to write the obituary of the Third World. When the NAM delegates arrived in Delhi, they saw pictures of the Nellie massacre in every major newspaper and magazine. It haunted the proceedings, and reminded most of the leadership of their own Nellies. The NAM that gathered in Delhi was in transition. A major line struggle broke out in the 1970s and remained unresolved through the Delhi meeting. Neither of the two sides left NAM. Instead, both remained, although one of them gained the upper hand in Delhi and has since come to define NAM. The victory of that camp, those that welcomed IMF-driven globalization, is as responsible for the assassination of the Third World as the social forces, imperialism and finance capital, that were its major adversaries from the 1950s onward. Most of the 101 members of NAM in 1983 did not hold fast to one or the other of the two lines at the conference. Nevertheless, the line struggle infected the proceedings and ended up determining the outcome of the final resolution. The first line held the view that the principal problem for the planet was uneven capitalism. Endemic poverty and the theft of social wealth continued as a result of the policies set in place to benefit those who claimed title to the planet's resources. No single nation represented the gains of uneven capitalism, although the U.S. government began to speak as if it were the leader of the gainers. Between the 1966 Tricontinental and the 1979 Sixth NAM meeting in Havana, a number of important events transpired. A Marxist revolution in Ethiopia, 1974, inaugurated a set of defeats for the imperialist bloc. In 1975, the National Liberation Front defeated the United States in South Vietnam and the Pathet Lao took Vientiane. That same year, 5 Portuguese colonies in Africa seized their independence after the Salazar dictatorship ended in Lisbon. In 1978–79, the Marxists seized control of Afghanistan, the New Jewel movement took power in Grenada, and the Sandinista revolution prevailed in Nicaragua. Additionally, a number of African regimes, such as in Benin, Madagascar, Liberia, and Libya, adopted Marxism-Leninism as their official ideology. Point 2. The mood in Havana was exuberant. After at least 2 decades of quiet, the USSR began to quite openly back many of these national liberation movements, which were also greatly helped by the Cuban medical and military teams, particularly in Angola. It was these victories and the close fealty offered by the Soviets that drew from Jamaica's Michael Manley this assessment at the 1979 NAM: "We may call ourselves communists, socialists, or humanists, or simply progressive. But all anti-imperialists know that the balance of forces in the world shifted irrevocably in 1917, which burnished the recent victories in the glory of the still highly regarded October Revolution. The conflict was between the capitalist and communist worlds, and non-alignment did not mean neutrality in that struggle." 3 The Havana meeting raised the question of a formal anti-imperialist alliance between NAM and the USSR, a move pushed by Castro and the Cuban delegation. Interventions from Yugoslavia, India, and Burma held Castro back, although the final declaration was still tilted entirely against U.S.-led imperialism. Between Havana and New Delhi, a great deal occurred to dampen this enthusiasm. Cuba slumped into a major debt crisis. By 1982, the government owed $3 billion, 3.5 times the value of its exports to the First World. The Soviet Union could not assist Cuba because it was internally weak and weakened internationally. Inadequate economic growth in the late 1970s, demonstrated by a failure to make most of the generous targets of the 1976-85-year plan, was compounded by a lack of global support for the 1979 Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The United States and its major Atlantic allies seized on the opening afforded by a weakened Soviet Union. Ronald Reagan's forward policy extended the increase in military expenditure initiated by Jimmy Carter. A few failed military interventions, particularly in Lebanon, resulted in the creation of the Reagan Doctrine, which encouraged the use of proxy armies in the field against left-wing regimes. The Nicaraguan Contras, the Afghan Mujahideen, the União Nacional para a Independencia Total de Angola, and the Cambodian Khmer Rouge are the apposite examples. This heightened disparity on the global stage constrained the line pursued by the left-wing forces, whose leader at NAM was Castro. In New Delhi, it was left to Castro to carry the standard for the Third World. His speech to the NAM delegates rehearsed the NAM agenda from 1961 onward and demonstrated how the unfolding debt crisis portended the end of the Third World. The Cuban government distributed a longer version of the speech, The World Economic and Social Crisis, at the conference, and within the year it appeared in different countries, in different languages. 4 While the Cubans worked the conference rooms, the Soviets worked the halls. The Soviets sent a large delegation to Delhi. They distributed a number of booklets about the crucial role of NAM in the quest for world peace. By New Delhi, however, the Soviet influence was lessened, yet that of Castro and the Cubans remained substantial. Partly this has to be attributed to Castro's personality, to his charisma. He was the only one to get a standing ovation after his speech. But it is also because the Cuban regime articulated an independent line that appealed to the emotions of the NAM delegates, even as many of them walked away from the NAM heritage. As the outgoing chair of NAM, Castro turned over the chair of the NAM conference to Indira Gandhi, his sister, who was the new leader of the movement. Castro's main antagonist in New Delhi was the Singaporean Deputy Prime Minister Sinnathamby Rajaratnam. A founder of the People's Action Party with Singapore's strongman Lee Kuan Yew, Rajaratnam brought the island nation into NAM in 1970 and helped create the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, in 1977. In Delhi, Rajaratnam circulated a speech that offered a resolutely anti-Soviet, pro-U.S. position. "We are witnesses to our own slow-motion hijacking," wrote this former columnist of the Straits Times, "and if we do not wake up to this fact and do something to abort it, then the ship of non-alignment and all those who sail in it may wake up one day to find that they have docked in a Soviet port." In a series of speeches made at the United Nations, ASEAN, and NAM, Rajaratnam argued that the world entered a systematic crisis in the 1970s. 5 Economic stagnation and superpower détente led to a dangerous situation for the darker nations. No longer were they able to insinuate themselves into one or the other bloc and reap some rewards. The Atlantic and Warsaw powers drew the various regional rivalries to engineer proxy wars. Countries, he contended, should not be motivated by allegiance to either capitalism or communism, they needed to be motivated by national interest. For instance, Singapore needed to trade with both the United States and China, regardless of the political economic systems adopted by both. This did not mean that Singapore should tolerate its domestic communists, however, because the people have made it abundantly clear that communism is not for them. 6. The national interest invoked by Rajaratnam was actually the class interest of a section created by import substitution industrialization. Rajaratnam urged NAM states to disregard the bipolar conflict, but he also proposed that they revoke state-centered development for neoliberal growth. The policies that work best, he told the UN General Assembly in 1979, are those based on free market competition, with government's role limited to protecting the people against the heinousness and injustices unrestrained competition could inflict and redistributing the fruits of competition without deadening the competitive spirit. 7. Rajaratnam spoke for a rising new class across the NAM states. Industrial, agricultural, and financial elites who gained through several decades of import substitution policies now outgrew their training wheels and restraints. Reasonable growth and considerable accumulation by this class gave them the confidence to exert their own class interests over the needs of their population. Many of the most aggressive leaders of this class had been born toward the end of the era of full-blown imperialism. They had experienced neither colonialism nor anti-colonialism. The structures that enabled them to flourish now seemed to be shackles. The intellectual leaders of this class spent time in international institutions, such as the IMF and the World Bank. Here, these intellectuals experienced the change from a Keynesian development model, that the state should intervene to create demand by social welfare and social wage policies, to a monetarist accumulation one, that the state should withdraw to the simple function of managing the money supply and ensuring low levels of inflation. People such as India's Montek Ahluwalia and Manmohan Singh as well as Venezuela's Moises Naim and Miguel Rodriguez are good examples of this tendency. In addition, migrants to the advanced industrial states who made good turned their capital and expertise to the homeland during the era of stagflation in their host countries. People such as India's Sam Pitroda and Taiwan's Ma In-woo brought their skills and worldview to bear on the development of the new information technology sector in their homelands. This infusion of skills and business philosophies enthused the emergent bourgeoisie in the darker nations, which saw the future through their eyes rather than the lens of the Third World agenda. This class was not motivated to become an economic proxy for the Atlantic powers. It believed in its capacity and wanted the opportunity to flourish. As Rajaratnam said, "I do not think we are going to get any free ride however much we shout. The hitchhikers will most certainly be left behind." 8. Rajaratnam's gauntlet was thrown down in New Delhi to check the shouting. It was left to Indira Gandhi, the chair of NAM, to mediate the Castro and Rajaratnam lines. Some aspects united the two. Both agreed that the 1970s portended disaster for the darker nations. The debt crisis among them combined with the stagflation in the Atlantic powers and the chaos in the Soviet economy were all dangerous. Proxy wars increased, and the international community betrayed a lack of will to deal with the complex, solvable human problems. Dramatically, the famines of Ethiopia and Sudan in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Whereas one called for more state intervention on the side of people's needs, Castro, the other wanted less state intervention in favor of managed private initiative, Rajaratnam. Gandhi did not tackle the disagreement openly. Her stewardship of NAM was deft. She minimized the Havana tilt to the left and yet protected the institution from too close an association with the United States. What occurred under her watch and beyond was not so much a political association with one or the other camps in the world but a general ideological move toward the new consensus being pushed by the Atlantic powers and the international financial organizations. Her speech was a nostalgic appreciation of her father's role in the creation of NAM. In the midst of her speech she offered a definition of non-alignment, which sounded radical only because it bore no relation to the shifts in the planet's political economy. Non-alignment is national independence and freedom. 9. The weakened USSR slowly capitulated to the aggressive military demands of the United States. While the voluntary disembowelment of the USSR came 8 years later, its effective deterioration was apparent. International relations abhors a vacuum. As the USSR withdrew from its forward posture, the Atlantic powers, led by the United States, rushed in. The United States came to a leadership position not simply militarily but also economically. It broke the back of the post-war financial architecture that allowed currencies to float against each other and be stabilized by gold. In exchange, and through a complicated mechanism, the dollar emerged as the bellwether of the world economic system. This gave the United States an unmatched power in the world, as most of the financial elites pledged themselves objectively to protect the superpower and its dollar, in which they held their wealth. The uneven bipolarity of the Cold War era was already in transition, as the U.S.-led camp took control over world events. To be non-aligned now did not have the meaning that it had 30 years before. The Third World Agenda understood that the economic suffocation of the darker nations came not only from abstract economic principles but crucially because these principles had been set up through the political intervention of powerful actors. The rules of international trade, for instance, were not simply those of an a priori economic theory but were devised by the powerful to suit their interests. Because of this analysis, any reform had to be both about the politics of the economy, who writes the rules, and the economics of politics, who holds the economic muscle to allow themselves to write the rules. The interrelationship between economics and politics defined the work of the Third World Agenda. This fundamental linkage was opened in New Delhi. The delegates deliberated on economic issues, but they did not do so in the framework of the 1973 NEMS NIEO. The NIEO, adopted by the United Nations in 1974, was about the need to create new international rules to promote economic sovereignty and cooperation. Cooperation without sovereignty would mean that the powers with the greater economic muscle would simply continue to dominate the world economy, and regardless of their best efforts, their historical advantages would endow them with unequal power. To remedy this, the NIEO idea came with a set of proposals to rearrange the power relations in the world, including commodity cartels, a more just monetary policy, increased industrialization, control of transnational corporations, and a strong UN commitment to economic and human rights. Point 10. In New Delhi, the more powerful, and therefore vocal, NAM delegates suggested that economic issues should be seen as technical problems, which could be sorted out by technocrats. Point 11. The political framework that suffocated the choices for the technocrats left the discussion table. The reaction to the debt crisis is illustrative. When some states proposed that the darker nations should simply refuse to pay their external debt, the more influential in NAM squelched this option. They felt that this would only provoke the G7 to reprisals and would not improve their bargaining power. Rather than even an outright debt payment strike as a tactic to help restructure the debt, the moderate members argued that the restructuring of debt should happen individually and in negotiation. In other words, individual contracts between the indebted state and its debtors should be the approach rather than the totality of the Third World against their creditors, the G7 governments or commercial houses located within the G7. The Third World leadership accepted that there was no other alternative to the economic logic of the G7, although within that logic its leaders might fight to better the deal that they are able to get. Indeed, at the 1987 NAM meeting, the Indian Prime Minister and outgoing chair of NAM Rajiv Gandhi put it bluntly, "The stronger we are economically, the more respect we shall get from the economically strong." 12. By this argument, economic growth was a sufficient criterion for political power, and indeed it might lead to political power. Such an approach detached the national liberation insistence that political and economic power could only be gained in tandem and not in sequence. In addition, the new NAM failed to acknowledge the manner in which the G7 used the global rules for its own interest. For example, the G7 objected strongly when the NAM states created tariff barriers to protect their economies, but by UNCTAD's count, the G7 states themselves had over 700 non-tariff barriers, such as government subsidies, quantitative restrictions, and other technical standards to block the import of certain goods into their protected markets. Point 13. A refusal to combat the rules meant an occlusion of these benefits to the G7's advantage. The adoption of what became globalization, or the hegemony of neoliberal economics, came not only from imperialist pressure but also from those forces within the countries that fundamentally disagreed with the strategic direction of social development chosen by the political parties of national liberation. Other routes could have been taken in the early 1980s, but only a few isolated places such as Cuba attempted to go in this direction. The countries that led NAM into this new dispensation were in a slightly better position than the rest of the darker nations. By 1983, the NAM states produced less than a tenth of the world's industrial output, although transnational corporations controlled 3/4 of the industrial output in these states. Among the NAM states, 5 produced more than 80% of this total industrial output: Brazil, South Korea, India, Mexico, and Argentina. 14 These states, notably India, the East Asian Tigers, and Brazil, played a crucial role in the derailment of the Third World Agenda. The changes in the general character of NAM were reflected in the changes within India. By the mid-1970s, India's economic agenda floundered. The long-standing failure to reconstruct agrarian relations, an excessive reliance on industrial development over any other sector, a burgeoning military sector, particularly after the 1962 war with China and the 1965 war with Pakistan, and the oil crises of the late 1960s produced distress and anger across the country. A dissatisfied population rose in a host of rebellions, whether the communist-led food movement of late 1965, the Maoist Naxalite movement of 1967, the United Women's Anti-Price Rise Front of 1973, the NAV Nirman movement of 1974, the railway strike of 1974, or the Jayaprakash Narayan movement in Bihar of 1974.15. This broad, nationwide set of movements mainly led by the left, but also joined in some places, such as the Jayaprakash Narayan movement, by a combination of the left and the right, assaulted the nationalist credentials of the Congress Party. The Party of the Freedom Movement claimed to rule with the anti-colonial nationalist agenda, but it adopted economic policies inimical to the vast mass of the population. To circumvent this criticism, the Indira Gandhi government nationalized the banks in 1969, signed an Indo-Soviet defense treaty in 1971, and ran on the Garibi Hatao, Remove Poverty, platform for the general election of 1971. The bank nationalization seemed to be along the grain of national liberation, but it actually accomplished two things: it centralized finance capital in the interests of the industrialists, and it offered moderate doses of credit to political allies, small and middle entrepreneurs, and the agrarian elite who had been unable to generate capital since the economic stagnation of the mid-1960s. The rhetoric of socialism came alongside a set of policies designed to maintain the unequal political economy. In reaction to the growing unrest, Indira Gandhi's regime declared the emergency, withdrew the constitution, and began to rule by decree. 16 Although the formal emergency rule only lasted 2 years, from 1975 to 1977, it disrupted the Congress Party's ability to pose as the living heir to the national liberation heritage. In the first few days of the emergency, in October 1975, Gandhi announced a 20-point program that followed to the letter a series of demands made by the World Bank to the Government of India. The program directed the animus of the state against what it considered the two enemies of progress: petty smugglers, and hoarders of goods and money. SOPs for students and landless peasants as well as the urban middle class and the industrial elite attempted to stitch together support for the goals of the regime. Scrupulous attention to the landless peasantry in the program came alongside a novel development, the liberalization of investment procedures. Point 14, for industrial development. In other words, the state proposed to allow foreign capital to enter the areas hitherto held in the state's trust, what had been called the commanding heights of the economy, and proposed to scale back on its regulation of industry and business. The scraps to the landless peasants would come to mean nothing in time as the state essentially handed over the keys to the kingdom to the industrial elite and foreign capital. When the emergency ended in 1977 and much of its program withered, the drive to liberalize the economy, draw in foreign capital, and welcome a relationship with the IMF remained. Unwilling to generate substantial growth or effective equity, in times of crisis the darker nations borrowed heavily from commercial lenders and international finance agencies. Once in debt, states such as India compromised their economic sovereignty to the IMF, which acted as the insurance for the loans provided by the advanced industrial states. To bolster its credentials with the international lenders, the Congress Party regime went after labor unions and economic controls, including subsidies. In 1982, the Congress Party government passed the Essential Services Maintenance Act and the National Security Act in tandem, to secure labor and accumulation by force as labor became anti-national. The government cracked down on the Bombay mill workers' strike of 1982-83.17. The experience of Mexico cast a long shadow on India's growing debt. Mexico, an oil-rich country, defaulted on $80 billion in public sector debt in 1982. 40 countries joined Mexico in arrears, and a year later another 27 had to restructure their massive debt. The total debt in the bruised nations was $500 billion, which at the time threatened the financial stability of the world market, given that much of this debt was owed to commercial banks. The Third World Agenda, crafted so skillfully, and with its major limitations, withered. The idea of nationalism began to change. Anti-colonial nationalism disavowed a strict cultural or racial definition of the nation. Forged in opposition to imperialism, this nationalism created a program and agenda that united people on a platform of sovereignty in all domains of life. With political freedom came the possibility of economic and cultural freedom. If there is divergence on what kind of economic model to follow, few disagreed with the view that they needed to create secular and democratic republics. The two pillars of Third World nationalism are economic autarky and secular democracy. The latter challenged the new states to abjure the divisive techniques of colonial administrators as well as transform cultural differences from a liability to an asset. The former went by the name of socialism. It allowed the new states to be patriotic without being chauvinistic. Patriotism in the Third World states was not to be a zealous love of country in an abstract, mystical way. National patriotism came in the defense of the principles of the Republic. The abandonment of economic sovereignty lost the national liberation regimes one of their two principal pillars of legitimacy. When IMF-led globalization became the modus operandi, the elites of the post-colonial world adopted a hidebound and ruthless xenophobia that masqueraded as patriotism. Low economic tariffs and high cultural boundaries formed the contours of the new legitimating strategy for the former Third World. Foreign, in the new dispensation, ceased to refer to finance capital and transnational firms. Increasingly, this term would refer to domestic minorities and anyone whose cultural presence provided a valuable means to distort the nationalist sentiments of the population. Dominant classes in these states adopted two postures, and sometimes both: an eagerness to be untethered from their societies and/or linked to their population through ascribed identities of faith and race. The domestic elites were always a weak link for the national liberation agenda. When the benefits of import substitution produced a more aggressive and self-confident bourgeoisie, this class wanted to break the cross-class alliance. This class looked forward to a rearrangement of alliances, with a closer relationship with the West for economic gain and consumer pleasure. The erosion of the Third World state allowed this class to carry the standard of the First World. In India, by the early 1980s, this class was the size of the French population. In the early 1980s, Indira Gandhi's son, Rajiv, represented this class within the Congress Party. His technocratic vision of development clashed loudly with the national liberation one. With the demise of import substitution and no other plans for economic sovereignty on the table that appealed to the masses, the Congress Party lost its claim to anti-colonial Third World nationalism. Its leaders knew this implicitly, because Indira Gandhi's clique immediately fanned the flames of ethnic and religious difference to reclaim their electoral majority. The appeal to the Hindu majority against the secessionism in the Punjab and Assam as well as against Muslims and oppressed castes opened the door for the corruption of the idea of anti-colonial nationalism. The massacre at Nellie, for instance, was a result of this venal appeal. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, the Congress Party was met toe-to-toe on this line, and it was found wanting by a genuinely cruel cultural nationalist political force, the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP. The BJP grew out of a violent and macho tradition of national patriotism that drew more from Nazi notions of nationalism, blood and soil, than from that of anti-colonial nationalism. Its enemies were not foreign capital and domination but the Muslims and the communists. The BJP staked its claim to patriotism as the Congress Party spent the late 1970s and the 1980s offering India for sale to the highest bidder and the aggressive dominant class. But when the BJP had a chance to govern in the 1990s and until 2004, it cloaked itself in the patriotism of cultural nationalism at the same time as it too opened the door to national wealth, especially in the sale of formerly nationalized assets at low prices. The BJP, for all its Swadeshi, indigenism, followed the liberalization track to the letter, with one of its main leaders, L.K. Advani, promoting globalization with our feet solidly rooted in Swadeshi. The BJP created the Ministry of Disinvestment. Cultural nationalism opened the door for IMF-driven globalization. During his assessment of the systemic crisis of world affairs, Singapore's Rajaratnam reflected on the degradation of the idea of nationalism. Nationalism, initially a positive and constructive force in third world countries, he said, has now entered a destructive and reactionary phase. It is now reproducing in the third world the errors and distortions that European nationalism did in its immature phase of history. The new nationalism has entered its phase of racial, religious, and cultural persecutions. The solidarity which transcended racial, religious, and cultural differences has weakened or totally collapsed in many third world countries. 18 Rajaratnam's clear-sighted 1979 assessment suffered from one major limitation. The great hope of the bourgeois social imagination was that the international order be based on free markets and individual identities, and that the deracinated latter be able to benefit from the unhampered former. Rather than realize Rajaratnam's dream, what manifested itself was the simultaneous growth of IMF-driven globalization and parochially cruel nationalism. Sectarian nationalism in the formerly colonized world is not only an adequate form of globalization, especially as the socialist bloc collapsed later in the 1990s, but it seems to be the form that IMF-driven globalization has taken since the late 1970s. The Atlantic powers played a crucial role in giving cover to the emergent elites of the post-colonial states. They put pressure on the third world institutions and freed up the impatient upwardly mobile elites. The first indication of this exuberant pressure was on display at the multilateral trade negotiations of the Tokyo Round, 1973-79, of GATT and at the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. In both these instances, the G7 offered concessions on small reforms and obduracy on the significant questions. 19 The G7 promised not to dump cheap raw materials on vulnerable economies and to share the minerals on the deep sea bed. While all this came on the surface, the rules betrayed the real motivations. The new rules for international regulations were not binding, and they allowed the G7 to conduct side agreements with individual states. Between Algiers, 1973, and the UN resolution on the NIEO, 1974, the G7 had made all kinds of bilateral and regional relationships with the states of the new nations. These relationships provided individual states with some marginal advantages, as they weakened the solidarity of the Third World and secured the permanence of the unequal structure. When the leaders talked about the NIEO in New Delhi in 1983, they evoked the language of Algiers, but not its meaning. What they meant instead of the total reconfiguration of the world political economy was globalization with a human face. The economic and political dominance of the G7 would continue, as long as their individual states got some bargains, and as long as everyone made the correct noises about development and democracy. The saddest gesture of the hollowed-out language of NAM came in the narrowed vision for the Integrated Program for Commodities. At the 1976 Nairobi UNCTAD IV meeting, NAM's members, without dissent, agreed to the creation of a common fund of $6 billion to ensure the stability of commodity prices. The G7, led by the United States, squelched this demand, and eventually agreed to the creation of a fund with only $400 million to finance buffer stocks, and $350 million to do commodity research and development. As two analysts found, these pledges showed that even if some commodity agreements are successfully concluded, thereby adding to the capital available, a genuinely integrated program is unlikely to be implemented. Thus, what is likely to be achieved will not make a radical difference to problems faced in the commodity sphere and to the situation and prospects of most developing countries. 20. Economic issues were delinked from the politics of economics. At the same time, the political issues were removed from any consideration of the inequities of the power and privilege in the world. No longer did NAM produce a long, almost unwieldy laundry list of declarations and resolutions on each and every revolutionary struggle. Neither did NAM conduct an analysis of imperialism or the role of the bipolar Cold War in the sharpening of conflicts around the planet. At a 1976 NAM meeting in Colombo, Sri Lanka, Mozambique's Samoram Machel tried to raise the question of proxy wars and how the Atlantic powers had begun to select acceptable options in conflict situations. The G7, and the international media, characterized these puppet movements as moderate and reasonable, while their adversaries were considered to be terrorists. Machel's intervention on this theme went nowhere. 21 Nor did any political discussion about the arms industry. In 1972, the Third World expended $33 billion on arms, already a vulgar amount. A decade later, the figure totaled $81 billion. In 1977, the Cuban government proposed that $650 billion wasted on the world arms trade be transferred into a capital infusion into the Third World. The G7 did not consider the proposal, the corporate media mocked it, and NAM did not give it serious attention. The politics of NAM moved to symbolism. The creation of a powerful unity to change the political manipulation of the planet in the bipolar Cold War was destroyed. The 1983 NAM concentrated on three political matters: the rights of the Palestinians, freedom for the South Africans, and the zone of peace in the Indian Ocean. By 1983, it was de rigueur, almost depressingly predictable, to demand rights for the Palestinians and the South Africans. The genuflection toward the Palestinians and the South Africans came, however, without any word on the support given by the Atlantic powers, particularly the United States, for both the Likud regime in Israel and the Afrikaner apartheid state in South Africa. 22 At the 1964 Third NAM Summit in Cairo, the Third World called for the establishment of denuclearized zones around the world, such as a zone of peace in the Indian Ocean. The 1959 Antarctic Treaty and the 1963 Treaty of Tlatelolco laid the groundwork for this demand. India conducted a nuclear test in 1974, and the United States maintained an enormous base in the Chagos Archipelago, Diego Garcia, that housed nuclear weapons. 23 This did not enter into the framework of the political resolution. There was no longer any frontal assault on the institutions of imperialism that sustained and extended global inequality, not just economic inequality but also political and cultural inequality. In terms of political equality, none of the G77 powers challenged the veto power of the 5 nuclear states that sat as permanent members of the UN Security Council. If cultural equality was important, at least the NAM countries might have challenged the unrepentant show of superiority by the G7 in its self-definition as the greatest countries in the world, but also as the global, private monopoly media shuffled off the lives of the majority of the planet as opportunities to concentrate on hunger, famine, and refugees. A great deal had changed between the rise of the Third World and the New Delhi meeting. In the decades that led to the creation of NAM in 1961 and for at least a decade after that, hope reigned over the populations of the world. National liberation movements of minimal military strength vanquished vast empires, and attempted to create just societies and a just world. The far-sighted imagination created by the Third World is well represented in the speeches of its leaders at international gatherings, but also in the enthusiasm and sacrifice of the citizenry to create these new nations. The internal shortcomings and contradictions of the Third World states were significant, and intellectuals, politicians, and popular movements had little illusion about these. Castro handed over the baton to Indira Gandhi, and yet he remained the moral embodiment of what the Third World was. He was received like a rock star. The refrain he used here was to struggle. The Third World, born in struggle, had to struggle to put its agenda on the table, and now had to struggle to realize it. That was Castro's view. But who would struggle for this agenda in a world where the effective power of the Third World was dramatically curtailed? If those in the room had no intention of following through with these suggestions, then why did Castro earn this extended applause? Did this mean that even as those who began to represent the bruised parts of the world created class alliances with their fellows in the First World, and even as they abandoned the agenda of the Third World for fellowship with the doctrine of U.S. primacy and IMF-driven globalization, they retained an emotional bond to the Third World's days of rage? None of the leaders and few of their regimes had the will or the capacity to genuinely represent the masses that offered their allegiance to them in one form or another. The lack of struggle for an expansive social justice agenda meant that the forms of social solidarity engendered by the dominant classes shifted from secular anti-colonial nationalism to cultural nationalism. Struggle would cease to mean the determined struggle to create socially just collectivities. For us, the first task is to untangle the policies of the IMF in the aftermath of the debt crisis. In the 1970s, the IMF shifted its 3 decades-old mission from the provision of short-term credit to countries with current account deficits, lender of the last resort, to the use of its crucial finances as a weapon to demand structural economic changes mainly in the bruised nations. In other words, the new IMF eroded the institutions of state sovereignty fought for by the global institutions of the Third World, UNCTAD and NAM. The assault by the IMF is not easy to understand, and it demands a facility with economic discourse that I have tried to make as accessible as possible. In the next chapter, Kingston. When the IMF and the World Bank worked over the already battered Third World, many of their salacious elites looked across to the Pacific Rim of Eurasia and found small states with high growth rates. These dominant classes longed to be part of the U.S. consumer dream and abandon what appeared to be the intractable poverty of the Third World landscape. Their dreams had a flimsy foundation, mainly because they did not have a proper analysis of the cause of this rise of the East Asian miracle. Nevertheless, the dream of the East Asian Road provided an alternative path for the development of the dominant classes in the darker nations that liberated themselves from the Third World, as I will show in the chapter Singapore. But this is not sufficient, because I cannot in this history ignore the millions of people who continue to live in the former Third World, and whose ruling cliques have abjured the creation of an agenda for liberation. Secular anti-colonial nationalism ceased to provide the foundation for their sense of social solidarity, and it was replaced by a cruel, cultural nationalism that either drew on forms of social solidarity provided by religion, reconstructed racism, or undiluted class power. The final chapter, Mecca, will illuminate this. The Third World came to be assassinated by this confluence of factors and processes. Kingston. 100 years after Christopher Columbus arrived on the island of Jamaica in 1494, the Arawak population of 100,000 dwindled to a handful. In time, the entire population was cleansed, and the island was peopled by English colonial officials and plantation owners as well as enslaved Africans and indentured Indians. Captive labor grew the sugarcane that provided the main economic resource of the island. Rebellions came over time, and these generated a strong consciousness of distaste for the brutality and paternalism of colonial rule. It took centuries for independence to come, and when it did come in 1962, it was overdue. Just as the abolition of slavery advanced the cause of human freedom and yet left the formerly enslaved people in decrepit socio-economic conditions, so too did national independence move history forward and yet do little for the everyday dilemmas of Jamaicans. Point 1. When the British took down the Union Jack from the island, they could very well have sung the youthful lyrics from Bob Marley's second album, except that the British didn't leave much money behind. I brought the money like your lawyer said to do. Ain't nothing funny, babe, I am still in love with you. Said I'm leaving you tomorrow. I'll cause you no more sorrow. One more cup of coffee then I'll go. The new regime of Nelson Manley's People's National Party crafted a social development agenda to counter the chainless bondage of post-colonial life. Drawing from the work of W. Arthur Lewis, a comrade and friend of Priebus, the Jamaican government pursued the policy of industrialization by invitation. A system of leases permitted the government to channel industrial investment into those areas of the economy that allowed for social development. Point 2 Economic policy generally drew from the import substitution theory, and the government relied on targeted direct foreign investment, notably in the bauxite sector. The latter provided Jamaica with most of its foreign exchange earnings. Discovered in the 1940s, the bauxite reserves fell prey to Canadian and U.S. firms starting in 1952. These firms have since dominated the extraction of the mineral, with Jamaica becoming the largest exporter to North America in the 1960s. Point 3 But as with sugar and tourism, the Jamaican people did not benefit from their natural resources. The only return to Jamaica came in the way of modest taxes to the government, meager wages to the working class, and a small tribute to the Jamaican managers at the mines and plantations. For this reason, what Jamaica exported despite its fabulous resources was cheap labor, and what it gained for that was a pittance toward its grandiose development aims. Point 4. The Manley-Lewis approach to development resembled in all its essentials the policy followed by most of the formerly colonized states. Unable to draw on foreign capital, the Puerto Rican model, and unwilling to cut off ties with the capitalist world system, the Cuban model, the Manley-Lewis policy hoped to harness whatever domestic funds it could find as well as accumulate state revenues from the sale of bauxite. The capital raised would go toward some measure of social development. Indeed, for a formerly colonized state, the Jamaican economy in the 2 decades after the end of colonial rule grew at a respectable annual rate of 7% on average, and per capita income rose by almost 4.5%. But because Jamaica's government had effectively leased its economic sovereignty to the wiles of foreign capital, the growth that the economy experienced was not able to sustain itself. The fundamentals of the economy, like that of much of the Third World, did not befit the rhetoric of freedom. Despite the decent rate of growth, Jamaica could not raise the funds to cover its import bill. Over 60% of the goods used in the country came from abroad, including energy and consumer goods, but also about half its food. Unable to cover its import bill as a result of a failure to diversify its economy, the Jamaican government relied on foreign investment and tourism to balance its books. The erratic, but almost always low prices of its minerals, bauxite, as well as its plantation crops, bananas and sugar, meant that the balance of payments suffered from a chronic deficit. Loans from commercial banks, sympathetic governments, and international agencies became not an emergency stopgap but a regular budgetary feature. Like many other formerly colonized states, Jamaica came to rely on foreign direct investment not as capital for development or even emergency means but as a routine part of its annual financial policy. Aid became just that, relief to a structurally unbalanced budget. The lack of economic diversification and the use of foreign investment for the repayment of loans instead of social development led to an increase in unemployment from just above 10% in 1960 to just under 25% by 1972.5. By the early 1970s, the government reactivated its efforts to break Jamaica out of its impoverished chrysalis at the nether end of global capitalism. Manley's son Michael ran a ferocious and successful political campaign against the global economic system that stacked the decks against countries like Jamaica. Once in power, Michael Manley promoted the construction of democratic socialism for Jamaica, but his regime did not try to disassociate itself from the world capitalist system, or even the overwhelming dominance of financiers of the commercial or IMF variety. Keeping Jamaica hooked up to the infusion of foreign aid or investment meant that the government had to respond to the demands of the foreign money managers rather than the long-term developmental needs of the people of Jamaica. Short-term returns to the investors dominated the planning even of the democratic socialist state. The decline in the terms of trade shifted the priorities of the national liberation state. Indeed, it created a new project for the state, what political scientist Suzanne Soderberg calls the competition state. 6. Each state competed with other states to provide the best conditions for private portfolio capital. Because of the general crisis of the domestic economy, its population could not deliver sufficient taxes on its income and profits. This capital infusion, then, was more important to the competition state than its own domestic population. The needs of the investors drove state policy. This is not to say that Michael Manley's regime did nothing to try to promote Jamaican interests. 7 The administration's democratic socialist regime initiated a series of measures that challenged the hegemony of the G7 states, even as it did not demand the structural adjustment of the capitalist order. The first and most impressive move came in the 1974 formation of the International Bauxite Association, IBA. At the founding conference in Conakry, Guinea, 7 of the major bauxite producers, Australia, Guinea, Guyana, Jamaica, Sierra Leone, Suriname, and Yugoslavia, described the overwhelming domination of multinational corporations in the exploitation and processing of bauxite and the marketing of its produce. 8 Transnational corporations sucked the benefits from the extraction of mineral resources like bauxite. The combined power of the companies worked against the mutual competition between states. Guinea and Jamaica, for instance, competed against each other to the benefit of transnational firms. The IBA wanted the states to shift this power imbalance. If these states operated together, the transnational firms might have to kowtow to them. The Manley government sought control over the domestic bauxite industry from a handful of transnational corporations. A substantial levy on the price of the aluminum ingot content in the bauxite drew several $100 million for the Treasury in the matter of a few months, and after substantial deliberation the government took over majority, 51%, control of the bauxite mines. 9 But control over the domestic production and revenue of bauxite was not sufficient, as the crucial cooperation of the Third World failed to materialize. Brazil did not join the IBA. Australia joined Brazil in selling bauxite for less than the IBA's agreed price. This destroyed the IBA, which soon became simply an office in Kingston. 10. Bauxite was not the only unprocessed commodity to experience a sharp decline in its price into the early 1980s. If the 1970s saw a marginal rise in the price of certain non-petroleum commodities, by the 1980s there was an across-the-board drop in these prices. 11 Single commodity export-dependent countries lost earnings of as much as $290 billion between 1980 and 1991 as a result of the decline in their terms of trade. For sub-Saharan Africa, the impact was gruesome. For much of the region, non-fuel primary commodity goods amount for about one-third of the state's export earnings. The decline in the term of trade meant that these countries lost on average about 5% of their gross domestic product, and thereby dampened their state's budgetary flexibility. 12 The decline in the terms of trade in the 1980s is not mystical. 13 It occurred for a variety of reasons. Agriculture in the G7 states posed a significant problem, as these states both subsidized production and used costly fertilizers and irrigation systems to enhance productivity. The bauxite trade was hit hard by shifts in the use of aluminum. Many industries used plastic in its stead, so that in the 1970s Jamaican bauxite exports declined by a third. In this same period, Jamaica's cane sugar exports declined by 22% as the first world market moved toward beet sugar and artificial sweeteners. By the end of the 1980s, some commodity cartels remained in business, such as the London-based International Cocoa Organization, but others closed up shop, such as the Association of Coffee-Producing Countries, which ended its run in 2002. From the late 1990s onward, the lack of viability of the World Trade Organization to act on behalf of the farmers of the former Third World showed decisively that their prices would remain low as subsidies to the producers in the G7 remained legal. From bauxite to cotton, farmers and miners in the darker nations faced perilous times. Burned by the failure of its cartel maneuver and unwilling to challenge the authority of global capitalism in general, the Manley government also pursued regional cooperation options. Jamaica took a leadership role in moving the Caribbean Community and Common Market, CARICOM, from a free trade area into a customs union, that is, from an area without tariffs between the various countries in CARICOM to an area with a common external tariff policy against those outside it. The Manley regime initiated a dialogue about the transformation of CARICOM into a common market, but it did not go anywhere. Even CARICOM failed its self-image as states demanded concessions for their own tariff policies or else cut side deals with the Caribbean Development Bank. 14 These were difficult times, and the leadership of these nations had no easy choices. They stumbled around in search of a way out of the debt trap, and even those such as Cuba only managed with considerable assistance from the already faltering Soviet economy. 15. In the early years of Michael Manley's democratic socialism experiment, Jamaica's main reggae artist became the voice of the Third World. In 1973, Marley and the Wailers released Brennan, their second major international hit after the previous year's Catch a Fire. On this album, the Wailers produced a series of songs that reflected the rage of those who began to feel increasingly marginalized by their own state and the international order. Get Up, Stand Up, I Shot the Sheriff, Brennan and Luton, and a pressed song 16. One of them, the title track, set the tone with regard to the difficulty of finding the boss who controlled the system of everyday economic curfews. This morning I woke up in a curfew. Oh God, I was a prisoner too. Could not recognize the faces standing over me. They were all dressed in uniforms of brutality. How many rivers do we have to cross before we can talk to the boss? All that we got, it seems we have lost. We must have really paid the cost. And then, because of the structural failure of the Third World agenda. That's why we gonna be Brennan and Luton tonight. Brennan all illusions tonight. By 1976, the Jamaican balance of payments registered a deficit, in Jamaican dollars, of $231.3 million, and the net foreign exchange reserves fell precipitously from a positive balance of $136.7 million in June 1975 to a negative one of $181.4 million in December 1976. World inflation, high oil prices, and a drop in commodity prices affected the reserves, as it did those of most of the darker nations. In 1960, the total debt of the 133 states that the World Bank counted as part of the developing countries held a total public and private debt just short of $18 billion. In 10 years, the debt had escalated to $75 billion, and when Jamaica went into fiscal crisis, it was $113 billion. By 1982, the debt had reached the astronomical figure of $612 billion. While many scholars and commentators blame the oil crisis of 1973-74 for the ballooning debt, this is a superficial argument. The rise in oil prices due to the action of the OPEC cartel only exacerbated tendencies that had already stymied the social development of the formerly colonized states. The distorted development agenda followed by most of the Third World, whether those that adopted or shunned socialism, and the imperialist pressure faced by these states produced a structurally impoverished international political economy. When the oil crisis hit, it provided the conjuncture for the Third World's structural rot. Many of the states mired in debt struggled to raise funds. As the NIEO strategy faltered, the Third World states turned to commercial banks to cover their debt. Borrowing without any ability to pay back the loans and the interest was the precipitating cause of the debt crisis for the Third World. In 1974-75, the non-petroleum exporting states of the Third World had to come up with $80 billion to finance their external deficits. Of this, about $36 billion came from private sources. 17 commercial banks in the G7 that found that the rate of return within the advanced industrial states declined as productivity rates grew flat, turned eagerly to fund the Third World states. They divided the emerging markets into at least two categories: the fast-growing exporters of manufactures such as Brazil, the Philippines, and South Korea, and the new rich commodity exporters such as copper exporters Peru and Zambia, and even Zaire, copper, cobalt, and manganese. But the banks would not dole out their capital without cover from the IMF. 18 If the IMF sanctified the state with a short-term standby agreement, it provided a seal of approval for more funds. The IMF loans often fell far short of the amount needed, so the IMF acted as insurance for the private commercial banks. U.S. banks took the lead. For example, as the economist Emma Rothschild notes, 21 of the largest U.S. banks lent in excess of $5 billion to Brazil and Mexico each. The money swept into the Third World, but not without a prospect of return. In 1975, Rothschild reports, each of the 5 largest U.S. banks made more than 40% of its profits from foreign operations. Chase was an extreme case. It earned 64% of its profits abroad, as compared to only 22% in 1970. 19. These commercial banks made a prudent decision. Their investment in the structural poverty of the Third World's balance of payments debt crisis paid handsome returns. But the situation seemed illogical. How could the impoverished pay back these enormous loans? Even the capitalist press worried for the profligate banks. "It doesn't show on any maps," Wall Street Journal editors quipped, "but there's a new mountain on the planet, a towering $500 billion of debt run up by the developing countries." Because the situation looks starkly ominous to some, the paper continued, it might create a chain reaction of defaults and bank failures that resembles the major depression of the 1930s. It takes a lot for the booster of free market capital to drum up such a pessimistic outlook. The defaults did not come because the IMF, backed by the US government and the newly confident elites of the darker nations, strong-armed governments into the cannibalization of their resources to maintain the payment schedules. After the Mexican collapse of 1982, the US government proposed the Brady Plan, 1989, which had 2 elements. First, the banks lent money to cover the debt if the country provided assurances to pay back the loan and the debt, and second, the IMF and the U.S. Department of the Treasury sanctified the loan if the country entered a process of significant economic reform. These reforms were planned to construct competition states and cut down the elements of the responsive state created by the national liberation regimes. The indebted states could not fully or finally pay back the loaned amounts because they did not have the structural capacity to raise their exports above their imports, nor could they claw back from the devaluations of their local currencies that resulted as part of the IMF package. 20. Nevertheless, they serviced their debts with an annual interest payment either raised through more credit or else through the diversion of the surplus that might have gone towards social welfare, health, education, and other such areas of the social wage. By 1983, capital flows reversed, as more money came from the indebted states to the G7 than went out as loans and aid. In other words, the indebted countries subsidized and funded the wealthy nations. In the late 1980s, the indebted states sent an average of $40 billion more to the G7 than the G7 sent out as loans and aid. This became the annual tribute from the darker nations. By 1997, the total debt owed by the formerly colonized world amounted to about $2.17 trillion, with a daily debt service payment of $717 million. The nations of sub-Saharan Africa spent 4 times more on debt service, on interest payments, than on health care. For most of the indebted states, between 1/3 and 1/5 of their gross national product was squandered in this debt service tribute. The debt crisis had winners, the financial interests in the G7. If the G7 commercial banks gained from the loans they continued to extend to the new indebted world, they did not win alone. To blame the oil crisis of 1973-74 for the implosion disguises another beneficiary of the rise in oil prices. During the first 6 months of 1974, when the fiscal effects of the oil crisis became clear, the G7 enjoyed a $6 billion surplus with the non-petroleum exporting Third World states, but it suffered a $41 billion deficit with the oil exporting states. A year later, the non-petroleum states owed $21 billion, whereas the G7 owed the oil group $21 billion. 21. The scale had been balanced. The rise in oil revenue for the G7 had been offset by the surplus owed by the oil-less Third World. Furthermore, the oil states, as we saw earlier, held their profits largely in US dollars, which meant that as the US dollar abandoned the gold standard in 1971, its own standing in the global economy remained high because petrodollars kept it in demand. 22. The rise in petrodollars allowed the United States to abandon the very macroeconomic restrictions it demanded of the Third World, and therefore run a deficit to strengthen its domestic economy and expand its already considerable military. The debt crisis and the general disunity in the Third World over its response to this predicament offered an opening to the G7 and its international agencies, notably the IMF, to demand immense concessions from the indebted states. The debt crisis was the Trojan horse for an assault against the abbreviated Project for the Construction of Third World Sovereignty. The IMF did not provide short-term assistance without prejudice. At its founding meeting in 1944, the Indian delegation proposed that the IMF should assist in the fuller utilization of the resources of economically underdeveloped countries. The principal powers, led by the United States, rejected this formulation. For them, the IMF should simply be an instrument to ensure that countries in debt be encouraged with loans to cover their deficit rather than erect trade barriers to shore up their economy. The IMF, for the United States particularly, would be one more instrument to maintain a tariff-free capitalist system. As Article 1, Number 5 put it, the IMF would give confidence to members by making the general resources of the fund temporarily available to them under adequate safeguards, thus providing them with opportunity to correct maladjustments in their balance of payments without resorting to measures destructive of national or international prosperity. India's proposal aimed to extend the IMF's ambit from monetary policy and macroeconomic stabilization to the development needs of the emergent Third World. This could not be allowed for an institution intended to teach the world the fundamentals of neoclassic, free market economics. 23 IMF policy not only encouraged the export of capital but also drove the export of the capitalist relations of production to the darker nations. In 1954, the government of Peru came to the IMF for a short-term loan. The IMF did not provide the loan with the hope that Peru's government would make good use of it. Instead, the IMF demanded one condition, that Peru's economy must maintain a stable exchange rate. Gradually the IMF created procedures for accountability and punishment, generally as a poor report against the country that might lead to a dearth of commercial finance. States outside the G7 that took IMF money had to submit to a total makeover of their political and economic relations. In March 1980, the World Bank would give these sorts of policies a name, Structural Adjustment Loan, which would soon be called the Structural Adjustment Policy, SAP. Jamaica and other countries in the 1970s had to submit to SAP loans avant la lettre. In December 1976, as Marley took the stage at Kingston's National Heroes Park for his Smile Jamaica concert, Manley's government acceded to the IMF. 24. We're gonna help our people, help them right. O Lord, help us tonight. Cast away that evil spell, throw some water in the well, and smile. In Jamaica, come in and smile. The IMF plan was rigorous. First, it called on the government to devalue its currency to discourage imports and increase its ability to export its products. The policy intended to shift the import substitution thrust to an export-oriented economy. Second, the government had to discourage an increase in wages to keep down the need to import goods. Third, the IMF called for the reduction of state expenditure and a contraction of the role of the state in the economy, no more price controls and subsidies. Fourth, the state needed to sell off its public sector assets and enhance the private enterprises. Finally, the state had to hamper the money supply and raise interest rates to induce fiscal discipline. If Marley asked Jamaica to smile in late 1976, a few months earlier his wife, Rita, wrote a different song. Them crazy, she wrote in a song that Bob sang in the summer. Them crazy. We gonna chase those crazy bald heads out of town. Here comes the con man, coming with his con plan. We gonna chase those crazy bald heads out of town. The IMF arrived with one prescription to fit all ailments, whether in Jamaica in 1976 or Sudan and Zaire in 1979, and elsewhere. 25 The elements of IMF policy included such items as a tighter money supply, a devalued currency, high interest rates, reduced governmental expenditure, lower wages, and an assault on tariffs and subsidies. The logic of the social wage gave way to that of austerity. The IMF urged the indebted nations to submit themselves to complete integration in the world capitalist system, and not try to create either autarkic modes of economic protection or even reforms to privilege domestic development. Rather than deal with the short-term balance of payments crisis for what it was, The IMF in the 1970s used the financial crisis as the means to demand deep shifts in the political and economic arrangements devised by the Third World. In other words, the IMF went after every policy initiated by its fellow international agency, UNCTAD. Rather than consider that the problem of debt stemmed from the dilemma of mono-export economies, capital-starved former colonies, or unfinished class struggles within the Third World, the IMF put the problem on the nature of the state. The IMF rebuked the fact that the Third World state attempted to engineer development, indeed that it took on the role of surplus management. In Jamaica, the immediate effects of IMF policy fell on the rural and urban working class. Inflation soared as the Jamaican dollar faced significant devaluation and prices of basic goods began to skyrocket. Chicken up 74%, salt fish 285%, milk 83%, flour 214%, and cooking oil 71%. 26 The IMF austerity regime dropped real wages by as much as 35% in 1978 alone. By 1980, the unemployment rate in Jamaica soared to 30% or perhaps more. About 60% of Jamaican households began to rely primarily, if not exclusively, on the income of women, many of whom worked in unrewarding sweatshops in Kingston's free trade zone. In that zone, 80% of the employees were single mothers whose desperation to keep their families alive meant that 3/4 of them worked overtime. 27 One of these women, Debbie, told a 1988 surveyor that she earned $30 every 2 weeks, and when it comes time for my drawdown, I put it into the credit union and try to keep it for utility bills. But I'm always behind. Sometimes I have to do without light or water or gas and beg my neighbors until I can catch up. When Debbie was not able to work overtime, she had to join the higglers, the female street vendors. I go to the market with a few dollars to buy essentials like seasonings, callaloo, greens, and the cheapest fruits. I go later in the day when the prices are lower. I check prices and haggle. It takes a lot of energy. Journalist Joan Ross Frankson, who reported this survey, offers her summary. By imposing structural adjustment policies on Jamaica, the World Bank and its IMF partner have reversed the old rule about women and children being saved first. In this harsh new ocean there are no lifeboats and women and children must simply sink or swim. 28. Jamaica's problems with IMF policies mimicked what had occurred elsewhere. The UN Development Programme as well as other agencies recorded their own doubts almost as soon as the IMF began to structurally adjust the national liberation state. 29 There were even doubters within the IMF. In 1990, a senior IMF economist studied the IMF enforced stabilization measures from 1973 to 1988, the period when the structural adjustment bombed the Third World. His measured study found that the growth rate is significantly reduced in program countries relative to the change in non-program countries. 30 The IMF medication produced a patient with contracted economic activity, the destruction of the capacity for long-term economic growth, the cannibalization of resources, what is known as asset stripping, and a consequent return to being an exporter of raw materials. Much of this resulted in rising inequality in terms of class and gender, in addition to widespread environmental devastation. In the 1960s, the Third World states organized into UNCTAD had pledged not to attack the already strained consumption ability of their citizens. Funds for development could not be garnered from additional taxation, these states promised, because they would not be able to draw more from a relatively impoverished population. After 2 decades, when the IMF era eroded the sovereignty of the national liberation states, it became routine to demand that these hollow states now pound more and more surplus from their exhausted populations to pay back already fattened commercial banks and international agencies. Macroeconomic stability became a more important actor on the world stage than the citizens of the national liberation states. In 1977, Michael Manley complained, "We cannot continue to be told that the price of balance of payments support through the IMF may involve measures that cause mass starvation." 31 If Manley worried about the ability of the working class to survive, the IMF took a harsh approach to sacrifice. In 1981, IMF Director Jacques de Lavoisière called for sacrifices on the part of all, international financing will serve no purpose if spent on consumption as if there were no tomorrow. 32. Sacrifices could not be demanded without the expectation that they would result in protest. Early victims of IMF policies vigorously battled their governments for their accession to the IMF conditions. From Egypt to Peru, Sudan to Ecuador, Bolivia to Liberia, the streets of the Third World rang with the cries of "the poor can't take no more," as street graffiti in Kingston put it. "Come we go burn down Babylon one more time. Come we go chant down Babylon one more time." Men see their dreams and aspirations crumble in front of their face, and all their wicked intentions to destroy the human race. Come we go chant down Babylon one more time. Babylon knew that its demands would not come without a response. In early 1980, the Independent Commission for International Developmental Issues, chaired by the former Socialist Chancellor of West Germany Willy Brandt, published North-South, a program for survival, which became known as the Brandt Report. The report had been commissioned by the World Bank's Robert McNamara to find out why the process known as development had failed to produce justice. Toward the end of the report, the Commission noted, the fund's insistence on drastic measures has tended to impose unnecessary and unacceptable political burdens on the poorest, on occasion leading to IMF riots and even downfall of governments. 33. Jamaica had both these riots and the downfall of its government. The Manley government could have disavowed the IMF demands, refused to cover its deficit, and turned to Cuba and others for assistance. But this was a dangerous strategy given the overwhelmingly military response that would have come from the United States, as the Nicaraguans found after the successful Sandinista Revolution of 1979, and as the Cubans continued to experience. Instead, Michael Manley accepted the IMF funds and tried to ameliorate its demands, to produce structural adjustment with a human face. Manley objected to the IMF's demand that the state cut its social programs, as this was the price of survival for the democratic system. 34. Of course the IMF did not budge and the Manley government's budget had to give, and give again. As Manley hesitated, the commercial banks refused to proffer loans. When these came, the conditions were onerous. By the end of 1980, the per capita income in Jamaica fell by 40%. This pressure and the unemployment not only damaged the credibility of the Manley government but also called into question the viability of democratic socialism, or indeed any alternative to capitalism. As economist Richard Bernal noted, the IMF's actions and programs gave credibility to the charge that the government was guilty of economic mismanagement and that democratic socialism was impractical and unworkable. 35. IMF-led globalization promotes the view that the national liberation state is an overbearing and inefficient institution. Rather than allow the state to determine and regulate the process of the economy, IMF policies uphold market forces or the market as the most efficient agent for economic activity. When the IMF officials told the Jamaicans that politics should be taken out of the market, what they meant, Bernal underscored, was that the state should abdicate its formal accountable role in the management of the social surplus. The market will take care of everything. Manley called for an election. He wanted to make it a mandate against the IMF and its prescriptions. This was always a tough sell, because it is hard to make abstract domination a coherent, emotive election issue. The opposition led by Edward Seaga's pro-United States Jamaican Labour Party was able to make the election turn on the current state of the economy, rather than the external pressures from IMF-driven globalization. Things looked bad for Manley. On the streets of Kingston, the wall painters wrote, "IMF equals is Manley's fault." 36. 800 people died in this most contentious and violent election. Seaga road to victory. Seaga inherited a broken economy. His party crafted the national program for reconstruction, including the rebuilding of parts of the public sector. 37. When Manley spoke of the public sector, the U.S. government rebuked him. When Seaga did, they championed his leadership in the rebuilding of necessary infrastructure. The difference was political. A pro-Atlantic Jamaica could be a counterpoint to insurgent Nicaragua and Grenada as well as Cuba. In the same way, on the Pacific Rim, the U.S. government funded dictatorships in Indonesia and the Philippines despite the nationalist noises by Suharto and Marcos. Suharto declared 1966 to be the year of self-reliance, and threatened to nationalize the oil industry. Suharto's economic program included a cocktail of import substitution, industrialization by invitation, and an open door to the extraction sector. U.S.-based Caltex held a commanding position in oil, while U.S.-based Freeport-McMoRan dominated copper. As long as Suharto facilitated the work of the transnational corporations and joined the United States in a geopolitical alliance, all else was forgiven. 38 Marcos, in 1973, ordained a constitution that reneged on the open-door policy for U.S. firms, yet he allowed these same firms through the back door with service contracts. Additionally, Marcos signed Presidential Decree No. 66 to create the Bataan Export Processing Zone, EPZ. Foreign-owned firms in this EPZ received enormous tax exemptions and repatriated their profits. 39 This was a harbinger of Marcos's export-oriented industrialization strategy, one welcomed by the U.S. Treasury and the G7. Siga, too, spoke publicly about the need for an efficient public sector at the same time as he encouraged the two major bauxite transnational firms, Kaiser and Reynolds, to expand their operations on the island. Marcos, Suharto, and Siga mastered the art of political illusion. By a sleight of hand, they posed as efficient nationalists as they opened their countries to unregulated corporations. The national bourgeoisie, represented in Jamaica by Siga, camouflaged their enthusiasm for reform by making the claim that there is no alternative and the IMF made us do it, as well as by touting the amount of US and IMF money that flowed into the country as a result of the reforms. Proximity to the Pentagon and the U.S. White House enabled such states to gain financial benefits. The U.S. government poured money into Jamaica, $100 million per year in cash, and the purchase of millions of tons of bauxite for its strategic stockpile. 40 In addition, the U.S. Treasury vouched for these states with the international agencies, such as the IMF and other commercial and development banks. Short-term capital flooded in on very favorable terms. That the U.S. government dominated the IMF by dint of its contribution to the total fund, and that it, along with the four other advanced industrial states, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and Japan, controlled the World Bank, allowed it to have an inordinate control over the decisions of these crucial bodies. 41 The IMF provided Siga's Jamaica with $600 million between 1981 and 1983 to underwrite the reform process. This inflow of capital did not prevent the free flow of the Jamaican economy. In 1981, the island's gross domestic product was $3 billion, but 3 years later it fell to $2 billion. The per capita annual income also dropped from $1,340 to $923. IMF-driven globalization exacerbated the collapse of the Jamaican economy, overseen by its great ally, Siga. In 1984, an IMF riot broke out in Kingston. 11 people died. The institutional impact of IMF-driven globalization was heavy. The new reforms pushed by Siga's government resulted in a weakened responsive state. Between the mid-1980s and 1989, Jamaica's government fired about a third of its public employees, both through privatization of public companies and through central government layoffs. 42 The state hired fewer people, had fewer regulators of the market, and therefore had little capacity to discharge its constitutional responsibilities. Not only did the IMF-driven reforms call for privatization and disinvestment in the economy, it also insisted on the withdrawal of the state from any interference in the management of social wealth, through a redistribution of food or via welfare, and the regulation of economic activities. The national liberation state was disemboweled in this process. 43. The withdrawal of the neoliberal, competition state from the provision of social welfare and the protection of sovereignty did not mean that all the state institutions were weakened. 44 The neoliberal state now stakes itself more on repression than on responsiveness. Its role is as a crime fighter and a warrior against subversion. The assaults on the Rude Bois and Rastafarians predated Siga's rule, but intensified within it. In 1980, the private sector organization of Jamaica hosted Siga's Attorney General and Minister of National Security, Winston Spalding, as well as the Chief of Staff of the Jamaican Defense Force Brigadier Robert Nish and the Police Commissioner Wilbert Bowes. Spalding reported that crime was intolerable, and to take care of it the police must be free to go out there and get the gunmen. Sega's cabinet backed the security forces entirely. 45 From 1979 to 1986, the Jamaican police killed more than 200 people per year. An America's Watch report summarized the police strategy as a practice of summary executions by the police, a practice of unlawful detentions by the police at times accompanied by police assaults on detainees, and a practice of confining detainees in police station lock-ups under squalid and degrading conditions. 46 In the conditions of total social and economic collapse, gang violence or community protection against gang violence became the order of the day. Social anomie intensified alongside IMF-driven reforms, and the neoliberal state responded with the bullet. 47. The armed forces not only went after the discarded parts of the Jamaican population but also used the right of eminent domain to expel people from their land. In the 1970s, the major bauxite firms took charge of almost 200,000 acres of farmland and displaced hundreds of thousands of farmers. These farmers watched helplessly as the transnational firms bulldozed their homes and small provision grounds to take out the red dirt from the ground, sending this dirt to the sea on conveyor belts, where ships could carry them to provide jobs in the aluminum industry in Europe and North America. 48 The ejected farmers either went overseas and remitted money to distraught relatives, or they turned to the increasingly lucrative marijuana trade. The state's withdrawal of regulation left the transnational corporation without any check. The mysteries of fiscal policy devalued the role of the citizen, with rights in the state, and elevated the power of the foreign corporations. In 1960, a U.S. scholar defined transnational corporations as entities which have their home in one country but which operate and live under the laws of other countries as well. 49 This definition, however, missed one of the most crucial dynamics of the transnational corporation: to abjure jurisdictions and laws in some, to operate outside regulation and oversight. Carl Gers-Tacker of Dow Chemicals wistfully told the White House Conference on the Industrial World on February 7, 1972, "I have long dreamed of buying an island owned by no nation and of putting the world headquarters of the Dow Company on the truly neutral ground of such an island, beholden to no nation or society." 50 What Gers-Tacker hoped for did not come in the form that he desired, an island, but in the power that the transnational corporations wielded as a result of the demotion of the national liberation states. As such states withdrew from the task of economic regulation and the management of the surplus, transnational corporations filled the vacuum. 51 Of course the national bourgeoisie of these states, themselves children of 2 or more decades of import substitution or else the state bureaucracy, not only welcomed the transnational firms but also went into joint ventures with them or else went to work for them. The transnational corporation did not threaten the sovereignty of the national liberation state, that had already occurred through the impact of IMF-led globalization. 52. The transnational corporations that blossomed from the 1970s onward emerged only because of a tremendous transformation of technology. The fragmentation of the production process allowed firms to disarticulate the factory and shift parts of what was once a centralized assembly line across continents. This could only take place alongside the development of a communications network, via satellites, a transportation network, computerized shipping, containerization, and lower air freight costs, an international accounting and credit system, cash management through computers, and weaker international taxes on the transit of partially finished goods. All these developments allowed for the integration of production on a world scale. When national liberation states shifted their priorities from import substitution, people-oriented development toward export-led, growth-driven development, they created EPZs that cut taxes and defended corporations against all regulation. Jamaica's Kingston EPZ used to be a warehousing and transshipment facility. In 1982, the state converted it into a production site, and soon thereafter added the Montego Bay EPZ, 1985, and the Garmex EPZ, 1987. Technological changes and the encouragement of the formerly colonized states through a withdrawal of laws enabled the transnational corporation to flourish. 53 In 1980, a study of the world's 100 largest economic units found that 39 of them were not states but transnational corporations. 54. The more astute movements recognized the power of transnational corporations. After Chile's socialist President Allende nationalized the country's copper mines, he asked the UN Economic and Social Council to investigate the activities of global corporations. In 1973, after Allende's ouster and murder, the United Nations created the Center on Transnational Corporations, UNCSI. Following a long period of deliberation and study, the UNCSI drafted a provisional transnational corporation code of conduct in 1976, but after dozens of consultations and meetings, the code died when the United Nations closed down UNCSI in 1993.55. The UNCSI created an archive on corporate malfeasance and the fiscal irregularities due to a lack of international standards for accounting. All the principles and procedures being produced by the UNCSI would have posed a great challenge to the kind of fallacious operations maintained by Enron. 56. Over the course of the 1980s and into the 1990s, the UNCSI played a quixotic role, as the G7 powers took advantage of the Third World's collapse to exert the power of the transnational corporation into the bureaucratic world of the United Nations. By February 9, 1998, when UN Secretary-General Annan signed a joint statement with the International Chamber of Commerce, represented by leaders from Coca-Cola, Goldman Sachs, McDonald's, Rio Tinto's Inc., and Unilever, that read, "Broad political and economic changes have opened up new opportunities for dialogue and cooperation between the United Nations and the private sector," the advantage went decisively to IMF-led globalization over the Third World. Furthermore, the statement hoped that the United Nations and the International Chamber of Commerce would forge a close global partnership to secure greater business input into the world's economic decision-making and boost the private sector in the least developed countries. What they wanted was the establishment of an effective regulatory framework for globalization, or in other words, as little influence as possible in the capitalist relations of production. 57. This convergence affected the UNCTAD, the new home of the UNCSI. When the UNCSI went to the UNCTAD, it became a part of the Division of Investment, Technology and Enterprise Development. In other words, it became a cheerleader for transnational corporations. The UNCTAD, born by the efforts of the Third World, now produces investment guides for global conglomerates so that they can have comparative information on investment opportunities in the least developed countries. This is a project with the International Chamber of Commerce. 58. The UNCTAD is now a booster of trade within the current unfair structure of the international political economy, not the heart of the international struggle led by the Third World to challenge and change the structure itself. Where PREBIS called for a revision of the terms of trade and outright grants instead of loans, the current head of the UNCTAD, Rubens Recupero, asks for an increase in the volume of trade alone. Many poor countries run big balance of payments deficits, usually filled by aid flows and remittances from overseas, he told the 2004 UNCTAD conference. A major aim of all least developed countries should be to reduce their aid dependence and external indebtedness. All this is along the grain of the old UNCTAD, but how does change happen? Capital accumulation and trade are the engine of growth, and international trade is the fuel for the engine. If the fuel dries up, the engine will not run. 59. What the darker nations must do is to increase their exports within a structure that pays too little for them, terms of trade, or does not value their inputs, labor. The demise of democratic socialism in the late 1970s had immense socio-political ramifications. During the 1970s, the Jamaican women's movement, mainly exercised through the Democratic Socialist Political Party, grew in strength. 60. After Manley's regime took power, the women's auxiliary of his party pushed a strong transformative agenda. The government felt the pressure, created the Women's Bureau in the Prime Minister's office, and championed legislation to benefit women especially. When confronted with high female unemployment, Manley's government passed the Special Employment, or CRASH, program to hire women to conduct public works. A backyard daycare initiative and free educational services, including school meals and uniforms, freed up household budgets. Better minimum wage laws, equal pay rules, and a campaign against the concept of the illegitimacy of children rounded out the array of laws and rules. When the political and economic situation worsened in 1977, the Women's Auxiliary joined with the Marxist Committee of Women for Progress to create the Joint Committee for Women's Rights. This new forum pushed a maternity leave law, fought against price increases, and exposed cases of hoarding by markets. In this period, the Campaign for Women's Liberation had an agenda and an organization. But with the IMF-led reforms, this dynamic collapsed. The state no longer provided an avenue for building the power of working-class women. The political organizations withered, or turned elsewhere for funds and support. This elsewhere is significant. Private foundations in the Atlantic states came forward to provide small amounts of funds to those organizations that weathered the demise of the state's responsiveness. Some of these groups took over the state's function to provide the basic amenities of survival, health care, literacy, and sustenance. The World Bank lauded them for doing what the National Liberation State did routinely. 61 The groups that pushed for systematic change or had strong political views had their funding cut. Sisterin, a political and cultural outfit in Jamaica, started out in the 1970s as a beneficiary of the democratic socialist regime. When that fell apart, it was able to continue only because of North American Foundation money. One of its leaders, Honor Fort Smith, recalls how the Inter-American Foundation ceased funding Sisterin when it insisted on joining an unacceptable political activity, an anti-apartheid rally. 62 The Jamaican women's movement and the Women's Bureau of the Democratically Socialist State pushed a slew of laws to transform the social condition of women. These new groups could not exercise this sort of leverage. They were only able to offer support or express their discontent. The institutional apparatus within the state to carry forward the women's liberation agenda no longer existed. 63. In 1979, scholars and politicians from around the Third World met in Kingston for an international conference on the trauma of the planet's political economy. The gathering produced the Terra Nova Statement on the International Monetary System and the Third World. If the IMF put itself forward as an unblemished institution of global reform, those in Kingston saw it as an instrument for the perpetuation of inequality. The G7 dominated the IMF procedures and policies, and regarded its rules as being for the darker nations and not for the advanced industrial states. For this reason, the G7 did not adhere to the IMF structural adjustment demands against budget deficits and subsidies. The G7 broke the rules when it wanted to and treated the fund with impunity when they wished. 64 The IMF served the G7, and not the G77. That was the lesson of the Terra Nova Statement. The statement showed that whereas almost 100 Third World states accounted for less than 37% of the IMF's voting power, the 5 leading industrial powers controlled more than 40%, while the United States alone held 20% of the votes in the IMF. The fund was controlled by the United States and other advanced industrial states. Indeed, the U.S. government was fully aware of this, pointing out to itself that it would only promote the policies of these international bodies if we are capable and willing to pursue important policy objectives in the banks by exercising the leverage at our disposal. 65 The Terra Nova Statement said that the IMF, acting on behalf of the major industrialized capitalist countries, has assumed a growing role as a financial and economic policeman in Third World countries. 66. The Third World, in crisis, offered a variety of reforms for the world political economy, but few listened. At Terra Nova itself, the delegates recognized that major internal structural reforms were needed, such as tight capital controls, control over foreign trade, and better management of local production. None of this came in line with IMF-led globalization, and most of this would be outlined at the South-North Conference on the International Monetary System and the New International Order in Arusha, Tanzania, June-July 1980. The Arusha Initiative, like the Terra Nova Statement, understood that the IMF had compromised its integrity by a too close relationship with the G7. The G77 needed to reform the IMF to make it supportive of a process of global development, especially for the countries of the Third World, which contain the majority of the world's poor. A new international monetary policy that could do this would need to achieve monetary stability, restore reasonable levels of employment and sustainable growth, and check inflation in the world economy. 67 To do this, the IMF would have to curtail the immense power of the G7 to dominate production and prices, exchange rates, and world trade. From such principled objections and objectives, the Arusha Initiative laid out four main attributes of a new monetary system. 1. Democratic management and control, or in fact the rearrangement of the policy that allows the largest donor to have the greatest say, as in the IMF. 2. Universality, or a demand that all states participate in international agreements. 3. The establishment of an international currency unit as the means of exchange and as the primary reserve asset, this to circumvent the global power of the dollar. 4. Immediate resource transfer to undo the vast imbalance in the world system. By the early 1980s, such proposals read like undecipherable hieroglyphics. At Terra Nova, the participants acknowledged that any democratic reform against the IMF-led globalization agenda would face major political problems. If a government did not have the support of its population when it took on the G7 and the abstract forces of economic domination, it would be ejected. For that reason, the government should adopt forms of popular mobilization, organization, and education which enable it to secure the active cooperation of the supporting social alliance, and the moral authority to ask for sacrifices. Experience shows that people make sacrifices willingly when they know that this is for a better future, and tolerate errors in management which are a natural part of the learning process. 68 These sacrifices would be far from the austerity of the post-Third World epoch. Singapore. As Jamaica's hopes clouded, dreams of other islands, these on the Pacific Rim, soared. The emergence of Japan as an economic giant surprised many, particularly since World War II devastated the country. Close on the heels of Japan came the states that the press dubbed the Four Tigers or Dragons: Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan, and then just behind them came the Four Cubs: Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and the coastline of mainland China. Between 1960 and 1990, as the Third World's numbers plummeted, Japan and the Tigers turned in spectacular economic results. Not only did these 5 countries experience a higher growth rate than most other countries or regions on the planet, but they also made significant inroads into global trade. In the 30 years after 1960, the Tigers' share of total world exports increased from 1.5 to 6.7%. Their share of total exports from the Third World rose from 6 to 34%, as their share of Third World manufacturing exports rose from 13.2 to an unbelievable 61.5%. 1 Unlike most great leaps forward of this kind, the Tigers did not grow at the cost of extreme domestic inequality. By 1990, all the Tigers showed a substantial improvement in income distribution, with Hong Kong and Singapore at the front, and South Korea and Taiwan not far behind. 2 In 1993, the World Bank released the East Asian Miracle, the first in a promised series of policy research documents written for the general public on development policy issues. 3 The title itself provides an indication of the breathlessness with which the World Bank saw the remarkable growth rates and relative economic equity produced in these Asian Rim states. New York, September 1976, Singaporean Foreign Minister S. Rajaratnam gives the UN General Assembly a piece of his mind. Copyright Bettman/Corbis. The Tigers' success dampened the enthusiasm for the Third World's exertions to transform the world order. If these small Asian countries could break through the constraints of the international political economy, why can't others do so? Singapore, about the size of Jamaica and also independent in the early 1960s, had the privilege of being the second most competitive economy in the world, after the United States. The gross domestic product of this small island grew from 1965 to 1990 by an average of 6.5% per year, double that of comparable places. The remarkable growth rates in these few decades eclipsed those of Singapore's former colonial ruler, England. 4 The engine for this explosion was Singapore's exports of manufactures. In 1960, only 7.2% of Singapore's gross domestic product came from manufactured exports, whereas by 1990 manufactured exports accounted for a little more than 3/4 of the gross domestic product. The massive economic growth lifted the standing of the entire population. The principal beneficiary of this expansion was the top 3% of Singaporean society, the elite who controlled the fields of finance, Lien Lin Chow, Khoo Tek Puat, the Lee family, and Wee Chow Yao, real estate, Ong Beng Seng, Kwek Lang Beng, and Ng Teng Fong, and the media, the Shah family. Singapore's elite is not flashy, but by 3 decades after the country's independence, it has been able to exert itself in global markets, as global players. 5. Singapore is not unique. First millionaires and then billionaires appeared up and down the Pacific Rim as well as in the more established capitalist economies of the Third World. Taiwan produced Tsai Wan-lin, banking and insurance, and Y.C. Wong, chemicals. Hong Kong delivered Li Ka-shing, real estate and telecommunications, Kwok Tak Seng, real estate, and Li Shao-ki, real estate. South Korea conjured Huang Zhencheng, finance, and Wang Taming, industrialist, and so many others. These men, and most are men, operated as sirens for the newly confident bourgeoisie across the Third World, people such as India's Birlas and Tatas, Brazil's Antonio Ermero de Moraes and Julio Bozano, and the Philippines' Tan Yu and Jaime Zobel de Ayala, among others. One of the common cultural traits of the haute bourgeoisie is the assumption that their wealth is well gained, that it has come by the ingenuity of a founder and is maintained by the exertions of the family. No magnate or titan believes that they have got what they have by dint of state intervention or by chance. The success of East Asia's islands and their well-known entrepreneurs attracted the bourgeoisie in the rest of the Third World, and disenchanted them from the road taken by their own societies. By the 1980s, when the debt crisis racked the rest of the Third World, its elites looked to the Pacific Rim for inspiration and a model. For the bourgeoisie of the darker nations, Singapore was Mecca. By the 1980s, Singapore and the other tigers possessed not only impressive growth rates but also the spectacle of advanced capitalist success. In 1965, as Singapore won its independence, its foreign minister, Rajaratnam, identified his country as a global city. A chain of cities, Singapore, Hong Kong, Seoul, Taipei, Tokyo, would share and direct, in varying degrees of importance, a worldwide system of economics. 6. The East Asian miracle, for Rajaratnam, was located in the city. This was not the industrial town of the 19th century. These cities represented the new mobile epoch of IMF-driven globalization. The idea of the global city ignored production, emphasized consumption, and made money through distribution. In these cities, the cathedrals of capitalism at their heart eclipse much else, the skyscrapers dominate the skyline, obscuring their own history and contemporary struggles. Singapore and Hong Kong, with immensely complex populations, both celebrated their diversity and enjoined their citizenry to revel in the present. So what if Singapore has no landscape, in any full sense of the word? Writer Peter Schoppert asks. Perhaps it is better to be lost than found. Who needs all the bloody ballast of land and destiny? Singapore is about roots, not roots, an intersection point of the trajectories of 1,000 journeys. Singapore is the sum of 100 diaspora. At night, it seems everyone is dreaming about somewhere else. 7. The city is the home for the confident bourgeoisie and an aspiring middle class, who eagerly want to break their bonds with the countryside and their domestic working class. Seoul and Taipei stand in for the hinterland of South Korea and Taiwan, while Hong Kong and Singapore are freed from the rest of the planet, little oases of capital and goods that have none of the problems of countries with an economically diverse landmass. Singapore, Hong Kong, Dubai, Kuwait, and elsewhere symbolize the mobility of capital and goods, but not the production of anything. The global city hides its production sites in the shadows. Hidden, too, are the low wages in the EPZs, in South Korea, 11% of US wages, and the gender disparities in the workplace. Women in South Korea make about half what men do for the same job. 8. These annoying facts of continued distress for large numbers of people who lived in the tigers or the hinterland of the tigers, and therefore provided it with mobile and often disenfranchised labor, did not imperil the enthusiasm of the World Bank. The darker nations finally produced a miracle. And it needed to be made universal. The World Bank's prescription for those third world regimes in debt had the air of old, neoliberal wine in new miraculous Asian bottles. These market-oriented aspects of East Asia's experience, it wrote, can be recommended with few exceptions. 9. The World Bank report grudgingly acknowledged the role of governmental intervention of the Third World variety, but then hastily cast it aside. More institutionally demanding strategies have often failed in other settings, and they clearly are not compatible with economic environments where the fundamentals are not securely in place. In parts of sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America, and elsewhere in Asia, activist government involvement in the economy has usually gone awry. So the fact that interventions were an element of some East Asian economies' success does not mean that they should be attempted everywhere, nor should it be taken as an excuse to postpone needed market-oriented reforms. 10. The World Bank spoke for a bourgeoisie eager to deny the governmental intervention that birthed it, as well as to shirk off any lingering governmental regulations laid out for nationalistic aims. It also, significantly, spoke for the Treasury departments of the G7 and the financial elites who lived in the global cities of London, New York, and Tokyo. Moreover, the construction of the miracle enabled the tigers to exert themselves in the NAM forums against the line proposed by Castro and the left. Galloping growth had a more solid foundation for its arguments than galloping inflation. Because the miracle, as early as 1973, was talked about with the barest of concern for the facts, it carried greater weight than the reality of the East Asian road. The World Bank report and the self-image of the tigers minimized the main historical facts. 11. The sensation of Singapore and the other tigers came in large part from a set of advantages exceptional to them. For one, the colonial experience of the tigers was objectively beneficial. Seized by the British as commercial bases for their China trade, Singapore, 1819, and Hong Kong, 1841, inherited few of history's problems. There was little agriculture, and what there was soon vanished before the hunger for buildings. Hong Kong not only urbanized its landscape but also reclaimed land from the sea for its airport and residential areas. Both Singapore and Hong Kong thrived as duty-free ports for opium and other commodities. These were paradises of capital, where the problem of production, and hence workers, was shipped elsewhere. These were almost purely entrepôts. 12. Occupied by the Japanese, Taiwan and Korea experienced an assault on their landlord class and forced land reform. Feudalism disappeared at the butt of an Arisaka rifle. In addition, the Japanese colonial machine exported its Zaibatsu state complex for capitalist development. The Zaibatsu, called chaebol in Korean, is an industrial conglomerate that controls finance, production, and distribution as well as cultivates a proximate relationship with the state. The Zaibatsu state alliance created a filial ideology that crushed dissent and infantilized workers, so that the factory became a curious amalgam of barracks and home. This was to be exported to Korea and Taiwan. In the 1930s, the Japanese economist Kitten Akamatsu's theory of the flying geese appealed to the Zaibatsu, and the Japanese imperial state, the lead goose, Japan, developed technologies and products. As it developed newer lines, it turned over the older ones to its colonies, Taiwan and Korea, and so it developed them as it went ahead. 13. Both the Japanese and the British established strong state structures and made the dominant classes subservient to these state institutions. 14. The potentialities of capitalist development along the Pacific Rim were well laid by colonial rule. 15. World War II devastated the Pacific Rim. It left Singapore in shambles. The growth of the communist movement in Malaysia and Singapore threatened the British hold on the region. A brutal war between the British and the Communist Party ran from 1948 until Malaysia's independence in 1957. In Singapore, the communist movement developed mass support among the Chinese working class. Aware of the growing strength of the left, an England-educated group led by Lee Kuan Yew created the People's Action Party, PAP. PAP made an alliance with the communist trade unions to throw out the British. For the first elections of 1959, PAP developed a manifesto that reflected its eclectic ideology, a mix of socialism, pragmatism, multiculturalism, and nationalism. 16 In 1961, as PAP gained confidence, it ejected its left wing, which reformed as the Barisan Socialis, the Socialist Front. In 1963, the PAP state-engineered Operation Cold Store to obliterate the BS's Barisan Socialis's top-level leadership. 17 PAP's lead economist and first finance minister of Singapore, Goh Keng Swee, warned the cabinet not to be swayed by either the lures of the free market or socialism. What Singapore needed, he argued, was the guided development of its free enterprise. 18. Lee Kuan Yew, the leader of PAP, came from an established, moneyed Chinese Singaporean family. He attended the best of the English medium schools, Raffles Institution and Raffles College, and took his degree at Fitzwilliam College, Cambridge. Lee was devastated when the brief merger with Malaysia, 1963-65, ended with anti-Chinese riots organized by chauvinist Malaysian political organizations. Lee cried before the television cameras, telling his new island nation that this was a moment of anguish for him. 19 The Hobbesian nature of modern politics distressed Lee, whose aristocratic background required a more hierarchical form of administration. Singapore, he told some journalists a few days after independence, should be a republic. We do not have a sultan, nor a raja. The Singaporean republic was not, to Lee's taste, excessively democratic. 20 Democracy not only had the tendency to devolve into mob rule, as in Malaysia, 1965, but it also wasted the talents of the educated classes. At a lecture at Harvard University in 1968, Lee explained that a highly politicized state absorbed the talents of people who would otherwise be involved in the productive economy. The educated, in that setting, were not put to the best use, and those who entered the combative arena of politics were gifted more in arousing their people than in mundane matters of administration and economics. 21 Politics interfered with the necessary work of development. The ideological framework developed by Lee for PAP secluded the world of politics from Singaporean society, and tried to turn the attention of the people toward an increase in the growth rates. Political differences were suppressed toward the creation of a strong economy. The sinister named Operation Cold Store was an early indication of the ejection of politics from Singaporean society. The Tigers emulated each other on this score. 2 consecutive dictatorships, led by Park Chung-hee and Chun Doo-hwan, controlled South Korea from 1960 to 1988. In Taiwan, the Kuomintang ruled a one-party state from 1949 to 1996, and Hong Kong remained a British colony until 1997. None of these states had even the pretense of political democracy. Even as the Third World's bourgeoisie lavished praise on the East Asian miracle in the 1980s, during the 1950s and 1960s, the Tigers traveled a familiar route, albeit with better basic conditions, land reforms and institutions such as the chaebols for industrial organizations. Singapore's PAP, led by the charismatic Lee, followed Goh Keng Swee's advice on state intervention. The Development Plan, 1960-64, adopted the import substitution industrialization strategy. Whatever funds could be harnessed went into state-owned enterprises and the expansion of the state functions itself. As part of its commitment to the creation of a strong state, PAP, like many of the Pacific Rim political parties, created policies to hamper the political growth of the middle class. In 1966, Lee told a branch meeting of PAP that the economically powerful needed to help create a strong state, because you can be the world's biggest millionaire. But if the country collapses, you are in trouble. 22 That same year, Lee's confidant Rajaratnam announced to the nation that the average citizen must not equate his immediate self-interest as the national interest. He must try and hitch his self-interest to the national interest, because in the long run, if the country disintegrates into political anarchy and economic chaos, the pursuit of self-interest becomes impossible. 23 The interventionist state took charge of development, while the people, especially the middle class, were required to put their innovations and enthusiasm into economic development and private initiative. Point 24. The superficial side of this strong state was the ban on spitting and the compulsory haircuts at Singapore's Changi Airport. The state not only sent the middle class home or to their businesses, it also went into the homes to engineer family size. Point 25. The object of statecraft, Lee Kuan Yew told journalist Fareed Zakaria, is to have a well-ordered society. 26. In addition to its congruence on some non-economic issues, Singapore joined the Third World at its many forums. At the first press conference after independence, when a reporter asked Lee if Singapore would seek admission into the Afro-Asian Conference, he answered, "What else? Are we to be outcasts? Surely we are not. And I would imagine that all the heads of governments and heads of state and governments that I have met in Africa, in Asia, will know that I am not a stooge. There is no hope of survival if I do not have people who are friends, who are prepared, whatever their reason they may be, selfish reasons. That is irrelevant to me so long as I am not playing stooge to them, but they ensure my survival." 27. At this time, Singapore's friends were in the Third World, but its first priority was in its region. In 1967, it engineered the creation of ASEAN, which adopted the NIEO principles at its inaugural meeting. As late as 1979, ASEAN reiterated its commitment to a special fund to help control commodity prices. 28. In 1970, Singapore entered NAM. In this period, Singapore was not, in Lee's words, a stooge for anyone. When Singapore broke from Malaysia in 1965, it had to reassess the import substitution strategy because now the small island alone did not have a sufficient domestic market to carry through the program. This specific event, the seizure from Malaysia, caused the cabinet to move the island state toward an export-oriented manufacturing path. It is in this context that Rajaratnam spoke of the island nation as a global city. To transform Singapore into a major transshipment entrepot and manufacturing site required an enormous infusion of capital. Like Taiwan and South Korea, as well as Japan, the scale of capital was beyond the capacity of the domestic population. It had to come from elsewhere. The secret to the tiger's sensation lies in this original infusion of capital, because only with it could their various institutional advantages shine. A large amount of the investment capital came from PAP's ability to capture domestic savings. The government maintained the Central Provident Fund, the cache of social security payments for all workers. Investment for the state-owned enterprises and other ventures came from this capital fund. But this was insufficient. Additional money came from U.S. government aid, although this played less of a role in Singapore than in Taiwan, $13 billion, and Korea, $5.6 billion. The investment as aid that went into Taiwan and Korea dwarfs the aid that went to the rest of the Third World from both the United States and the USSR. Because most of these East Asian and Southeast Asian countries enjoyed the security umbrella created by the United States, they spent much less than they might have on their militaries. More than domestic savings and foreign aid, the Tigers in the 1960s relied on investment from transnational corporations. Lee Kuan Yew recognized early that his goal was to make Singapore into an oasis in Southeast Asia, for if we had first world standards then business people and tourists would make us a base for their business and tours of the region. 29. To draw in tourists and finance capital required lenient rules and clean streets. Lee provided the latter through his authoritarian state. His government created the conditions for the former in haste. It worked. Between 1960 and 1990, Singapore enjoyed the world's highest investment ratio. In 1967, Singapore's Economic Expansion Incentives Act provided these firms with enormous tax benefits. When it increased these temptations in 1970, the IMF warned against being overgenerous. 30. By 1973, Singapore abolished quotas and tariffs to create a free trade port. It created EPZs, which blossomed because the state removed all income taxes and allowed them to function without regulation. 31. PAP also squelched trade unions and absorbed any syndicalism into its own domesticated National Trades Union Congress. Between 1978 and 1997, Singapore only had 2 strikes. As a result of this suppression, Singaporean labour by the 1970s was cheapened. All this came as the new international division of labour emerged, the breakdown of the production process, the improvement in the transport of goods and communication across continents, and the relative lack of skills needed in production allowed the East Asian Rim to become a major manufacturing hub for transnational corporations. Rajaratnam's vision for the global city included the construction of a container complex. When this was built in 1972, it made Singapore the major transshipment station in Southeast Asia. Within a few years, Singapore was the third busiest port in the world after Rotterdam and New York. Even as transnational firms outsourced production to the EPZ factories, much of the ownership of these subcontracted factories remained in East Asian, indeed Japanese, hands. 32 Harsh work regimes, using mainly female workers without any union protection or state regulation, allowed the new platforms for world production to engineer high rates of growth. 33 While the bulk of the planet suffered from a downturn in economic fortunes, East Asia benefited. 34 Singapore's direction worried its leadership. The high rates of investment did not change the nature of the Singaporean economy, it produced low-end goods for the world market. Singapore needed to go after the high-end, high-value goods to hasten its development and break out of its dependency on foreign capital. Starting in 1979, PAP inaugurated a new targeted investment strategy. It gave immense incentives for foreign capital to invest in industrial manufacturing, tourism, trade, transport and communication as well as brain services, medical and financial. 35 This second industrial revolution required an infusion of skill and a new kind of investment. The import of skill was not new to the Tigers. Because of communist insurrection and insurgency, the well-educated and upwardly mobile professionals fled to Taiwan and Hong Kong, from China, South Korea, from the north, and Singapore, from China and Malaysia. These professionals brought with them mercantile and technical skills that came greatest to their host societies. In the early years, all the Tigers invested heavily in their human capital, state-funded and managed educational systems that stressed technical skills, and an enhanced social wage that drew and maintained populations. In Singapore, the state provided housing to all but a few of its citizens. Additionally, the Tigers borrowed heavily from technological inventions developed elsewhere. 36 In 1980, Singapore inaugurated an international search for talent through its Professional Information and Placement Service and Committee for Attracting Talent to Singapore. Skills were needed, and the state went out to import them. The result was a type of fragmentary industrialization, where certain sectors dependent on foreign capital zoomed ahead while others lagged behind. 37 Singapore developed its high-technology firms, but structurally its economy remained dependent on foreign investment, mainly from transnational corporations and private portfolio investment. As Japanese investment dried up in the late 1980s, Chinese investment kicked in. China, boosted by the human capital growth of its socialist era and the EPZ performance on its coastal rim, generated investment for the East Asian manufacturers. It also operated as a major importer of raw materials and finished industrial goods from the region. 38 PAP's broad anti-politics message combined with this structural dependence on foreign investment constrained Singapore's political role in the world. In 1966, Rajaratnam's National Day message walked the country through the argument. Singapore is an overcrowded island with no natural resources of our own, said the foreign minister. Our prosperity and well-being depends primarily on our being able to trade with and render services to other countries. Essentially, our policy is not to go out of our way to make enemies, but if others persist in treating us as enemies, then we will take such measures as we think fit to protect ourselves against them. 39 Singapore could not afford to make those who invested in it anxious or angry. At the 1973 NAM meeting, the Tigers attempted to uncouple the linkage between economic and political reform of the world order. The Third World challenged the political framework that guided economic decisions, and argued for the political reconstruction of the economic order. Rajaratnam, who led the delegation, insisted that economic issues be taken up in isolation from the political divides. Singapore's insistence on this question came from the ideological predilections of its ruling party, but more so from its own constrained political position vis-à-vis those who invested in its economy. Politically independent Singapore was actually deeply economically dependent. Singapore's leadership on this question within NAM is perhaps the most potent long-term consequence of the Tiger's miracle. By the 1980s, NAM was infected with the belief that economic development is a technical problem that should not be bothered with the question of power. The Tiger's example and leadership drove the Third World abandonment of the political critique of the economic order. The debt crisis shook the Third World agenda at about the same time as the Tigers experienced their economic takeoff. Whereas the Tigers continued to attend the Third World forums, they now did so to promote their path as well as combat the ideas of import substitution and anti-imperialist cooperation. As the NIEO lapsed, the Tigers championed the new International Division of Labor. The Tigers became their own boosters. Hubris struck the East Asian miracle just as it seemed poised for a 1,000-year period of CO prosperity. In 1997, the Thai baht failed, setting off a chain reaction across the rim until the Tigers had to go to the IMF with their hats in hand for a bailout. What had struck the rest of the Third World from the late 1970s onward, hit East Asia 2 decades later. While the Tigers' collapse appeared structural, as the dust settled it became clear that they had been the victims of financial speculators whose fickle entry and exit from the currency markets caught the East Asian states not so much in an insolvent position as in an illiquid one. 40. East Asia, buffered by authoritarian states and protected by US primacy, had engineered a miracle, but in the end the East Asian Tigers suffered a drop in prices for their goods and the liberalization that they willingly underwent in the 1980s devastated them. A substantial part of the industrial growth from the Tigers' EPZs came from their role as the assembler and component supplier of the world's electronics, notably computer, industry. When the price of computers dropped, the cost of the silicon chip began to resemble the potato chip. A commodity is a commodity after all, and when global factors begin to devalue the labor that goes into its manufacture, the computer chip market can approximate the market for any raw material. 41 China's sheer economic size allowed it to weather the storm, and its stability provided a lifeline for parts of the East Asian world. 42 The commodity price drop explains not only the downturn but also the structural closeness of the Tigers to the rest of the darker nations. There is another important element that shows the similarity, that the East Asian crisis of 1997 happened partly because of the liberalization of the currency markets conducted by the managers of these states in collaboration with the IMF. In the early 1990s, under pressure from the IMF, the G7, and other major financial interests, the governments of the East Asian Rim undertook radical financial deregulation, which is to say, they removed or loosened controls on companies' foreign borrowings, abandoned coordination of borrowings and investments, and failed to strengthen bank supervision. 43 The South Korean government, for instance, abolished its Economic Planning Board, let the Treasury Department take charge, and watched from the sidelines as private firms borrowed heavily from overseas banks in contravention of the broad principles that produced the South Korean miracle. These policies allowed speculators to trash the currencies of East Asia. At the 1996 Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation meeting in Manila, those invested in trade liberalization dominated the meeting, and demanded that the East Asian countries immediately succumb to liberalization at least in the electronics and computer sector. 44 The demand for liberalization, heard loudly in the Third World, also resounded in East Asia. If liberalization entered the Third World agenda as its poison pill after the debt crisis, in East Asia liberalized currency and capital policies engendered the economic collapse. The laden cart of debt, in this case, followed the horse of impatient capital. The 1997 crisis did not impact Singapore directly. The strong state's control over monetary policy sheltered the island nation. Yet after the crisis, it too moved toward the liberalization of its financial markets. Part of the management over the crucial Central Provident Fund went into private hands. The state allowed private citizens to use their retirement savings in the stock market, even to buy shares of foreign firms in foreign currencies. In addition, the government issued government debt bonds, which created an interest rate market for the Singaporean dollar. 45. The foundations of Singapore's safe house are now in question. Two remarkable reactions came from within the East Asian countries. First, the new bourgeoisie of East Asia, and the former Third World as well, found liberalization to be exhilarating. They wanted the good times to continue despite the currency collapse and the growing inequality within their own societies. As far as they were concerned, whether they lived in New Delhi or New York, Tokyo or Toronto, they lived in America. Fast fortunes and fast times became the hallmarks of their existence, and since many had studied in the United States or worked for U.S.-based transnational corporations, they wanted to create an endless and insulated world of consumerism and profits that resembled nothing so much as a Hollywood movie. The actual inequality and structural adjustment of the United States itself did not register on their radar, they only saw certain blocks of Manhattan as America. Taiwan's Club 51 provides a cartoonish example of this sensibility. In 1996, members of Taiwan's elite created an organization, Club 51, whose manifesto called on the island to join the United States as its 51st state. The club urged the Taiwanese elite not to conduct individual immigration, which it deemed selfish and short-sighted. Rather than migrate as individuals, the club proposed that the elite gather together and fight for all of Taiwan to become part of the United States. This was the Taiwan state-building movement. If the elite did not go in this direction, the club warned, then Taiwan would suffer the fate of Hong Kong and be merged into Communist China. 46 While China's role in East Asia instigated Club 51, certainly the organization of the haute bourgeoisie toward an alliance with the United States is not restricted to the case of Taiwan or Hong Kong. 47. Others too wanted to forge an alliance with the United States, either through free trade agreements or else through military pacts that would lead to advantageous economic arrangements for the bourgeoisie. In 2005, Lee's son, Singapore's current Prime Minister, Lee Hsien Loong, delivered an address on the Singapore elite. He pointed out that the first generation of the elite fought against colonialism and struggled to craft a state. The second generation was not schooled in social struggle or national construction. It is prone to self-interest or class over national interest. For this reason, Lee offered the typical bromides about the elite's moral obligation to give back to society and the spirit of patriotism, although he recognized that a sense of obligation and patriotism are not things that we can dictate or implement. Instead, the elite could only be enjoined to act in a manner less venal than is apparent. 48. What such developments show is that among sections of the bourgeoisie, there is a slow erosion of national loyalty and the growth of cosmopolitan extranational sentiments that are more in tune with a global bourgeois calculation of economic interest. We might be on the threshold of the creation of a genuine global bourgeoisie, at least in style, if not in structure, and therefore a political realignment among certain states whose bourgeoisie is eager for a pro-United States engagement, even as this might be counterproductive for the vast mass of its population. This genuine global bourgeoisie is motivated less by national agendas and more by the patriotism of the bottom line as well as the need for the validation of their cultural heritage. 49. It is the globalization of these turbo elites that provoked much of the planetary euphoria in the 1990s. With the collapse of the Second World and Third World, nothing would stand before the broad unity of the sophisticated classes across the globe. The vapid desire for a quick fix to the contradictions of the bruised nations came from a generation that had been raised within the Third World project rather than within formal colonialism. What the elites who were produced by this project saw as constraints, their parents' generation would have seen as the necessary architecture for the production of freedom. The new generation of structural adjustment wanted the accoutrement of advanced industrial capitalism without a sense of the historical process that makes this possible. The fire sale of the public assets of the Third World should be seen in the context of this impatience for private wealth rather than the development of the nation. The capricious growth of private bank accounts, of course, does nothing for the society in which one lives. The limits of this class after the 1970s are hardly its fault, rather, the caprice is a result of the structural adjustment of the Third World. 50. The second development out of the East Asian crisis is the return to primordial culturalism. Faced with the charge that the East Asian collapse took place because of corruption, Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew reverted to his strong belief that only Confucian values create stability and growth, even if these values had some flaws. There are certain weaknesses in Confucianism, he admitted. You owe a duty to your family and loyalty to your friends, to help and support them. That's Confucianism. But this value is degraded when you use public resources through your official position to do your duty to your family and be loyal to your friends. 51 Singapore's leader did not ask for an abandonment of Confucianism but for a more intense return to it, a return to Asian values. 52 As IMF-led globalization tore into the heart of the Third World, we see an increased attention to these cultural values as nationalism itself is perverted from its national liberation meaning to cultural nationalism. The only explanation that makes the East Asian miracle impossible as an exportable model allows Lee Kuan Yew to save face. Singapore and East Asia are not alone, the rest of the world in structurally adjusted times also takes refuge in culture as a salve from the cruelties of turbo-capitalism. Mecca. In May 1962, Crown Prince Faisal of Saudi Arabia welcomed 111 ulama, learned Muslim men, to the city of Mecca. They came to conduct the Hajj, the annual pilgrimage of Muslims to their holiest city. These ulama also came to reform a moribund organization, the World Muslim Congress. Under Faisal's eye, they discussed the problems faced by Muslims in the Arab lands and elsewhere, and created the Arabiyyat al-Alam al-Islami, the World Muslim League, WML. The final declaration of the conference was blunt: those who disavow Islam and distort its call under the guise of nationalism are actually the most bitter enemies of the Arabs, whose glories are entwined with the glories of Islam. 1. The WML, therefore, organized to disrupt the growth of Third World nationalism and its secular sense of community, and to recall in its place the sublime bonds of religion. With Saudi largesse, the WML set up offices across the Muslim world, from Indonesia to Morocco, and went to work against the growth of secularism and socialism. 7 years later, in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, King Faisal, after the initiative of King Hussein of Jordan, called for the creation of a governmental-level body to do much the same work as the non-governmental WML. The meeting in 1969 created the General Secretariat of the Muslim League along with the Organization of the Islamic Conference, OIC. The OIC formed an international Islamic news agency, set up Islamic cultural centers, and held regular conferences to consolidate its broad-line struggle against Third World nationalism and communism. The 23 foreign ministers of Muslim countries who attended the gathering agreed to promote cooperation among the Islamic states and establish institutional bases for pan-Islamism too. The WML and the OIC were the international face of what the Saudi regime conducted domestically. Faisal unleashed all domestic social forces against the growth of Third World nationalist ideas within Saudi Arabia. Nasser and the Free Officers were popular in Egypt certainly, but also in the broader Arab world, including on the Arabian Peninsula. Strikes and attempted palace coups were crushed. Repression did not stop the ideological power of Nasserism and Third World nationalism in general. A more potent brew was needed. Faisal's maternal family had instructed him in the worldview of Wahhabism, a school of Islam that called for a return to the social forms of the 7th century. The Saudi dynasty was born in the 18th century thanks to a pact made between its founder and the progenitor of Wahhabism, Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab. 3 Nevertheless, over the years, most of the Saudi royal family had enjoyed a pragmatic relationship with Wahhabism. They accorded it respect in public, but lived wilder lives in private, including during long sojourns to Europe. Faisal was different. He was a true believer. 4 He accepted the tenets of Wahhabism, to wit, that Islam needed to be restored to its pristine state and that the believers must scrub out all the innovations of the centuries. Rationalism and folklore were equally to be disdained. The rules for society came from a puritanical common sense married to the holy texts, as well as the work of al-Wahhab and that of an earlier scholar, Ibn Taymiyyah. Nothing more was needed. Faisal drew from the institutional advantages of his belief to counter the growth of Third World nationalism. By 1970, he reorganized the Ministry of Justice so that the ulama ran it, and siphoned oil funds toward the creation of an Islamic rather than secular public sphere in Saudi Arabia that spent its time fulminating against godless communism and Nasserism. An emergent civil society died an early death. Faisal is an emblem of many other such leaders and the social forces they represented. Such people, such Faisals, rejected Third World nationalism, its secularism, and its socialism as well as its type of modernity. If not always in practice, Third World nationalism was ideologically predisposed to the dismissal of hierarchy, and the domination of certain classes and clans. This was anathema to people like Faisal. They rejected the rationalism of Third World nationalism in favor of vestigial structures such as religious puritanism, racialism, and tribalism. While Nasserism and communism promised equality, the Saudis proffered a celestial equality as long as the populace accepted the hierarchy of the world. Against the Third World agenda, across the planet, the old social classes set loose various kinds of unreconstructed cultural ideas to discipline their populations. From Mecca, the WML worked on behalf of a rigorous masculine Islam. But it was not alone. The danger of communism and liberation theology in South America drew a terrific response from regional elites as well as the mainline Christian churches. They promoted pre-Vatican II Catholicism, encouraged the close relationship between the Church and the juntas, and unleashed Pentecostalism on a population tired out by the failures of their various mundane political hopes. This Christian counter-reformation is the mirror image of what came out of the WML and its kin organizations. 5. Religion is not the only social form that is mobilized by the elevated levels of the old social classes. The reinvention of tribalism and other atavistic ideas is equally central. Joseph Désiré Mobutu, raised in the Belgian Congo by European friars, led the coup against the left-wing Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba in 1960. 6 Lumumba's Congolese National Movement Party took the newly freed Congo leftward and disadvantaged European capital, particularly those interested in the vast extractable resources of the new state. Mobutu, backed by the Belgians and the United States, overthrew and killed Lumumba, and then took charge of the country. Within a few years, to consolidate his position, Mobutu conducted the Zarinization of the Congo. He changed his name, Mobutu Sese Seko, and that of his country, Zaire, and insisted on a series of cultural returns to an idea of the pure cultural heritage of Zaire. Meanwhile, Mobutu pillaged the treasury of Zaire, and gave lucrative contracts to European and U.S. transnational corporations. The tribalism promoted by Mobutu and backed by many of the First World states enhanced his power. Mobutu stole an estimated $5.5 billion from his country at the same time as he tried to portray himself as a Zairene like any other. Respect for Zairene culture was more important than respect for the Zairene people. Such atavisms provided cover for an all-out assault against the social forces of secularism and socialism, the best traditions of Third World nationalism. In the early years of the Third World era, these reactionary social forces, tribalism and religionism, had no direct involvement in the anti-colonial fight. In that epoch, they sat out or else supported the imperial battalions, and commanded little loyalty. The succession of coups against monarchs in the Arab lands, Egypt, Iraq, and Libya, is one indication of the ideological frailty of the Saudi regime by the early 1960s. What the Saudis and others did, however, was to prepare the terrain of culturalism in direct and self-conscious opposition to Third World nationalism. Nevertheless, their own ability to move an agenda was hampered by the bulwark of nationalism as well as the state-centered development strategy mapped out and followed by the new regimes. The Saudis sent Crown Prince Faisal to Bandung for the 1955 conference, where an avuncular Nasser shepherded around a cagey Faisal. When they returned from Indonesia, Egypt came to the aid of the Saudis as British forces from Oman seized an oasis within Saudi borders. The Saudis and Egypt signed a mutual border pact. Saudi Arabia lent Egypt money in August 1956 when European commercial lenders froze its funds during the Suez Crisis. 7 The rapprochement with Egypt was not singular. At this same time, under the rule of Faisal's brother Saud, the kingdom made overtures to the Soviet bloc, Two princes went to Prague on a mission for Soviet arms, and the Saudi monarch met the Soviet ambassador to Iran. 8 There was little expectation for the Saudis to become a full-fledged member, and bank, of the Third World. What most parties understood was that the kingdom was being compelled by circumstances and the power of Third World nationalism into its orbit. This was, after all, the age when influential clerics from Egypt to Iran wrote books that justified Islam as the dialectical synthesis of capitalism and communism. They promoted Islam as a modern solution to modern problems and an addition to the main ideologies of the bipolar world because Islam combines the virtues of both. It goes further than either by giving man ineffable bliss, spiritual satisfaction. 9 Islam of the Wahhabi variety and other such atavistic ideologies withered in the plain light of Third World nationalism. 10. Saudi Arabia was no ordinary society. It was the center of the oil lands. Oil came into the picture for Saudi society in the early years of Ibn Saud's rule, 1933. Hastily, Ibn Saud signed concessions to U.S. British oil firms. The corporations flourished. The Saudis acted as rentiers of a reservoir that holds a quarter or more of the world's oil, while the U.S. and British governments offered security for the longevity of the anti-democratic regime. Checks from the oil concession enabled the Ibn Saud family to go on a massive construction spree. They built palaces in Jeddah and Riyadh, their clan city and state capital, and provided bursaries to their vast extended family. In Mecca, the heart of their kingdom, the Saudis used the oil wealth to bolster the city's historic attraction, the annual Hajj pilgrimage. As global transportation improved, more and more thousands of people made their Hajj. 500,000 people came from outside the kingdom during Faisal's reign. In 1956, the Saudi Ministry of Health took over the operation of the Hajj, using some of its extensive oil wealth. 11 To facilitate this increase in traffic, the Saudi state extended and rebuilt the Masjid al-Haram, the main mosque in Mecca and site of the important Kaaba. The contract for this work went to a Yemeni migrant, Mohammed Awad bin Laden. Saudi largesse went toward the profligate consumption of the royal family and religious charity. By 1958, the oil-rich land was in debt by $480 million. 12. Crown Prince Faisal, who exerted his own authority against his brother King Saud, went to the IMF in 1957, and earned some credits in lieu of a tighter fiscal policy and a devalued rial. The oil merchants thrived, but the Saudi people suffered. The monarchy continued to draw $300 million per year as its oil royalty. The stalled state expenditure exacerbated the population's already diminished set of expectations. They were tinder for Nasserism, Third World nationalism, and communism. Clans that lost out to Ibn Sauds were smothered by resentment, while the Shia of the eastern provinces were marginalized by the increased role of Sunni Wahhabism in Saudi statecraft. The eastern region, home to the massive oil fields and Aramco, was also a hive of worker unrest. In 1953, the workers at Aramco conducted an unsuccessful 2-week strike to form a union. Then, in July 1956, when King Saud came to Dhahran, mass demonstrations greeted him. The workers wanted basic rights, while the population wanted the removal of the growing U.S. military base that comforted the 4,000 U.S. employees of Aramco and guaranteed Aramco's hegemony over the area. 13 In the Saudi section of the Dhahran Air Base, officers mutinied in support of the workers. They were caught and killed. The year before, at the Taif Air Base in the western mountains of the kingdom, Saudi troops mutinied in Nasser's name. They were executed. In this context, Nasser arrived in Saudi Arabia in 1956. To cheering crowds in Dhahran and Riyadh, this Arab titan announced, "Arab oil for Arab people." These Nasrite currents came to the fore in the early months of 1958. In January, Egypt, Syria, and Yemen formed the United Arab Republic, and in July, the Free Officers in Iraq overthrew the Hashemite monarchy. By March, Saudi frustration with Nasser had reached a high pitch. The Crown tried to assassinate him as his aircraft approached Damascus International Airport. The Nasrite threat was always greater than that of the Communists, who in Saudi Arabia numbered few. The organization of Saudi communists operated under the aegis of the National Renewal, later, Liberation, Front from 1954 onward. Only in the 1960s did peninsular Marxism make its mark in Yemen and Oman. The 1962 nationalist revolution in Yemen provided a haven for the export of Third World nationalist and revolutionary ideas across the region. Yemen supported the Popular Front for the Liberation of Oman that was the main instrument in the widespread rebellion in Oman's Dhofar province. When the Marxists seized power in South Yemen in 1967, the Popular Front was renamed the Popular Front for the Liberation of Oman and the Arabian Gulf. The Saudis, now much more militarily confident than they were in the 1950s, financed the resistance against South Yemen and that of the Omani government against the Popular Front. They were scrupulous in the extrication of the left from the peninsula. What remained were rump groups, such as the Arabian Peninsula People's Union, the Voice of the Vanguard, the Revolutionary Naji Party, and, in 1975, the Communist Party of Saudi Arabia. Nasserism, like a virus, entered the palace walls. Within the large family of Ibn Saud, dissatisfaction and grievances festered. As brothers fought brothers over matters grave and petty, a group of young princes gathered in Beirut. Their leader was Prince Talal bin Abdulaziz, the Red Prince, who not only preferred the vibrant life of Beirut and Cairo to the staid palace life in Riyadh but also married Mauna as-Solh, the daughter of the nationalist Prime Minister of Lebanon, and one of the founders of the Arab League, Riyad as-Solh. In the late 1950s, Talal and the Free Princes, Al-Umara al-Ahrar, formulated their plans, and in 1960, they acted. Talal broached the idea of a national council in 1958, and now the Free Princes moved to gain public support. They had no mass base, and since they did not have the support of their clans, they failed to penetrate Saudi society. All they could rely on were the shenanigans of the palace. As Faisal and Saud fought, the Free Princes gained and then lost. To undercut Faisal, Saud elevated Talal from Minister of Transport to Minister of Finance. Tarakai, the Red Sheikh, was already in charge of the oil lands. Another ally was Prince Nawaf ibn Abd al-Aziz, who told the Cairo press in May 1960, "There is a trend towards convening a national assembly for the first time in Saudi Arabia, drafting the first constitution of the state and setting up a Supreme Court and a Supreme Planning Commission. The problem is how to accomplish the mission." 14 Faisal rejected Talal's formal proposal in June, and Saud too dismissed the draft constitution in September. Talal used the bulk of 1961 to create secular social institutions in Saudi society and ameliorate unemployment through public works. The Free Princes appeared to be on the road to accomplish a left-wing palace coup, to do what the Free officers did without the use of the military. Then Faisal moved against Talal. The ulama, led by the Grand Mufti Muhammad ibn Ibrahim al-Sheikh and the head of the League of Public Morality Amr ibn Hassan, challenged Talal's labor law. They claimed its generosity was un-Islamic. Pressure on Saud and the Free Princes from these social quarters galvanized Faisal to action. In March 1962, he took over from his ailing brother. Aramco had long wanted Tarakai to be fired from his post as head of petroleum. This was Faisal's first action. Talal tried to gain some purchase on the situation. Since Faisal's clique worked solely within the discourse of Islam, Talal argued for the interpretation of Sharia or Islamic law on the basis of ijtihad, the individual interpretation of the Quran and the Sharia. The feint failed. Talal and his group withdrew to Beirut. The Free Princes were squashed. Most recanted and returned to their bursaries. Talal went between Cairo and Beirut, a permanent dissident, an individual without a party and a mass base. Not long after Faisal's coup de grace against the Nasrites and the Communists, he hosted the WML. Faisal had a senior partner in Aramco, and behind them was the U.S. government. The U.S. government gave wholehearted support to the WML as an instrument to roll back Third World nationalism and dent the USSR by appeal to its large Muslim population, perhaps 45 million. 15 In July 1960, the U.S. Treasury Secretary and Texas oilman Robert Anderson told the National Security Council that Middle East oil was as essential to mutual security as atomic warheads. 5 years later, at a U.S. State Department conclave, Aramco head Thomas Barger revealed that the United States had played a long-standing role in the destabilization of Nasserism and Third World nationalism. There was an appropriate government role aimed at preventing unthinking use of oil as a political weapon by radical Arabs. The best way to prevent this use of oil was to prevent Arab unity. 16 To isolate the Russians and the British as well as block the aspirations of Third World nationalism, U.S. President Eisenhower held a summit in 1957 with the Saudis and enunciated his doctrine. The Eisenhower Doctrine was framed to contain communism in general, but in the specific instance of the Middle East to promote the Saudis and other monarchical forces, such as the Shah of Iran and the kings of Jordan and Iraq, as an alternative to Nasserism. 17 By 1957, the U.S. government had coordinated an anti-Nasser policy with the Saudis. In eastern Saudi Arabia, the CIA agent James Russell Barracks confirmed the existence of an extensive program to fund small religious cells. These are the direct ancestors of Osama bin Laden's Advice and Reformation Committee or Hayat an-Nazaha Waa Hisla. 18 In 1958, the United States provided Saudi Arabia with $25 million through the Foreign Assistance Act. Some of the money went toward the reinforcement and modernization of the Saudi army with U.S. arms in lieu of the Saudis renewing the U.S. lease for the Dhahran Air Base. When Faisal welcomed the ulama to Mecca and they formed the WML, the United States welcomed its allies' new ideological gambit. 19 The ulama decided that the WML should meet each year during the Hajj, and thanks to Saudi pressure it earned non-governmental accreditation at the United Nations. The WML did not establish an entirely new network. It revived and connected older Muslim organizations around the world. These had lapsed under the weight of anti-colonialism, and many of them failed the ideological and institutional transition into modernity. The WML, among other social agents, provided the energy, money, and program for their recovery. The French ambassador to Saudi Arabia, Georges de Boutillier, described the WML's operations as tentacular. The WML's tentacles reached deep into those parts of the world inhabited by Muslims. 20 Rather than play the neutral institutional coordinator, the WML pushed the agenda conjured up by the Saudi regime to diminish Nasserism and communism. 21 The creation of a Muslim public sphere, periodicals, libraries, and schools, disaster relief, or social welfare charity, and the promotion of organizations that championed the Sharia. All this took place around two simple propositions articulated in the WML Manifesto, that the WML must combat the serious plots by which the enemies of Islam are trying to draw Muslims away from their religion and to destroy their unity and brotherhood, and that the WML must vanquish Nasrite nationalism and communism from the Arab lands. 22 The dismissal of all ideologies other than Islam for both Muslims and Arabs can be traced to the stern views of the Muslim Brotherhood, which declared that nationalism and communism should be considered as shu'ubi, anti-Arab. The WML became the conduit for the export of Saudi religious doctrine. Missionaries traveled to the Muslim lands, and apart from the annual gathering during the Hajj, the WML organized continental conferences and the establishment of offices on each of the continents. The WML produced and circulated tracts on the condition of Muslims in the communist lands, whereas it said little about anti-Muslim sentiment in the capitalist lands. But most clearly, the WML went after the ideologies of nationalism and communism and turned them into enemies of Islam. The WML rejected the idea of Qawm, a nation of equals, and promoted the idea of Ummah, a community of believers. The historian Benedict Anderson argues that for the development of nationalism, three fundamental cultural conceptions had to lose their axiomatic grip on human consciousness: the endowment of sacredness to a language, Sanskrit, Arabic, or Latin, the acceptance of the divine monarch, and an idea of time that did not distinguish between history and cosmology. 23 What we have in the strategy of the WML is a reversal of history, to turn back the development of nationalism and promote a transnational community based on a sacred language, divine monarchies, if not an actual king, then certainly the concept of the caliph, and time as eternal return. History travels in a crooked line, as the WML fought to establish a reactionary idea of community at the center of popular consciousness in large parts of the Third World, from Morocco to Indonesia. The Islamic nation, as Faisal put it, is more important than the concrete nations that organize the world, whose own status in this model is nothing more than provisional compared to the divinely imagined community. Between 1965 and 1966, Faisal traveled to the major conservative Muslim states in Asia and Africa, starting in Tehran, then going to Sudan, Turkey, Morocco, Guinea, Mali, Tunisia, and Pakistan. In the latter, Faisal offered a vision of Islam as a glue for the peoples of the Third World and demanded unity against radicalism. It is in these moments, when Islam is facing many undercurrents that are pulling Muslims left and right, east and west, that we need time for more cooperation and closer ties to enable us to face all the problems and difficulties that obstruct our way as an Islamic nation, believing in God, His Prophet, and His laws. 24 In 1969, the Saudis organized the OIC, and in 1972 they led the way for the creation of the World Assembly of Muslim Youth. The Saudi monarchy, led by Faisal, promoted a virulent form of Islam over the heterodox forms that grew across Africa and Asia, and over the democratic urges of the Arab and other peoples. The Saudis pushed a reactionary form of Islam to quell the resentment among their own population that increasingly suffered the indignity of life in a theocracy ruled by a dissipated family. In the 1960s and into the 1970s, the WML played a marginal role, with its organizations providing succor to scholars and activists who felt beleaguered in their societies for their anachronistic ideas about modernity and statecraft. Developments in the world soon provided them with the opportunity to lead rather than be left behind as the arc of history bent backward. In 1979, a group of devout Muslim activists organized into the movement of the Muslim Revolutionaries of the Arabian Peninsula laid siege to the Masjid al-Haram. They defended their actions as the only way to take back the holy shrines from the drunkards who led a dissolute life in luxurious palaces. 25 The princes seized land, squandered the state's money, and left the people in a state of oppression and corruption. 26 Simultaneously, but independently, the Shia of eastern Saudi Arabia came out in mass demonstrations, many of them were oil workers in Aramco's fields. The National Guard crushed both the siege and the rebellion. The egalitarian noises from the Iranian Revolution, but not so much the Islamic Republic that followed it, petrified the Saudi royals and indeed the entrenched elites across the Third World. A monarchy pressed into service by the United States could not be protected from a mass upsurge. Despite the Iranian Revolution's capture by the clerics, the energy that overthrew the Shah's state came from a cross-section of society. In Iran, the traditional elites, the clerics, expunged the modern elites, the royalty and the parasitic bourgeoisie it cultivated. Such traditional forms moved on the Saudi monarchy as well. Faisalism, however, was able to harness the traditional leadership to its project. During the 1979 siege, the monarchy forced the ulama to issue a fatwa against the movement of the Muslim revolutionaries. Sheikh Abd al-Aziz ibn Baz of the Institution of Ifta and Scholarly Research did as he was told, and even authorized military intervention into the masjid. The ulama in Saudi Arabia were quick to line up with the monarchy. The oil price rise after 1973 provided Saudi Arabia with the singular ability among the darker nations to buy off its citizenry. A few years of liquidity in the 1970s allowed the state to increase the social wage, although the monarchy did not fundamentally change the dependent basis of the Saudi economy. Saudi industry produced less than 2% of the gross national product, and dates remained the second largest export item after crude and refined oil. What passed for a bourgeoisie in Saudi Arabia basically earned money as brokers and real estate dealers, rather than as industrialists. The royal state commanded the economy, and its princes functioned as a sort of quasi-bourgeoisie. A small part of the massive oil profits went toward infrastructure, but since the 1960s an increasing amount was channeled by the Saudi Arabian Monetary Agency to the main centers of capital, New York, Zurich, and London. In the fundamentals, Saudi society reflected the same problems as much of the Third World, a one-commodity economy, with a poorly developed industrial sector, a large state apparatus, a growing military, costing about 14% of the gross national product, and a languished population. At the whim of fickle oil prices, the Saudi economy went into a nosedive beginning in the late 1970s, when the political unrest was most visible. The World Bank recommended that the Saudi state shore up its fundamentals, and the royal family conducted a self-directed structural adjustment during the 1980s. It sliced the social wage and most infrastructural development, devolved control of the oil fields to transnational corporations, increased military expenditure, and privatized sections of the state. This period of austerity was not extended to the transnational corporations or the holders of private capital, including the wealthiest princes. King Fahd told a conference of Saudi businesspeople in 1985, "I hope that your main purpose will be capital investment in Saudi Arabia or any friendly country, but this does not mean any restriction on free investment." 27 The Saudis privatized parts of the state, and yet saw little respite as Saudi oil profits bled to commercial banks in the G7 and to heal the widening deficits in the United States. For a society with a young population and growing structural unemployment, the social and cultural consequences of austerity were great. As dissent and protest grew, the Saudis met this both through outright repression and an ideological campaign. In 1976, the Saudi royals welcomed the head of the religious police, Mutawai, into the cabinet. 28 The control of antisocial behavior operated as a useful device to constrain the growth of dissent. Chauvinisms of various kinds were encouraged. The royals called for the Saudiization of the workforce as a means to turn the blame for unemployment on the 5 million foreign contract workers, almost a third of the total Saudi population. The promotion of domestic organizations with links to the WML worldview, such as Al-Dawa and Jama al-Tabat, enabled the canalization of youthful discontent into a misogynist and anti-modernist sensibility, better to curtail modern aspirations rather than try to meet them at the expense of the entrenched global hierarchy. Finally, the Saudi state promoted the export of its dissatisfied and devout sections to fight against the vestiges of Nasserism and communism in the Muslim lands. At the Fourth Islamic Conference of Foreign Ministers in Benghazi, Libya, 1973, the leaders established a jihad fund to utilize the fund for the assistance of Islamic liberation movements, for extending help to Islamic centers and societies abroad as well as in cases of natural disasters, and for building schools and hospitals. 29 An ad hoc committee took charge of the fund in Jeddah. The export of extremism enabled the undemocratic regimes to undo any domestic criticism, and turn the minds of their populations toward Israel or communism. To concentrate on Dar ul-Harb, the House of War, where Muslims are not in power, provided an alibi to forget the non-existence of a humanitarian program in Dar ul-Islam, the House of Islam, itself. When these extremists tried to raise the issue of the un-Islamic lifestyles and policies of the monarchies, the state cracked down on them. It was far easier to worry about Muslims in the USSR and Palestine than to organize against these authoritarian monarchs and the class that surrounded them. The WML went to work overseas in two different venues. In states with a majority Muslim population, or which considered themselves Islamic states, the WML and its affiliated, tentacular organizations filled the gap as the state withdrew from the provision of public services. As IMF-driven globalization desiccated the state, the Islamist organizations moved in to offer those services. The IMF institutions prodded the post-colonial states in the 1970s to give up on the delivery of public goods such as education, health care, and relief services, and allow private or charitable entities to do the work. In Pakistan and Egypt, for instance, as the state slowly eroded its public educational system, the exponential growth of cheap Islamic schools provided opportunities for lower middle class and working class youth. In Marxist states with Muslim populations, the WML and its allied organizations went on the offensive. Here, they armed groups of young men often trained in religious seminaries and sent them to destabilize these left-wing regimes. The exporting of these men took place in earnest after the 1979 mosque siege revealed the discontent within Saudi society. The examples here are the attempts by WML subsidiaries to overthrow the Marxist governments of South Yemen and Afghanistan, as well as to promote the rise of Islamists from Sudan to Indonesia. The WML impacted the planet, but most spectacularly in southern Asia. Between 1977 and 1978, Afghanistan's Marxists took power in Kabul, and Pakistan's Islamist military dictator, Zia-ul-Haq, dismantled the state-centered social welfare schemes and replaced them with privatized Islamization. On one side of the Hindu Kush Mountains, a Marxist regime implemented the social reform agenda of the constitution drawn up in 1964, land reform and women's rights, while on the other side an Islamist dictatorship dismantled the state on behalf of certain vestigial structures. The People's Democratic Republic of Afghanistan promulgated the Land Reform Proclamation 6, July 1978, that cancelled debts and dismantled the usurious credit schemes run by feudal money lenders. Alongside this, the People's Democratic Republic of Afghanistan promoted a wide women's rights agenda, as enunciated by Politburo member Anahita Radibzad, privileges which women, by right, must have are equal education, job security, health services, and free time to rear a healthy generation for building the future of the country. Educating and enlightening women is now the subject of close government attention. 30. The mainly urban Marxists made several elementary errors with their land reforms. They came to power before they were able to build up a sufficient base in the countryside. The Marxists' program failed for a host of reasons: internecine struggle within the Marxist coalition, interference from the KGB, uprisings by tribal warlords, and armed hostility from the Islamist political parties. That the Marxists invited the Soviets into the country in 1979 showed their weakness and proved to their detractors that they were epigones of the USSR. As such, the CIA-WML-backed conservatives within Afghanistan and Pakistan had threatened the government, which was the reason they turned to the Soviet Union. All this was irrelevant as the Soviets entered an unwinnable situation, further alienated the people from their government, and gave legitimacy to the jihadists who now repackaged themselves as freedom fighters. It did not help the Marxist cause that the Soviet army engaged in a rash of brutal campaigns in the countryside that sent millions of people toward Iran and Pakistan as refugees. The government of General Muhammad Zia-ul-Haq, chief martial law administrator in Pakistan, the WML, and the CIA gave moral and material support to both the warlords and the Islamist political parties. 31. The U.S. government made an alliance with forces committed to landlordism, authoritarianism, and misogyny. When the USSR sent in troops to protect its allies in the Kabul government from the CIA-supported insurgency of warlords and Islamists, the U.S. government smelled an opportunity. U.S. National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski recalled that he counseled President Carter in 1978 to provide aid to the conservative warlords and Islamists because this aid would induce a Soviet military intervention. Such a move, Brzezinski noted, would give the USSR its Vietnam War. 32. The USSR already suffered from serious structural economic problems. The massive planned industrialization that dashed this backwater into the front ranks of the world had now become a millstone. In the 1920s, only a fifth of the Soviet economy comprised the industrial, technological, and construction sectors, whereas by the 1980s the percentage had risen to more than two-thirds. The huge factories were not technologically modernized, and they relied on an enormous sacrifice from their workers to keep the obsolete Rust Belt afloat. 33. An oil boom in the 1970s gave the USSR a new lease on life, which the leadership squandered. 34. The United States felt that it could bleed the USSR in Afghanistan, but that behemoth already ran into a grave crisis that was probably unaffected by the Afghan war, except inasmuch as the Soviet casualties created a moral problem. The Afghan and Pakistani people are the real victims of the wars from 1978 on, and they bled more than anyone else. If the Afghan tragedy is by now well known, the effect on Pakistan is less clear. In 1977, Zia's dictatorship made an alliance with the Jamaat-e-Islami, a generally unpopular outfit that represented far-right views on social issues, notably on women's and minority rights. As part of the Pakistan National Alliance, the Jamaat reaped the benefit of Zia's cutback in educational funding. Money now came in from the WML, the International Islamic Relief Organization, the Saudi and Kuwaiti Red Crescent, the Saudi General Intelligence Department, the Saudi Royals, and other such private avenues. This money created a web of religious schools, madrasas. From 900 madrasas in 1971, the number swelled to 8,000 by 1988.35. This faith-based education came as a result of the CIA Saudi initiative to ideologically and militarily train Afghans and Pakistanis for the jihad against the Soviets. In addition, the WML, through the Office of Services, Maktab al-Khidmat, which was started by Osama bin Laden's mentor, Abdullah Azam, recruited men to both fight and do relief work in the region. As the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood attracted large numbers of professionals, the bulk of those who came to do relief work also contributed to the ideological narrowness promoted in Pakistan. The military, which once held fast to secular, professional values, also fell into the web of the WML-type groups. It recruited from these madrasas, and worked closely with jihadist groups in Kashmir and Afghanistan. A former Pakistani soldier and now leader of the right-wing Tanzim al-Ikhwan, Mohammad Akram Awan, boasted, "We can extend jihad beyond our boundaries only after we have achieved our objective at home." 36. The secular institutions of Pakistan took a beating from Zia's alliance with the CIA Saudis, with Afghanistan as pretext. The IMF-driven globalization of the 1970s ravaged the main pillars of state sovereignty. As it undermined the idea of nationalism, conservative social forces and various powerful social classes gathered together to offer an alternative vision of what it meant to be patriotic, indeed what it meant to be nationalistic. The secular socialist nationalism of the Third World agenda withered before the rise of a cultural nationalism now deeply invested in racial, religious, and such atavistic differences. The return of divisive religiosity into the center of statecraft, the new conversations about culture as a code for race, and other such objectionable entrances into public life became commonplace. The conservative social forces rejected equality and cultural diversity for hierarchy and cultural superiority. It is routine in many of these social programs to utterly disregard the equal rights of women and valorize women in social roles that tie them to the family. If these new forces did not write openly against equality, their texts of superiority showed that one people, race or religion, are better than another, and hence people are not equal. National liberation regimes had not been able or did not try to dethrone the old social classes and the older forms of social solidarity, but they did create mechanisms to create national solidarity. Public schools, military service, voluntary labor, and other such institutions attempted to make equality a real social value and part of the experience of the citizenry. If the social classes do not mingle, there can be no real national solidarity. That said, once the state ceased to make this token effort, the significance of the older, generally unmolested class bonds now attained a great deal of purpose. Saudi Arabia's government, along with its royalist allies and the U.S. regime, put together the elements for a full frontal assault on socialist governments and communist movements, so that Sudan and Afghanistan, with a substantial communist presence, became central players in Saudi Arabia's forward policy. 37 They unfurled the green flag of the Prophet to galvanize the corpse of the Saudi monarchy. But this is not the story of Saudi Arabia alone. It is the story of how the dominant forces among the old social classes exerted themselves during the epoch of IMF-driven globalization. The pursuit of structural adjustment and the abandonment of the social transformation agenda for the new states encouraged these dominant classes to expunge Third World nationalism for a type of cultural nationalism. It was far easier to construct legitimacy for their new globalized states that disavowed the rights and needs of their own citizenry by making horizontal cultural connections across vertical class lines. As many governments in the darker nations devolve the economic and democratic agenda of the Third World, the dominant classes in each of these states promote their legitimacy and discipline their populations through cultural conservative ideas rooted in religion and racialism. Globalization and cultural nationalism are not opposites or irreconcilable doubles, they exist together, they feed off each other. Indeed, cultural nationalism is the Trojan horse of IMF-driven globalization. The mecca of IMF-driven globalization is therefore in the ability to open one's economy to stateless, soulless corporations while blaming the failure of well-being on religious, ethnic, sexual, and other minorities. That is the mecca of the post-Third World era. Conclusion. Debt hangs heavy for the bulk of the planet. In 1970, when the Third World Project was intact, the 60 states classified as low-income by the World Bank owed commercial lenders and international agencies $25 billion. 3 decades later, the debt of these states ballooned to $523 billion. An impoverished conversation on debt yields no agenda to combat this fundamental ailment for the former Third World. These are not poor countries. Over the course of these 3 decades, the 60 states paid $550 billion in principal and interest on loans worth $540 billion. Yet they still owe $523 billion. The alchemy of international usury binds the darker nations. At the 1986 NAM Summit in Harare, Zimbabwe, a group of leaders under the initiative of Malaysia's Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad created the South Commission. They wanted a serious study of the political and economic problems of the NAM states, and some pointers for action. To chair the commission, NAM chose Tanzania's former President Julius Nyerere. Nyerere summarized the Third World Project in 5 words: growth and hope, then disillusionment. The hope of the anti-colonial era was translated into an agenda, a project that the new states struggled to enact. It was unique in world history for the majority of the world to agree on the broad outlines of a project for the creation of justice on earth. But it did not last. External and internal pressures crippled the project. That third world hope has now vanished. For there was a gradual realization that such progress as was made in the first 3 decades after 1945 did not imply any fundamental change in the status or real development prospects of third world countries. Dependency was increasing rather than decreasing, poverty was persisting, and the income gap between the rich North and the poor South was getting wider. According to the World Bank, in 1960 per capita GDP in the richest 20 countries was 18 times than in the poorest 20 countries. By 1995 this gap had widened to 37 times. 2. The divergence between the North and the South grew as the Third World fragmented. But even this spatial metaphor of the North and the South is insufficient. It ignores the mature class hierarchies that had grown within each of the countries in the South and the North. The Brijuni Islands, Yugoslavia, July 1956, the Titans at Brijuni, enfolded by the sounds of Suez. Courtesy of the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi. The South Commission's report, released in 1990, argued that the adjustment strategies of the IMF-led globalization weakened the Third World as a political force. The UNCTAD, the G77, NAM, and others faded into insignificance. One consequence of this demise was that no credible political force existed to champion a debt abolition or relief strategy for the planet. On the debt question, the report noted that the vulnerability of individual developing countries vis-à-vis the North made it impossible for them to make an effective collective stand on the debt issue and to go beyond broad statements of policy. 3. The South had no control over the North or even the ability to initiate matters of collective concern. The Third World, in other words, had been dissolved. As the South Commission met and wrote its report, a series of crucial events transpired. In 1985, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union began a long transition toward economic liberalization, perestroika, and political openness, glasnost. 6 years later, the party was overwhelmed and the USSR collapsed. Consequently, the bipolar Cold War ended. While this major development occurred, the United States as the leader of the Atlantic powers began to exercise its long-held project of primacy over the planet. The invasion of Panama, 1989, was a dress rehearsal for the new epoch. It was followed by the war on Iraq, the dismemberment of Yugoslavia, and other displays of aerial bombardment. The unchecked Atlantic Alliance now used military power to reshape polities. An older doctrine of primacy remained the mantra in Washington, and its elites maneuvered the U.S. population into a well-laid trap. During the course of the Cold War, the US government operated as the hub of a well-projected set of allied spokes that put pressure equally on the USSR and the Third World. With the effective demise of both, and with the maintenance of US military power intact, the US policymakers were drawn into a fallacy, that they should no longer pull back, but that they should drive a forward policy to reshape the world using US military power in the interests of a transnational turbo elite. The US government eagerly accepted the leadership of a global coalition of dominant classes. It used a combination of free markets or soft power and military force or hard power in different doses since 1989 onward. The U.S. Defense and Treasury Departments went to work to ensure that resources continue to flow toward transnational corporations, and that the dollar remain the main hard currency. The ruling classes in the darker nations no longer had any institutional incentive to respond to the grievances and aspirations of their populations. Sections among these elites are often more predisposed to the ticks of the various stock indexes than they are to the demands of their populations. Mumbai's Dalal Street and the DARES Salaam Stock Exchange thrive when their own citizens feel pain. And the higher the stock indexes, the better the bond rating for a country. In other words, the neoliberal strategy allows a state to better its competitive position if its population suffers more. Demands on the neoliberal state from social movements or political parties are met with repression, dismissal, or ideological hostility. Police firings against protesters are routine, but so is the statement that the opposition has no alternative to the neoliberal one. But most important, the ruling classes also turn to more subtle ideological stratagems. The cultivation of cultural nationalism as the social cement in an otherwise political wasteland is a cause and consequence of the collapse of the Third World. Racial and religious political organization is not prepared to confront capital along with its central role in the creation of planetary distress. Rather, religious and racial organization is now the social bomb for hopelessness and helplessness. IMF-driven globalization undermines the possibility of egalitarianism. Racialism and religiosity ridicule equity on behalf of a traditional, mostly hierarchical order. Neither this globalization nor traditionalism is capable of being true to the dreams of freedom and the demands for equality that govern the souls of modern humans. Distress produces its own contradictions. Grievances and anger manifest themselves in different ways, dependent on the kinds of traditions available in different countries. Where the left has been obliterated, the festering anger at the growing inequality produced fiery hatred and violence as well as a kind of authoritarian populist nationalism. Attacks against minorities or else fantasies of an armed war against the United States and its allies grow in those regions, such as Sudan and Indonesia, that were once home to growing progressive movements. In other areas, such as Latin America, acronyms presumed dead resurfaced. MAS in Bolivia came back to win elections in 2006, and revolutionaries reappeared to articulate popular grievances in a different vocabulary. Guerrillas in Venezuela are now in government. Social movements arose in the darker nations to challenge the neoliberal states with national liberation values, land movements, water movements, indigenous rights movements, and others have culminated in electoral victories or else in the imagination of alternatives to IMF-driven globalization. Many of these struggles draw on resilient ideological resources, such as Marxism, anarchism, and populism. Confident communist parties, indigenous unions, and broader movement platforms are some of the organizations that have assembled the popular anxieties about global asymmetries. The unchecked growth of U.S. power has renewed the emotional attachment to national sovereignty, if not among elites, then certainly among those who have been disadvantaged by the collapse of the Second and Third World projects. The transformation in Latin America, the clogged feint in the Middle East, and the reorganization of alliances among China, Russia, and others has paused the juggernaut of U.S. power. But in this renewal of energy, there is as yet little evidence of an alternative institutional agenda to replace the assassinated Third World project. The current weight of Atlantic power, joined by Australia and Japan, limits the scope for maneuver by elected officials in the poorer nations. A handful of them continue to band together to gain some benefit, or push one kind of policy or another. In 1989, a few NAM states created the Group of 15, G15, Point 4. Their first communiqué described the way that all these countries are undertaking far-reaching economic reforms and structural adjustment measures to enhance the competitiveness, upgrade the technological level and improve efficiency. To do this, the states seek to mobilize domestic savings and attract foreign financial resources. 5. The G15 wanted a more urgent response to the debt crisis, although there was no mention of debt forgiveness. The main themes were to increase world trade, open up northern markets to southern goods, and increase growth rates. The NAM agenda was narrowed in these neoliberal times. The second meeting of the G15, in Caracas, 1991, showed the frayed tempers of the managers of the poorer nations. Our national economies are being restructured and liberalized at considerable social cost and human hardship, while the industrialized countries continue to run large fiscal deficits, to pay billions of dollars in subsidies to inefficient industries and to agricultural production, and to maintain and even intensify tariff and non-tariff trade barriers that block exports of developing countries. These asymmetries endanger the viability of the South's own efforts and could lead to social and political instability. 6. Many of the discrete elements of the NAM agenda, UN reform, the need for the UNCTAD and a common fund for commodities, and technology transfer, returned to the G15. There was, however, no lucid vision for the new dispensation. Neither is there a strong institutional formation to tackle U.S.-driven primacy. A lack of coherence and dynamism allows the regimes to operate within the rules set by IMF-driven globalization, within the broad ideology of neoliberalism. The reform agenda remains, but it now more often is used by a group of powers to make gains in their national or regional interest. The call for UN reform, for instance, devolved into a call by the Group of Four, Brazil, Germany, India, and Japan, for them to win permanent seats on the Security Council. South Africa, which emerged from apartheid in this New World era, pushed the New Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, in 2001. NEPAD's core elements included the privatization of basic infrastructure and the incorporation of the African economy into the world economy, regardless of the decline in terms of trade and the continuation of subsidy regimes in the Atlantic economies to the detriment of African commodities. The word partnership in NEPAD, as with many such documents in the post-Third World, post-Second World era, has come to mean privatization, as in public-private partnerships. The narrow space for maneuver confronted the South Commission in the mid-1980s. It studied the devastation of the darker nations, and yet recommended the establishment of market relations as the solution. 7 The patchy and as yet contradictory global vision of the G15 is neither of the caliber nor the scope of the Bandung agenda. The limitations of IMF-driven globalization and revanchist traditionalism provoke mass movements across the planet. The battles for land rights and water rights, for cultural dignity and economic parity, for women's rights and indigenous rights, for the construction of democratic institutions and responsive states, these are legion in every country, on every continent. It is from these many creative initiatives that a genuine agenda for the future will arise. When it does, the Third World will have found its successor.